Thursday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, log in and games, we lit the squadron.
Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, or they get stuck in their college view. But
another person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded journeyman. Expect.
As like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Your boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. The Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
At this team, y'all played them earlier in the season. I know y'all have been working as well and grinding. Is this gonna go the same way? Is the matchup even? Where do y'all stand? What have y'all been working on? I want to know what the Florida Shogun have.
You want me to handle it, or you want to?
You handle it.
Honestly, man, from the first time we met them, they were a different team, and we prepared for that team. I don't know who that is out there. That's not the xGODS at all. So if you think I'm worried about, the scrubs out there, I'm really not, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk my trash all the way, man. Win or lose, dog, because they're not the same. They're not. If you come on now, come on inside the wheel, y'all know better. Y'all be talking spicy. Y'all need to talk about the real stuff.
Oh, the realest team. The Florida Shogun are looking to come out here and to show off a little bit. I'm gonna let y'all get back to the floor, and I can't wait to see the gameplay. Appreciate y'all, and let them see the real Shogun.
For sure. Appreciate it.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you said. welcome back, everybody. I'm sitting here with Bubbles and Alchemist.
What's up? What's up?
How are you, boys? How are you? Now, listen, the first thing that I want to ask you guys is both of you have previously played for other teams, right? So coming into today, you know, a bit of a different roster. Do you think you're going to be able to maintain this awesome, incredible record that you guys have right now, sitting at 5-1? Do you think you're going to get another dub today? And how are you going to go about doing that with a relatively fresh roster?
Well, I mean, I know we have some pretty big shoes to fill. Even though we're a new roster, we have been playing during our bye weeks. We had 2 full weeks to practice with each other. So even though we're a new team, I think we have the chemistry down, and I think we're going to be doing great this game.
Okay. All right. Bubbles, anything to add?
Yeah, no, we've been grinding, and our chemistry has been getting up because, like you said, we had those 2 weeks. And so I think you're going to see what the xGODS are all about today.
Okay. Awesome. Now, I definitely don't want you guys underestimating Shogun because they have some hitters on their team, most definitely. Is there a specific player on Shogun that you are sort of watching out for that you're sort of predicting is going to cause trouble for you guys?
Honestly, probably Black Diamond, just because he hasn't played at all this season, so I have no idea how much he's been practicing or not.
Right.
And so, he's his main category is sports, and he can also play fighters, so that's the main thing. But honestly, the rest of the team, not really worried about him at all.
Okay, wow. Okay, a little bit of confidence. I like that. I like that. Now, I think throughout the last few weeks of the UEL wheel of 33 different games, it feels like every team sort of has at least 1 to 2 games that they really excel in, right? A perfect example of that would be the bots and StarCraft, right? Anytime somebody's going up against Billy the Goat, they sort of feel like they have that one locked in. Is there a specific game, not just for your team, but also Shogun? Do you think there's a game that you guys excel in so much that it is a nightmare for other opponents?
I want to say, based on the practices we had, I want to say Lumina Rush will be a game that we will dominate in. Forza as well. We've been putting in the work in Forza. So Overwatch. So mainly those 3 games, I feel like we're going to be dominant in those games. For sure.
Okay. Yeah. And is there a game that you think from your opponents is the one that you're going to struggle against them the most?
Honestly, I could see, depending on lineups, sports could be a little back and forth.
Yeah,
that's the main thing that I see going back and forth.
Okay.
Everything else, I think we have the advantage on. But once again, it's going to solely come down to how much they've been practicing lately. And I know we've been practicing. I know we've been grinding, baby. So.
Okay, so speaking of sports, my last question: Can you make me a promise here that you will not choose Alabama if you play NCAA?
No, I don't know.
I mean, if I'm making a decision, I can make that promise. For
Okay, all right, I like that. I like
making
that.
A decision.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for sitting down with us. I'm looking forward to your gameplay. Best of luck with tonight.
Of course.
Thank you.
Shout out all my dogs in the crib.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Valeri. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits.
Oh, and there it is.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Week 11 matchup between Shogun and xGODS. I am Mobster Matt, and I'm joined here with my man Strix.
And I'm excited for today's game.
Yeah, man, I'm super excited for this game. Now, some of you guys might be, thinking, like, when you look at the discrepancy in terms of the record, Shogun 0-7, xGODS 5-1. Here's the thing going on sort of today. The last showing of Shoguns was a very dramatic game. There's a ton of passion coming out of their team, and the xGODS are actually a relatively newly formed roster. So both of them, in some way, shape, or form, are here to prove something today, right? You could definitely feel an energy here within the arena. Both teams are trying to prove something. xGODS trying to make a run, not just for playoffs, obviously, but to try to position themselves as the team to beat. That's difficult to do with a relatively new roster. But what do you think they stand right now, man?
I feel for the xGODS because I think they're at a position where they need one more win, and I would love to sit on this desk right here and tell you today was that day.
Right.
But something is telling me, and it might be the return of Black Diamond to the field, but something is telling me that I think today is the Shogun's day to take their first victory.
Yeah. I think they just have a different mood. The last time we casted over their game, I can't necessarily say in good faith that I felt a positive vibe from them. They're having fun. They're sort of laughing, coming into this thing. They feel confident with our sports category of games. And listen, if you guys are new to the UEL, we play a library of games that is 33 different games spanning across 5 categories. We got sports, we got fighting games, we have racing games, we have strategy games, and we have shooters. To be the ultimate in-gamer, you have to be well-rounded at all of them. Shoguns sort of have not necessarily a category locked down, but they have a couple of categories that they excel so well in that they're fully capable of pulling off sort of this upset, if you will, just in terms of records. Now, the xGODS, very well-rounded, but depending on the destiny of the wheel, we could see them not just lose tonight's game, but go behind in terms of the score. So hold on to your seats. It's going to be pretty exciting.
It'll be a really fun game because, again, you got to be ready for that quick transition. I know you hinted at it. Like, we've done it before where we're talking about Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, and maybe Halo. And all of a sudden, it's like, hey, let's talk about CTR.
Yeah,
and a fighting game. And we're just, your brain all of a sudden hits, wait, what is this wall that we're hitting? And I have to see these players are able to perform. But we're jumping into RPS now, powered by these teams. So let's see, RK versus Amethyst. Who's going to take it?
Oh,
and it looks like RK with the first win.
Shogun catching a vibe early. I like to see it.
I like to throw scissors. They're the Shogun. They got them 2 blades on the back. They got to pull them out ready to go and take this early. So this means on this first wheel spin, they'll choose to be able to play this game, or maybe they want to save it for later. Maybe they think that, hey, maybe this might be one of those games we need to avoid, but it's Mortal Kombat 1.
Please jump straight into MK, straight into the fatalities, straight into the brutalities, the animalities.
Mortal Kombat's one of those interesting fighting games on the wheel, man. Like, not only is it visceral to watch, but to play that, you think you're doing really well, and then all of a sudden you lose 40-50% of your life bar, and you know how to react.
Especially within Mortal Kombat 1. I think Ooh, man, NetherRealm Studios, they were a little bit more generous with this game just in terms of combo and damage output, as opposed to the others. I would say in previous iterations of Mortal Kombat, you'd have to use multiple meters and a crushing blow in order to get 45-50% damage. Not in this game. You can throw out a pretty generic combo with some of the sort of meta, easier characters to play within the game and cross out 55-60% health. It's high damage, but you got to know the tech. You have to know how Mortal Kombat 1 operates as a new assist fighter within the FGC. They kind of pivoted away from sort of the variations that they had in their past games, and this very much is an assist fighter. If you're not utilizing an assist fighter to the full potential, you probably are going to be talking about 30% combos, right? You've got to be able to juggle, get additional damage output, cheeky setups, a couple of zoning tools depending on who your assist fighter is. It's pretty interesting, and I think both of these teams are capable of playing it, and I think we're going to see it.
It's gonna be interesting. I have to believe. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at these rosters, and this is a moment where Black Diamond, who hasn't played in a little bit, I got to look at you. He's one of their honestly, he might be the strongest fighter in the building today, but he has to be able to show it. Okay. And I would love for him to step in here and immediately jump out to where elite and be like, look, I do this. Last time he was famously on the team playing games, he was cleaning people up all while being like, look, I've been playing Spider-Man 2 the entire time. I haven't touched these games in a minute, and yet still I am beating y'all. And so this xGODS team has to prove to me right now with the first game that they're ready to compete. I don't know if you caught the Shogun's interview, but Mr. B specifically said, he's like, these aren't the xGODS. I don't know who they are. Yeah. I don't know who's sitting across from me over here. And so now I got to be like, cool. This is that moment to answer that, right? We are the xGODS. We stand a little bit taller and better. What about you? How you feel about Mortal Kombat?
I think that both of these teams have fighters on their team. I think xGODS, just from what I've seen from them, I don't think this necessarily, I wouldn't call this necessarily their best game. I think Shogun definitely is more experienced with regards to fighters, but it's also one of those games that you can learn one or two characters, and sort of as soon as you optimize their combo output, blocking is a little bit different in Mortal Kombat compared to other fighting games. For instance, say in Street Fighter, Tekken, things of like that. Typically speaking, within the FGC, holding back directional will act as your block button, whereas in Mortal Kombat, it is a simple button input. You could be your trigger, you can map your button to whatever it is, but you're actually just pressing a button in order to block. Whether you're blocking high or blocking low doesn't matter. The reason that's important is because in other fighting games, it's a little bit more difficult to maintain a back directional in order to block, and then very quickly, within a fraction of a second after you've blocked a combo, initiate with directionals, even though your thumb was just pushing a direction.
Yes.
Whereas in Mortal Kombat, say if your right trigger is to block, you can start initiating a combo freely with your other hand without having to let go of a directional. So it sort of lends itself as a fighter to, I guess, lesser experienced people within the FGC. That's where xGODS may start to capitalize, because I would say this is a little bit easier of one.
And I'm going to even highlight that neither one, I mentioned Black Diamond, he's not going in, but who is going in is Raven and Arbiter, that tier 5, that tier 2. Raven showed up in their last game, and I think it had you asking, why is he's sitting in that tier 5 spot? It looks like they kept him there again for this game.
Yeah, he did.
If he shows out?
Yeah, if he shows out today, listen, I want everybody at home, here we go, we're jumping right into it here. I want everybody at home to take note of Raven. He played exceptionally well in his last showing, and this is a situation where you guys start to grow your fandom for specific players, for specific teams. I'm telling you, Raven is someone to look out for, because he's here to perform, and this is his first game of the day. Let's see how he does.
Now, I'm assuming this is a button check. I'm going to say that because in that top right-hand corner, you can see the Bubbles with his hands raised off.
Yeah, that's good point.
He wants to make sure that he does not make the mistake. If you do hit somebody during button check, that is a lost round, which could be detrimental, obviously, in a game mode where we only play with 2 rounds. You got 2 rounds to beat your opponent, and that persists through every set that you may be playing. Johnny Cage into Scorpion, a tale of oldest time. Maybe the only thing older is Scorpion as well as Sub-Zero. But what is going on here? It seems like Johnny and Bubbles is jumping out to an early lead, getting some damage in.
Yeah, see, down blocked right there, got hit with the overhead, and now all of these. Oh, wow, he actually chooses to uppercut, which took him out of the corner. A little bit of a mistake there by Bubbles, but nonetheless, he's probably going to continue to keep this pressure. Gets the overhead again. Looks like Arbiter needs to quit down blocking against this Johnny Cage. He has multiple overhead strikes at the end of his combo strings. Doing very, very well.
Was that did Arbiter somehow break the button check? Because he didn't even swing back right there. I need damage, and I need it to start right now. You got to be willing to fight back at a moment's notice. But he's back here in the corner taking a ton of damage, a ton of hits.
Yeah, Bubbles needs to wake up. He needs to actually wake up physically, both physically and within the game needs to wake up. So he's starting to get a couple of stagger strings, and that's something that he could do. Scorpion's down chip is pretty straightforward and very I would say frame advantageous, if you will. He could potentially just get a down chip. It's not going to matter, though. He's getting bodied in the corner. Arbiter definitely showing up right now. That was exceptional.
I can tell you what's advantageous. Killing your opponent. Arbiter is done. He has to move. He has to leave. And Bubba's looking over like, who's next? Who's next? I did something.
I did something, right. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe not so much. But I would say a little bit of the inexperience from Mortal Kombat right there. I'm sure a lot of you guys at home are wondering why he didn't wake up, do some type of ability in order to get out of the corner and what have you. And if he didn't, you can sort of just get off the ground with a low chip and sort of grab frame advantage and then, try to apply a little bit of pressure. Nonetheless, Arbiter just kind of that.
Not only are you now the tier 5 that need to win this game for your team, okay?
Yeah.
You picked Kenshi of all characters. This is one of the hardest characters in the entire game to play.
Yeah. Now was that Bubbles that actually was?
Yes.
Oh,
Bubbles took
wow.
that first game.
Okay, so that was Bubbles playing the Johnny Cage. Give respect where respect is due. That was Bubbles. My apologies. That was not Arbiter out here throwing hands. Bubbles the one. Hands up right now doing this button check. So mad props to Bubbles. During that last match, he was the one applying the pressure. Now we have Raven. Raven's this player that we were talking about a second ago. We'll see if he knows how to utilize some of the zoning tools. Okay, here we go. Button checks over, going in, leads with the jump in. Simple little chip, cancels out his combo strings. Now here's some of those zoning tools that we talked about from Kenshi. There we go. So you can notice the fact that he's actually high blocking. He's not low blocking. Johnny Cage has, I would say, 2 or 3 simple overheads within just a couple of combo strings, one of which lunges forward right there. Now, these are really, really simple combos. That uppercut that he just pulled right there, guys, wasn't just him mashing buttons. It was him predicting a jump in because it acts as an anti-air as well. Nice. These are just simple combo strings that he's throwing forward here. Maybe due to a little bit of an inexperience, but also just the fact that maybe he thinks that he can win this game against
break
doing
the throw.
Yeah, he teched that throw. That was impressive.
And we have to see here. I think he's knowledge checking Bubbles here, saying like, "Hey, do you know what my character does? Can you keep up?" And clearly, in this moment,
okay,
Bubbles, you gotta start thinking back to remember what does Kenshi do? How do I stop this?
Right,
because things were so good just a moment ago.
Yep.
And we see that string once again. He keeps trying, and now the freeze.
Ooh. That was a pretty straightforward combo, but nonetheless, he was able to extend the damage a little bit with a jump in, right? So instead of just walking up and going for a combo, he actually added a little bit more damage with a jump in strike into the combo. It's a good capitalization there by Raven. Raven, this is what we talked about. He is using his assist fighter to the fullest potential, constantly getting off those freezes with Frost. Oh man, he's taking it to him! Raven coming out the plate today.
The blender was on full display. For those that don't know, Kenshi's ability, when he pulls that sword out, he has the power of his ancestors.
Oh, God, yes.
And he stood there and he went, all right, cool. Am I hitting high, low, back, forward? Yesterday, today, it didn't matter. Bubbles could not put it together, stop it. And now Raven luckily managed to protect both of his rounds, both of his lives as he goes into Alchemist, looking to bring this game home for the LAX gods. So I want to see. Now, I believe Alchemist plays. Are we playing Johnny Cage too? Okay. So the X-Gods, it's a family affair. Everybody plays the Cages here. So we'll see another run back of the same matchup. Raven, again, we mentioned these 30, 40, 50% combos. And while they weren't on display, there was a fundamental understanding of you don't know how to deal with me.
Yep.
That I'm really liking out of Raven.
Yeah, Johnny Cage has some simple inputs, but his higher damage combos do require fast inputs, so they can be, I would guess, regarded as a little bit more difficult than I would say Kenshi. Nonetheless, they need to start utilizing that if they're going to, get this win over Raven. Raven right now is sitting as a tier 5 player. We talked about that, sort of as today started. Something tells me he's here to change that. Oh, there's that overhead. We talked about that a second ago. Nice
blocks.
Yep.
Alchemist is finding and taking his turns. He's keeping the pressure up. We already see Raven all the way back to the corner, jumps over the assist, doesn't have to worry about it, but is already back on the defensive.
Wow,
nice
with the setup.
Utilizing the assist there to get a freeze off. But it looks like it's just a break, a moment.
Yeah.
Because Alchemist is not stopping. The overhead isn't able to complete the combo.
He's mashing. He's not blocking at all. Please down chip him and go into a combo string. He decides to do a simple jump over. Here, there we go. Wow, that was a bit of a rookie mistake. He actually did a jump kick right there, which is a knockdown, so he couldn't continue his combo afterwards. Nonetheless, both of them are within fatal blow distance. It's going to come down to this. Hold on to your seats. Somebody's about to get knocked out.
Oh, the laser. He has one more.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
It's crazy.
All right, round 1 goes to the xGODS. Let's see if Raven can close this out. Getting this round right here, and then a second one afterwards.
Both of these players, I think they're trying to get this early advantage, this early pressure, but the pressure has just been coming out of Alchemist, blocking the assist there, not getting frozen.
Well, he did throw. So Alchemist threw a combo string at him that the second hit in the combo string was a low strike. He needs to start mixing that up with his overhead combos to keep Raven second guessing. Nonetheless, he's still continuing to body him into the corner. Takes the round with about 75% health. Both of these players are popping off right now.
I'm gonna be honest. I got hit. The little assist with Kano coming in, spinning in play. Beautiful play from Alchemist. He looked comfortable. He looked confident. Didn't even lose a round. And the xGODS don't got a moment because another fighter is rolling. Blaze, Blue, CF, and I know the Shogun feels some type of way because he's not here today. But Chris G played this famously the first week of the season against Havoc to your face and lost.
Yep, that's very true. Now, it's not that they didn't have the tools there with, I would say, Kenshi, right? Kenshi had a 3, if you guys noticed throughout that match, Kenshi has a 3-hit combo string that the end of the actual combo string is a pushback of your opponent, so it sort of resets the footsie distance. Johnny Cage being such a close quarters combatant, you've got to be able to do that. In particular, if you do that combo string and you initiate that pushback, you are vulnerable to his slide kick. So if he inputs a slide kick, he can actually catch you with that frame disadvantage. But if your opponent doesn't know that, you can use that tool at your disposal willingly throughout the match in order to sort of reset the footsies game. They weren't doing that at all. He could have just probably out-chipped him a little bit, created that footsies distance, and then initiated with some of his zoning tools. Kenshi has so many.
He's not a player we've seen this season, but coming in and showing, hey, I've been in this league for a while for a reason, and kind of showing he was more willing. I think he knew that he was more comfortable than Raven in Mortal Kombat, and that's why he was more willing to okay, I'm not going to risk the slide. I don't know the timing exactly, but I have to be prepared to play. But Blaze, Blue, CF, and it's RK going in against Havoc to your face. The young rookie going in against one of the I'll say newly minted veterans. Havoc's now been here for 3 seasons. So what we have to see, and I want to see them tie this up. I don't want this game to get out of hand. I don't want us to get like a.
I don't even want to be talking about 17 right now. The number 17, we're not talking about it.
What is that? The number doesn't exist right now.
Doesn't exist right now.
In this moment. And I'm happy as well. I want to give both these teams credit, especially Shogun. They haven't used a timeout or a forfeit yet.
Oh my gosh,
we're early in the game, and that's what I like to see. We don't end up burning those resources. For those at home, teams have timeouts. These timeouts buy them a little bit of time to maybe talk about a strategy, get their game set up, get everything prepared. But you only have 3 that have to be used in the first half, and then after that, those last 2 will persist after halftime. Or if maybe they don't think they win this Blaze Blue, they get out. But I'm wrong, and I love to be wrong because now we get to see some anime fighting. Lychee versus Mai.
Okay. NBA 2K. We talked about Shogun, excelling within the sports genre, so that might sort of lend itself towards Shogun after this match. Let's see what happens. Nonetheless, Anime Fighter, obviously, that you guys are watching right now is very fast-paced, or it can be at least. And something to note within this fighter, you can see sort of the weapons, the tools at which these users have at their disposal have massive hitboxes. So expect them to close the distance and get off some cheeky damage from quite a footsie's range, as opposed to I would say Tekken or something of that sort, where you have to close the distance and really get up to your opponent to initiate, these big combo strings. BlazBlue, you can close the distance relatively fast.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. So they're both playing the same character. And up at the top, it says that player 1 is Havoc to your face. Player 2 is RK. And it looks like Havoc's jumping out to an early lead, getting his damage out. And these buttons are flying. Don't let it be a perfect. Don't let it be a perfect.
No.
Not the golden letters. Not the golden letters.
Hey, come on.
Oh, blue, just a finish. Okay, you got another round. You can figure this out. You got actually a couple of games here in BlazBlue. We do play a best of 3. The first player to win 2 full games will take control of this point.
Yeah.
But it looks like Havoc said, I'm not stopping. I'm picking up right where I left off. RK block.
Wow.
You need to block. Please protect your feet, your head, your back, your body, everything, because your health bar is disappearing.
Yeah, he's basically snatching his chain off his neck right now. That's what's happening. I believe he doesn't even have any chip damage. That was a sight to behold, and the vast majority of that happened right there. Just I think from a general understanding of the game, using those zoning tools as well as combo strings when he attempted to even close the distance slightly.
Forfeit. I normally wouldn't say that. That was one of those rounds that let him walk away.
Yeah.
Let him go get some water. Let him get his mind back.
Drink some slide.
You need a boost right now. Swinging it around starts, so clearly hasn't lost his guts, the willingness to take a fight, but now he's blocking this corner. A nice break on the throw, but he immediately eats these attacks, and the onslaught is not ending.
These are blockable strikes. Just block. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so almost 3. I'd say that's 3 perfects in a row, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. This is frustrating.
They stopped being gold. The gold ran out.
It's just, look at this. I mean, his understanding of the game to initiate with a jump off the rip, knowing that he's going to try to push, close the distance. He's constantly just poking. And there we go. Okay, we got a little bit of damage. Little bit of damage goes into a combo. Okay.
RK waking up. He ready to start. He's still pressing. Okay, go back to blocking now.
Yep.
Please.
There we go. Start using some of these abilities. Get some zoning out there. Make him feel uncomfortable. This is what we like to see, okay?
These throws are going. But he's unable to. He's run out of time. He figured it out there, but it was after 3 perfect rounds. Look, you can't get perfect at 3 times. I need you to understand. You can't get perfect at 3 times. I'm pretty sure that's just game.
Yeah.
That's just done. We click and reap. Havoc's a savage. Havoc say, I'll do it again. Roll up the game. I'm going to do it again.
That was tough.
Want to see me do it again?
That was tough.
Crazy. But 2K, and I know the Shoguns are happy. This is probably their best 2K lineup possible with Mr. B and Black Diamond. Black Diamond has historically said that he is always one of, if not the best 2K players in the league.
Yeah, we actually casted over their previous game where they jumped into 2K. We got to obviously watch Mr. B. We didn't see Black Diamond during that performance, but we know that Mr. B knows how to play this game. He excels in this game. I asked the xGODS prior to today's match beginning what games they think that they're going to take that they sort of act as an intimidation factor. That game acts as an intimidation factor to the rest of the league anytime one of their opponents comes up against them. They mentioned a few games here and there. I asked them, okay, well, what about Shogun? What game are you worried about from them tonight that you think that they have that intimidation factor? They said a general answer in the category of sports. I think they were trying to be a little overzealous with their confidence, potentially. They said sports category, we got to worry about them a little bit, but we're not too worried. Here we are on NBA. Mr. B and Black Diamond have something to prove here.
They have something to prove. They want to go off, and that's where I got to look at the man, the myth, the legend. Some call him the GOAT, Bosif himself. People quietly always they undercut just how good, especially in that sports category, he is. He's done it in NHL when it's 6 players. Why can't he do it in 2K?
Yeah.
And we saw Rajan actually last week as well playing 2K and assisting his teammate and making sure they can win. So I think they have the ingredients. Let's see if they can cook.
What's interesting is every time I walk into the arena and we're kind of getting things ready here in the production room, if you will, a game I commonly see people practicing when I come in here, typically speaking, a shooter that they're not super adept to. But then also NBA for some reason. I think it's just reminding themselves of specific inputs and what have you. But NBA is just something that I feel like they can get a quick practice in prior to starting up tonight. I even saw that prior to today's game starting. So maybe both these teams are feeling good. And, just with regards to what team is the home team, Shogun, obviously sort of being closest to us, as I'm walking into the production room, they were actually practicing that game prior to today. So
they love 2K. These two especially, they got a love for 2K. Yeah. So I want to see them pick some different characters. I know you asked that we don't see Alabama. You asked for it. He was hoping that we don't see. I don't want to see the Kobe's and the Shaqs. I don't want to see the Kareems, the LeBrons. Come on, pick something a little bit unique. Pick somebody. I want them to go deep, like go back in time, bring us somebody that maybe people have forgotten about. Long time ago, people in the league were willing to play like Pistol Pete. Different 2K. Maybe he's not up to snuff anymore. Yeah, but I hope to believe.
If I felt really confident in my game, I would probably just go for like some of my favorite players, Allen Iverson, Vince Carter, and stuff like that. It'd be interesting if any of them feel that sort of bravado about themselves, where they kind of want to just reach into that toolkit and prove something. That would be a lot of fun. I'd love to see that.
I want to see it, especially constantly coming from the Shoguns. This is not a game I want the Shoguns just to win. I need them to win it in style if they are.
Yeah, they need that right now, especially after that Blue Blaze performance. You know what I mean? That sort of got away from them a little bit. It took a second for them to get get that swag, if you will. Yeah. So a big performance right here was sort of level the playing field, make the rest of the team feel really confident. It's up to Black Diamond and Mr. Deem to sort of set the tone, right, so they don't get too far behind and they stay in this thing.
We have to see the setup timers running low, and we might start seeing some timeouts have to be used here if we're not loading into the game.
I'm going to be really disappointed. Shogun was one of the teams.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. So Shogun was one of the teams that we previously casted over that used way too many of their timeouts prior to the match actually beginning. So nonetheless, we're going to jump into this thing now. Looks like xGODS, we got Ragin on Kobe and Bosif on Kareem.
And on the other side, we have Kawhi Leonard coming out of Black Diamond. Asked for something a little bit different. We haven't necessarily seen Kawhi this season, but matching up against his opponent, Mr. B, on the Kareem as well. So that means that in the black jerseys, if you are looking for the black jerseys, those are your LAX gods. Looking for a win. And on the other side, we do have the Shoguns in those white jerseys. I'm trying to figure out which pair I like better. I like having height and versatility. Kobe's a threat whenever he's on the floor, right? Yeah. But having that extra little bit of height as well as still having a shooting threat in Kawhi Leonard, I'm pretty happy with.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, not a pick that we see very often, so sort of what we talked about. Maybe a little bit of confidence coming out of the Shogun here. Maybe labbing a little bit on NBA with some players that they feel more comfortable with. Nice pass up the middle, straight to the bucket for the dunk. I gotta love it. Here we go. Green pass it off to Ragin. Let's see what he does here.
All right. Immediately backing down from the three-point line.
Yeah, getting boxed out a little bit at the three-point range, which is wild.
He's got a lot of range. Yeah, a lot of area to cover.
Exactly.
But he's willing to take this shot. I don't know.
Doubt it.
But his teammate there, Bosif said, put it up. I got you.
God, put it up. The rebound hoop right there was pretty solid.
We have to see, and we're getting into it again. I love the picks coming out because it shows these two players are willing to play off each other. Black Thomas, I'm taking this one.
Yeah,
I'm putting it down. We go up. So, opponent at the bottom of your screen will be the side of the Shogun, and your team is the LAX gods. And Bosif taking over this game, but kicks it back to Ragin on the three-point line. I want to see Ragin. I want to show it. You playing Kobe? You gotta have that mentality.
Set up the pick so well, but unfortunately just couldn't get it. And don't forget, guys, we are playing this game mode of Blacktop, so it's 1st to 21. A 2-point shot technically is 1 point. A 3-point shot is technically 2 points, so just something to note as we move forward.
I'm sorry, Matt. That was disrespect. He said, let me show you how to do it right quick. Took the Kawhi fade away and dropped the point. They got the ball back once again, and another basket. Oh,
you missed it. They got to reset. Oh, my God. So anytime you see that red pressure zone, guys, when they get the rebound, they have to reset back to the three-point line before re-engaging, and he didn't do it right there.
That is so unfortunate. You can't be doing that. And once again, he pulled up again. It's always great.
See, but Black Diamond right now is sort of, he's showing his mobility and understanding for the game in terms of just being able to just get open. Just get open and utilize some of these sort of fadeaways, just kind of pivots, spins, if you will, all sorts of things. Wow. Didn't expect that.
Okay.
Didn't even have to set his feet.
My man said left, right.
Didn't even set his feet, just went for the jumper and drilled it.
Now we have to see again. They're trying. These 2 points are important because they need to get control of this game back from the Shogun if they want to find a win. But it looks like Black Diamond said, I can do it too. Don't play with me.
Oh, no crossover? Oh, wow. He had he had a crossover. He could have probably easily had gotten a dunk right there and decided not to. Does it even matter? Bosif cleaning up shop right now, right underneath the rim.
Playing with their foot a little bit too much. That ties up the score at 4.
Yep.
You had a free shot there. You got to take it.
It wasn't even a free shot. It was a free dunk. That's what I'm talking about. That's more of the dunks that we want to see. Listen, if you're going to be playing Kareem, you got to be willing to stay under that rim and get free dunks all day.
Ooh,
all right?
The pick comes out. I want to see.
Solid teamwork from xGODS. See if he can go for the assist. Whoa, he probably could have shot it right there. Had his sort of environmental awareness. Wow, just goes for the straight jumper.
If he had made that,
he's got to reset. Got to reset.
Yeah, I was nervous. I thought somebody was going to take a shot.
Wow!
The ball is taken.
Stolen in broad daylight. Call the cops. That was wild. Oh my gosh! Didn't even get the reset at the 3-point line.
This game is all tied up. I cannot believe it. Oh, I thought Black Diamond was taking that.
Yeah, no, he's playing really well, though. He's playing really well with his crossovers. Just takes it to the hoop without any pressure whatsoever. Wow.
And there we go. Let's see if they can do it. They've managed to answer back every single time. He got some space.
Fade away?
It wasn't good. Okay, you saw us a little bit too much. The ball's lost again.
Okay, reset, though. That's what I like. Set up the pick. Start getting your crossovers. Manage your dribbling. Don't be too overzealous, but you got to be able to work with your teammate. He's got to set up this pick right now. There we go. Assist. There we go. Take it to the rim. Easy.
I'm greedy. I wanted an alley. right there. He had an entire lane to himself. I need you to go up and be willing to show off a little bit. I know y'all still up only by 2. The Rangers said makes that 9.
The fadeaway. Make that 9-point line. Andy, it wasn't even like he didn't have the pressure. I think he's just confident with his shot right there. Maybe that's why he had that Kobe pick. That may be what's going on right there.
I'm letting you know. People were wondering why Raging's sitting in that tier 1, and I think he's kind of showing it here. They said this was one of those games they were worried about. They're keeping it close. They're playing neck and neck. Did you try to kill him?
Yeah, 2 complete different play styles right now. Shogun are playing a little bit more single-handedly. Much more of, I wouldn't say as much teamwork, I would say, going into it, sort of relying, if you will.
A beautiful floater there. Okay, Black Diamond say a little elegance.
Yeah.
If you never met Black Diamond, that would be the word, elegant.
Well, but just watch this. The way that xGODS are playing with each other, going for assists, sort of setting up picks, going for rebounds, at least trying to. They seem to be playing well with each other. Whereas Shogun are more single-player relied.
They're trying to take it away, but they managed to get the rebound, and it ended up being a foul, which lets them reset. And he's on fire now. Black Diamond's on fire now. He's looking to make a play.
I mean, it's so much of Black Diamond just. His capability of just managing the court right now is doing well. It's doing well, but they've got to be careful. They need to start playing more as a team. There we go. Sets up the pick, utilizing the crossover, goes for a simple jumper, doesn't get it though.
Once again, that was about to be disrespectful. Anything you can do, I can do better. No. Ooh, they get it back.
This is the assist. Okay, here we go.
Nice job getting back on defense. What Black Diamond's looking for.
I want to see them set up the pick. After the pick, dribble up for a simple layup or a dunk, and then toss it right back to Kareem for an assisted play. Right after the pick occurs, and that player that set up the actual pick is out of screen, dribble around the court and let that player set up right underneath the hoop.
Unfortunately, they were slow on the play. They had an opportunity. Though. He's going to do it. He's going to pull. I believe in it. Raging show.
Oh, no. Step back. No. Oh, my gosh. Not in his face like that.
So I was praising him just a second ago, but I need him to be hitting a few more shots right now to bring this game back. There can't be a lot of time left on the clock.
Oh, no.
We don't lose 2 games. Let's go.
the calls from the floor, we don't lose 2K.
Yeah.
Why are you even playing?
That's wild.
They said they were fraudulent gods.
Well, listen, Black Diamond was on fire for a reason. I would like to listen. There's always room for improvement. As well as he was playing, he could have played with his teammate a little bit more. The player that I was talking about, you saw a little bit of this going on with xGODS, not so much Shogun. As well as Black Diamond is at just sort of taking the ball to the rim, sort of utilizing that pick and what have you. There was a couple of instances where after the pick occurs, you hit a crossover, maybe you start dribbling towards the basket. The player that actually landed the pick can then go back and try to set up underneath the rim for a simple assist if he's getting boxed out. They weren't doing that. So it seemed like if the pick didn't happen, he would just miss your shot and hopefully get the ball back eventually. Just start optimizing your gameplay a little bit, and they could not just get a win over the xGODS. They can win 2K over anybody.
Honestly, I'd be a little bit worried. If I was people playing the xGODS, I might worry a little bit about 2K. That was a pretty... They kept up with the Shogun pretty well. The Shogun ended up winning. And I don't know if you want to be a little bit... He said, why are you even playing the game? We going into Wreckfest. Wreckfest is road rage simulator for free. Like, we're supposed to be racing. Really, we're supposed to be wrecking.
Yeah,
I'm hating.
It's weird. It's definitely a different game, sort of within the racing genre of that 33 games on our UEL wheel. Anytime Wreckfest comes up, if there's a specific team that excels within racers, when you play Wreckfest, it's kind of anybody's game, right? Because it's not just about crossing the finish line. It's kind of about bodying your opponent at the same time. So it's a little bit different in that regard. We talked about that some with Mortal Kombat compared to the other games. Maybe even Tekken being a 3D stage fighter compared to the other games. But Wreckfest is definitely a different type of racer with on our wheel. Typically speaking, if a team needs to sort of make up for a win, even if they're going up against someone that excels within racers, they'll play this just because there's a little bit of there's a variability factor that occurs within this game that you kind of never know when you're going to get taken out.
It really is. I call it the great equalizer. You got it. No matter how confident you feel in every race, you could be like, "Oh, I got the best times at and checkmate showdown."
Yeah.
Our strategy games have now started rolling, and you see them in the bottom camera there, Havoc to your face, the grayed out camera. That's going to be his specialty for today. But we look like we're going to be taking a look at Raven. Once again, that tier 5 player that we have a lot of questions about.
That's
maybe
the dog
he should be
right there.
higher up there. And I'm seeing a good variety of cars here, so let's see what we're able to do. Now, this is a classic map. It's a classic map because you have these circular areas at the end you have to go around, but everything comes back to the center, the middle, where a lot of the wrecking, a lot of the back and forth will be seen.
Oh, he's driving clean. He's playing a car with a little bit more horsepower, so you saw him get off the giddy up there for, right at the start of this race to sort of lead the pack, and he was just racing clean. Maybe their strategy is to let him take the lead and then race cleanly as they get around the track to potentially be the first one to finish. Maybe the rest they tried to wreck him. They tried to specifically wreck him right there, and he's not going to let it happen. He's going to keep rolling.
And he's doing a good job. Oh, no. The Shoguns have made the first mistake. Let's hope it's not fatal. They lost time out there, but right now they might make up for it by winning this. I'll say that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's a big hit. And listen, that's one of those things that we talked about. Like, this is a racing game, guys, but at any given time, there's a little bit of separate strategy when it comes to Wreckfest.
And it looks like maybe there's some mistakes on the buttons there. Arbiter having to change a few things, but now we get over. He's clad in darkness. Don't worry, that's not Batman. That's the Bubbles.
Yeah,
on your screen.
Listen, with the custom trunk bed, but you think there was a sound system in there? He said, "Try me, let's get smashed." He's feeling it. He's feeling it,
and he has moved. He is trying his best to chase down Raven. And in this car, you want to be getting into the collisions. You want to be dealing that damage wherever possible. You see him kind of playing towards the middle, maybe looking for an opportunity to see somebody to take out. I saw 2 Shoguns players there flying down the track.
Yeah, and he needs to. That's when I mentioned strategy earlier. For those of you watching, like I said, this isn't just a race. If you're sort of sitting towards the back of the pack, you may communicate with your team and create a strategy where you actually throw your car at your opponent's lead racer in order to take him out and give your team a better chance. That's why this sort of figure 8 sort of map, if you will, this track with a sort of a strip in the middle of it, that's why it's so dangerous. At any given time, somebody can just wreck your opponent.
And now we have some questions about him. I've been hyping him up a little bit, but I have some questions about Black Diamond. He's looking good in his Wreck Fest. Yeah. Looks like he's been practicing. Maybe not too much. I spoke to him before the game. He was playing a lot of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. That's not on the wheels.
Oh, wow.
So I'm happy to see that he can still drive a car at the very least. At the very least, he can still handle himself as a Wreck Fest. Hasn't lost too much there.
Yeah, he had quite a bit of health, and he was, turning around two players that are very low health. Bosif sitting basically in first gear right here.
Somebody help him. He limping.
Yeah, he needs some milk. Someone give Bosif some milk on the arena floor if you can. He's limping along.
He's trying his best.
He's trying. He's looking for an opponent. Something he could do right now is, because he's pretty much out of this race, he could try to position himself just like you saw here. Alchemist running into a little bit of trouble. Mr. B getting in his way intentionally.
And that's really smart. So a lot of players don't realize you take more damage if you hit the engine in this game.
Yeah.
So him turning sideways saying, yeah, hit me with the front of your car. Yeah, go ahead, damage your car, but hit the side of mine. Ends up being good. And that's what I mean. He's gone.
But he gets a good shot off.
Hey, hopefully that is enough. I'm seeing 3 Shogun's players are out of the game, but so is Bosif effectively. Black Diamond's all that remains on the track. Bosif trying his best, like, well, I'm just walking here.
Yep.
Not doing too much. I'm not doing anything.
He may even, okay, he's resetting.
It's all right. It's all right. This happens sometimes. It's normal.
Something they could do is position their car on the inside.
No. Cajun, please. Cajun, please. Let him out. Let him out.
Oh, no.
Making the decision to just pull away.
Yeah.
Didn't want to keep competing.
It's unfortunate because he's in second. He needed to go around the right side of this loop, guys, because if he went around the left side, he's not going to get the progress in terms of the race.
Yeah, but the big thing here is I'm looking at top left and I see only blue. Black Diamond's all that remains. Honestly, if I'm them, I'm telling my low health players, go ahead, go kill him. Yeah, we're not playing this for much longer.
Let's finish this out.
We're taking everybody. You see Bosif trying. Why Bosif, the one missing a wheel, is the only person trying. Never mind, I say that. He gets spun out. Oh, hit him.
Oh, this is trouble. It's going to be trouble.
Doing his best to stay alive, though. So credit here. Just needs to cross this finish line. But once some person crosses the finish line, I think that'll be the game. He's doing his best, hopping over here, taking his time.
Yeah, he's trying.
Let's see.
He's trying. Prior to that, I don't know if the camera's on the right position, but it said that Black Diamond was in first out of. It said that he was in first, but I don't know if that's necessarily for his team or not. But then when he got spun around, he dropped in positioning. So that could have been a pretty optimal move by the xGODS to throw Black Diamond off.
That is true. I can honestly say that. It's crazy. I think there's more flame coming from the xGODS to their teammates. I heard Bubbles telling Bosif to pick it up, buddy.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What are you doing? You're taking a long time here.
Yeah, they just had more racers left on the track. It's going to be hard for anybody to sort of. Oh goodness.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing there, buddy?
Resetting. I believe that's Black Diamond in front of him. No.
Bosif avoiding dying. A teammate almost taking him out there. You hear the time ticking down. Black Diamond doing his best. He ends up going out. I hear xGODS win.
Yeah, we just got word from the floor. Yeah, absolutely. And the score differential there was over 100 points just in the score alone. So that wasn't even remotely close. Not unfortunate, but
all right. So I don't want to call it a prophecy.
Yeah,
because they've already changed the prophecy. RK said during the interview that even if they go 1-32, they're winning Die by the Blade. Now they've won 2K, so they're not going to go 1-32. Yeah. Let's hope it's not 2-31, because right now the LA xGODS seem to be clicking on all cylinders. And a game like Checkmate Showdown is very different. It's not just about how well you play the checkmate part, chess, but can you throw hands in these fights?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
in this game, players, instead of just normally playing, you have your pawns. They're normal pawns, like you see in any chess game. But on the other side, the king, the queen, the knights, the rooks, the bishops, when they run into tower pieces, I believe they're called, they get into a fighting game.
Yep.
Right? And it's an explosive that.
Black Diamond was playing with no audio in his headphones for that previous match.
Nah.
He just doesn't play with them at all, is what we're hearing. Yeah.
I don't like. I don't like that because that tells me you might be a person that imagine someone driving down the highway with no music, no radio, just silence.
Yeah, but it's also a matter of communication as well. There may be mishaps in communication that occur, which may be why he was. Well, I mean, listen, he played NBA really well, but he was also hogging the ball. A lot of that game. Now he was on fire, and he also can't hear the game, so it may help him a little bit to be able to hear things while he's playing at a high level the way he is. Maybe a way for him to optimize his gameplay. But with regards to Checkmate Showdown, you were explaining a little bit how this game operates as players. Essentially, both teams are just playing a game of chess. So you're seeing the actual board in front of you, and then when a piece goes to get taken, if it is not a pawn, if it is a separate piece, like you said, the bishop, a knight, king, queen, and what have you, the player that's allocated to that specific piece will then go into a 2D stage fighter, and both of them will fight each other in a fighting game to potentially lose a piece for their team and or take a piece from your opponent. So Game Master actually gave them an extra 2 minutes on the floor, so we'll get that set up for you guys as soon as we can. But this is one of my favorite games that we have on the wheel. Had not heard of it prior to coming into today, and I just think it operates in a really unique manner, combining strategy with fighting. There's also a ton of really interesting mechanics that you guys are going to know throughout the gameplay that you're watching here, specifically when you watch a king fight. The king has abilities to throw pawns on the stage. Through that ability, when you see those pawns dropping on the stage, depending on how many pawns are actively still enabled on the board, will determine how many pawns actually drop within that 2D stage fight. It's really, really unique.
It's funny because it adds that strategy element of if I want to kill the king, maybe it's better to get some of these pawns off the board so he's not as scary. I want to see the Shoguns take a fighting game. They've lost 2 already today, and I feel like they need to take something to have and to find their win here. And Checkmate Showdown would be good because Havoc's one of those strategy brains that you just kind of gotta be aware of. You can't just be like, this is not going to be a problem. This isn't just a fighting game. People that play chess really well can find their win, but it's better. Have you ever played a game with somebody and they were winning? What if we just throw hands? Right now, just straight up throw hands.
Well, it's interesting because in Checkmate Showdown, it's not just all about if I move my piece to take out this pawn or this bishop or this rook or what have you. You don't just take the piece because it goes into that 2D stage fighter. You might actually find yourself in a position where maybe you get that first piece taken, but now you're in the defensive front of your opponent, and they're just going to attack you, and then you don't, you know what I mean? You've got to defend yourself. So there's going to be a lot of times where they go to attack a king, they go to put a king into check or something along those lines, and instead of sort of playing your safe, now there's no pulling out from that. Right? And so you're going to be forced to fight. And so what I've noticed is teams are typically playing their 2 best players, I would say, on king and queen. The queen being the one that sort of has the most mobility, if you will. But you've also got to recognize that if your king gets attacked, you've got to defend as hard as possible because checkmate will happen, right? You lose that fight, the game is over. We've seen matches take 20 minutes. We've also seen matches take 2 minutes. It's a matter of just getting in front of the king, forcing that fight, if you will, and then being able to win it. So
we have to see here. Everybody's sitting down. All right. We will see who's going. Okay. We will get you these updates on who is what piece shortly. Mm-hmm. But the first move has already come out.
Okay.
And everybody seems they're just developing their knights. They're playing for the middle part of the board. They want to have some control here.
Yeah, and it looks like if the xGODS are orange, I was gonna say they're gonna have a bishop frontal attack here. And so they just put the king in check. Now they're gonna move up this pawn. If this
I thought they were gonna make a grave mistake there, and. Now just trying to force this bishop all the way out, forcing him to take step after step back and buy space. This to me shows the xGODS and Havoc's ability at chess. He's not just worried about always taking a win. Yes, on that purple side are the xGODS. It's about taking space.
Yeah.
It makes it a lot harder for... You've essentially isolated that bishop out of the game if you look until he takes out some of these other... pieces. So this knight could be in a position. The king could actually go ahead and fight. Now, if they move here, they can't castle. They have to be very careful here.
That's what's so interesting. This is what I just talked about. If he wants to, he could engage with the knight, but he also risks losing health. But if you have a player that really excels within this game, you could take that knight without necessarily losing that much health if you're an exceptional player and sort of run that risk. If not, now you've got to play the sort of dancing game that you see them doing. And I believe, yes, that is Shogun that are the orange team. Now, you talked about spacing. It seems like xGODS playing purple are probably, if I had to imagine, are the better chess players. But very often this game will come down to who the better fighting game player is. That's why this is within sort of our strategy category and not necessarily our fighting game. But what I mentioned, you talked about controlling spacing. Basically locking in that bishop from Shogun on the left side of the screen is basically space management, right?
Yeah.
They're controlling the actual board, and you love seeing that. They also just threatened the king there by pushing the knight into their back line. So they seem to have the advantage, but at the end of the day, when we see some of these fights coming out, if Shogun is able to take those fights and still have a little bit of health left over, it just then comes down to the utility and the economy of your pieces on the board and not as much about strategy. They've got to play smart, but they also have to play strong when those fighting games actually erupt on the board.
And so at home, RK is on this queen going up against Bo-Seef.
Right.
He didn't have a whole lot of horsepower in Wreckfest, but here on this night, he'll be able to throw out a ton of projectiles and kind of annoy from a distance.
Right.
That's where he's going to be at his strongest.
Right. So, which brings up another point, right? Like, why didn't they move their queen? Why leave the queen in such a vulnerable spot? Well, sometimes at Checkmate Showdown, you're not just having your piece taken. That's what I explained earlier. Sometimes you actually want to bait opponents into attacking you. Now, because the knight is the attacking piece, however, he does have an ultimate above his health bar. So just take note of that. You still have a little bit of advantage, right?
And there's that ultimate. You mentioned so much damage coming out.
That was the ultimate.
Once again, is trying to get his run back, trying to get some damage in. Nice throw. We have to see what he's able to do. And now he's using these cross-ups, jumping to either side, making his opponent guess where he's going to land.
Bo-Seef is just going to use. So the knight within this game, guys, has so many zoning tools. He needs to start using those more. Oh, and he knows the game.
It's almost done, though.
Back up, throw the zoning.
Back up, throw the zoning.
Back up, throw the zoning.
Get in.
Keep going. Oh, initiates with the frame advantage and catches. It just catches RK lacking right there. So unfortunately, like we just talked about, Shogun loses their queen. So xGODS sitting in a position where not just they're controlling the board, they're a better chess player at this point, but now they're also winning these fights. Can Bo-Seef pull this off and not just take the queen, but also take this castle?
Well, we have to see. Black Diamond is on the side of the Shogun in orange playing that rook. This is a grappler. Where Bo-Seef wants to stay out, no.
Yeah.
Black Diamond wants to get up close and personal and just give out a hug or two. Now that hug does a lot of damage.
Well, you know the way I compare it is King and Tekken. Right, so that's basically what the rook is within this game. It's the grappler, if you will. You want to stay away from him, but he also has a gigantic hurt box, not to be confused with a hit box, right? So he actually has a big frame, so it's technically a hurt box. So he has a massive just body in general, which makes it easier to connect with your combos.
So here we go. He's jumping in, but Bo-Seef keeps knocking him back away. Every time he gets close, he's pushed back to half, to full screen, and he has to fight his way in once again. If he loses anything below 800 health, he will not get any more than 800 for the rest of the game. And this little pawn is coming in. He says, hey, fight me.
Oh, boy.
And the nice throw. He doesn't get the kill, but can he find the opportunity? The armor keeps him alive.
Might
and now he sees one touch.
Oh, that was great gameplay.
Black Diamond, okay, some questions?
Yeah, I like that. And Black Diamond might actually be on the rook and not necessarily say the queen or the king. If he is excelling in those fighting games, he probably is on the rook because that's where he's the most comfortable. And the rook itself has so much utility in terms of going all the way up, all the way left, all the way right. So great vertical and horizontal movement in terms of just how chess operates. Can't move diagonally, but you can do a lot with complete vertical and horizontal movement.
It looks like they want to continue to bring Bo-Seef out because they moved another one of those knights now forward to find another opportunity. We have to see what the next moment is going to be. I am wondering. wondering here in a moment what they want to find where they want to play. Do they want to start to put some pressure on? They've been kind of playing on the back foot the entire time. The Shogun have.
Well, what I would like to see them do, just in terms of like improving on their chess play right now, is they have their king sitting in their back line. They need to keep their rook next to the king in order to protect any type of like frontal attack. So they could probably, even if they wanted to, move their rook up a little bit into that first line of pawns to make sure that they want to collapse around their king. While also doing that, you need to utilize maybe even the rook on the left side of their board to start pushing into their offense, because like you said at sort of the top of this game, the xGODS are completely space management right now. They're controlling the board. Anytime you're playing off of your back foot in chess, it's just a matter of time before your pieces start disappearing. So whether they like it or not, there we go. Whether they like it or not, they have to start playing offensively. It's about finding an alley in which to do so.
That was such an interesting move there, having baited out the capture.
Yeah, this is what you got to do.
Open
100%.
up the board, and now the orange knight, that's going to be Mr. B going up against the side of the queen. That is the bubbles.
Yeah.
So now we already saw him come out and be on full display. Yeah. In that Mortal Kombat, putting in some effort and some energy. I want to see Mr. B do the same thing. He's a formidable fighter in his own right. And now we get to see if he's as proficient as Bosif in playing that range game. We saw Bosif win this matchup not too long ago, and Mr. B needs to do the same thing.
Yeah, well, this actually sets up Shogun to completely flip the momentum on this board, because if they take out xGODS queen being bubbles, they basically have a lane up the center of the board in which to push their rooks and what have you. So this is a huge matchup that's most definitely going to dictate the rest of this game. This comes down, make no mistake, guys, this comes down to Mr. B versus Bubbles right now. Whoever takes this is going to be able to maintain their space advantage on the board, apply pressure onto the king, collapse, and create a checkmate showdown, essentially. So let's see what happens.
Oh, the burst comes out from Bubbles. That means if he gets hit into another combo, he'll just have to hold this.
Yep.
And Mr. B has steadily gotten a life lead. It's not the biggest, the flashiest, but he's making sure that he gets damage every single time he gets the opportunity. And this could be the difference. But Bubbles says, I'm not going down without a fight. A throw back into the corner. But he swaps sides again. I don't know if either player was ready for it.
He swaps sides. He has his ultimate. Oh!
It doesn't kill.
It doesn't kill, but he's just chip away. He's one hit confirmed from causing this upset. Not only. Wow. Bubbles gets dropped. That's a queen down for the xGODS. And now, like I mentioned, look at the center of your board. They have a lane up the center to their king. They're going to try to... Ooh, they may be going for checkmate right here. Let's see what happens.
This is the thing. They got a little overeager. They jumped in. They won that fight, but that left their king defenseless. No one standing in front of him. And this is important because it means Alchemist has his ultimate. Big damage comes out of those ultimate abilities. And any damage on the king ends up being beneficial because that's one less fight, one less hit that you might have to get to find a win. But it looks like Raven.
Yeah, this is Raven.
Has found his opportunity just to start playing the game.
Oh, boy.
Each and every single time, each and every single touch.
Yep.
Alchemist finding his hits.
Yeah, and that sort of jump-in hammer slam is a tool that he's going to consistently use to close the distance. It's just a matter of creating a little bit of range with footsies. As he engaged right there, there's knockaways that occur, and then he's going to play footsies and then engage with sort of that jump-in. It does a lot of damage, and if they wrongly time or wrongly gauge the distance with their jump in, that 3-hit combo that you're seeing there from the King Piss takes out probably about 25% health every single hit. So you just got about 20% health every hit.
A bad burst. That means he has to hold this. Wow. I want to see some more use.
There it is. We talked about that hammer drop. He's just going to spam it, and the second that they try to counter it, he goes into his combo string. It was a smart play. It was a smart play. Wow, and there's a little bit of trash talk going on the arena floor right now. I think what happened is earlier on, the xGODS were able to create sort of some spacing, control the board, and then Shogun off their back foot created a countering situation where now they have almost complete control of this game. Obviously, they can still win, but now the entire middle lane of this board is completely vulnerable for the xGODS. Now what Shogun is going to do is start initiating with some of these pieces. Here comes the bishop. You're going to see the knight pretty much right behind that. One of their rooks has to stay in the back line to protect the king. But the other rook can definitely start going downfield and causing some damage.
And we have to see, looks like the xGODS may be looking to castle, moving their king out of the middle part of that board. You mentioned that was now opened up.
Yeah.
I feel that that's a good option. You have to be careful because you don't want to trap yourself in a corner. Maybe instead saying, hey, we're not that worried. I think that Havoc on the king, he's saying, I can win these fights. I don't have to worry too much. And instead opting to continue to apply pressure to the side of the Shogun.
Well, they're baiting out an attack right now from their knight because they're vulnerable to the knight. Whether or not he attacked, okay, they didn't. That was an interesting decision. They could have played the knight in the front line there. They could have actually gone knight versus knight. I don't know what the health advantage is, though, right? Because we'd have to see on that.
I kind of want them to get Black Diamond into the game. I would like what I saw from his rook.
Yeah.
And they may be setting up Bosi for another fight just to take out as much as he can for each round going forward. Does he elect for taking out another pawn, making the king weaker, or taking another player off the board, and it's going to be Arbiter sitting down?
They have the piece advantage, so right here is going to go for this attack. Even if he wins this, they basically are going to counter him with the rook, right? Because they have the rook on the left side. So because they have the piece advantage, they can allow for situations like this. It just comes down to their skill within the fighting game. If xGODS are better fighters within this game, they can actually make this comeback and create a whole wreck of a situation for Shogun. But if Shogun is able to slowly chip away at their health with this piece advantage, they're going to clutch it and end up winning. So let's see what happens here.
We have to see. The ultimate comes out and gets into getting tagged from behind. That's so unfortunate. You hit into the armor and weren't able to find an advantage.
Yep.
But it looks like Bosi was picking up right where he left off with his last night. He feels fully in control of this matchup. He's lost barely any health. He's been tickled, finally dropping below his first health bar.
Oh, my gosh. Look at his patience.
It looks like Arbiter is applying the pressure. And he has to fight out at this point. A few more hits and he's going to be armor broken and not be able to block anymore. And Bosif said, that's fine. That's no problem.
Yeah, Bosif is definitely playing incredibly patient. He knows the combo strings in this game. So what Alchemist needs to do is actually start canceling strings and going for mix-ups. He's got to put him in a blender because he needs to counter him and not play into his game. There we go. Go for 1 or 2 hits and then cancel your combo string and reinitiate. Boom! Exactly like that! That's what we're talking about. That's going to be big trouble for Bosif. Bosif has to use some of those zoning tools, but he gets caught lacking. Goes for the combo break. Let's see what happens. He engages, goes for maybe a double jab into a grab, is going to finish this thing. Here we go. Instead, he elects to go for the full combo string, and it might make all the difference. 10 seconds. Oh! Gets caught with the jump in.
That was my worry. As he got lower, Bosif was immediately able to turtle back up to play safe, to find those hits, and to make sure that his team can take home the victory. Incredibly smart play.
Well, I was going to say, listen, Alchemist right there, or was it Alchemist?
It was Bosif.
Yeah, Bosif versus... Arbiter, sorry, wrong name. Arbiter right there actually did his job. He actually chipped away so much health from Bosif that, you know, that knight sort of in their backline right now isn't as big of a threat because his health is relatively low. So that's something just to note.
And I love this. I saw the move ahead of time. Havoc is running out of space with this king. He can continue to step, but he has to find a safe square. In fact, changing to the vertical. I like the switch of the view here. Maybe instead looking at the game state and finding an opportunity to get away if possible. Now, where can he step? Does he know what spot is the safe one to move in this moment? Or does he elect for a fight? Maybe he can't avoid it any longer and is making the decision, well, it's time for me to start playing. We have to remember there's a whole nother rook, there's a whole nother knight sitting on the board here for the side of the Shogun. They could continue to step out here and make another play.
Well, what they could do, what Shogun could do is move their castle up a single position. And or they could initiate, they could probably just go after the knight, no, in their backline and force the king v knight. I don't know how much health is left on the king, though. That would be a risk, but if you have a huge health advantage, you could take that knight out of the backline.
So what I would actually like to see them do here is rather than this rook, actually use the knight to take that pawn there.
Yeah.
Because that opens your other rook to get into the game if you wanted to. Don't want to, I'm going to let him. And it looks like Havoc said, cool, I will just take the fight and go in myself on this king.
Here we go.
And
Mr. B sitting down.
Mr. B, you've been yelling. You've been putting a lot of energy into the game.
Yeah.
Havoc says, we're going to quiet that down right now. I'll handle it myself if I have to. Now, you notice Mr. B's only at 60% health. Well, that is because he had that earlier fight where he took some damage. Early burst means that Havoc is still in control here. And you see those pawns you saw raining from the sky. Matt mentioned it right into the hill.
Gosh. Oh my, that was the quickest match of Checkmate Showdown I have ever seen. And he used all of the pawns on the board to maintain a two-string combo juggle to shut him down.
Is he going to do it again?
Wow.
I would love to see him do it again. No, he's not that cocky. I think he's going to go ahead and just say, okay, it's okay. It's okay. I can just move away. I'm okay. I'm not really threatened by anything.
That was impressive. That was very impressive by Havoc. That was Havoc's moment tonight. We're going to look back at the end of tonight, and that's going to be the moment that sticks out for Havoc. That was exceptional.
Now, getting back to that chess portion, they need to bring one more piece if they want to try to take control of this game and really lock Havoc down and force him into a series of fights. If they don't do that, I think he'll be able to skirt his way around. And now Havoc deciding to go back on to the offensive with his Rook now getting in a position to take a fight. Now, Havoc's going to either have to choose to take another fight here. Ooh, are you just saying that Raging's going to win on the Rook so I don't worry about it? Or does he continue to put pressure down?
Yeah, I think he needs to just at least put him in check right now and just move over. I don't think a piece would take him if he just moved to the right with the Rook, but it would put them in check and force the king to shift to the right. It would force the king to either shift into the knight and force a knight fight or shift to the right side. So either way, you're dictating the positioning at which your opponent is basically placing their king, which can play into your advantage if you have strategy.
But so far, I think they've been winning more off of these fighting parts of the game, and maybe you should be looking to get some of their stronger players in a position to take a fight. I think Havoc may be working his way towards Raven, knowing he has the health advantage to take a fight and just win King v. King. No, actually elects to go ahead and fight
intended to do that. I don't think he intended to do that. I think that was wild. Because he could have moved diagonal and not been vulnerable. I believe. Maybe Arbiter just feels so confident right here.
I think the big.
I'm sorry, Havoc. Havoc. Yeah,
I think the big thing that I can notice about this game is that the confident players that are comfortable with the game are more than willing to jump in, and he jumps over the ultimate. Importantly. But he gets hit by the counter. I like the awareness, puts you in the corner, and the damage is coming out. Now, Havoc has lost one of his health bars. He will not be able to go above 800, even if he finds the kill here. The combo ends up dropping, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And now
he definitely has a level of understanding, though, that excels like way more so than we've seen other players.
How many pawns?
Right
1, 2, 3, 4.
No way! The Oompa Loompa's on the screen! Willy Wonka is in the building right now. That was wild.
Now, important.
He is so comfortable on that character.
Yes. I think there's a reason you see people end up on the king. It's the people that are willing to put the time in.
Yeah.
I actually want... They could chase Havoc forever.
Yeah.
They have to start eliminating some of these other players if they really want to put Havoc in an uncomfortable position.
I think he's gonna no, because if he moves forward, he's vulnerable to the Rook. Yep. So you're right. They need to make a play on this Rook, and or potentially do something with their knight in the back line. That's another thing that they could do.
Let's see now. Or just the option he's going to step back forward. He has to continue to step back.
They could play the king back, and then it'd start advancing their pawns and their Rook with the pawns on the right side of the board. With that Rook, take out some of their pawns. I mean, he's going to have to fight this Rook at some point.
At some point, but I think he's just trying to find a safe enough spot. Once he gets to a safe enough spot, he already has his Rook one move away from attacking their king, along with the knight. You almost have the Shogun boxed in. You just need to find your opportunity to get a solid attack in. Now, good job using those pawns to ensure the knight can't move forward. And my real question, I guess you don't want to take a fight against the bishop?
There we go. This is what I talked about earlier. If the knight's in the back line, I wanted to see that Rook on the left side of your screen engage with that knight, just so they didn't feel comfortable. And that's exactly what we're seeing there. Who is this on the Rook?
That's going to be Black Diamond.
Yeah, that's Diamond.
Once again, we saw him do some good work before going up against Bosif.
Yeah.
Bosif throwing out these projectiles. He recognizes his win condition is stay away from me. Stay away from me. Don't get close.
Yep.
Throws out his own rook assist to try to get in there. Nice block there.
When he has the health advantage, let the time tick away. You know, let the time tick away. If he wants to keep zoning, let him.
Nice job. Finds his hit. And he just needs to find a few more of those, but he gets touched. No combo's able to follow up off of the assist here. And now we have to see where players are able to play, utilizing that armor again every time, finding moments just to chip away little by little.
That's going to be...
And forces the burst out. Otherwise, there was death coming out. If he can avoid getting hit here...
Woo! The pushback on those hits are actually pretty solid. Oh, that was a solid mix-up. He actually went for a one jab into grab and then got caught. It didn't make a difference, though. Cleans house right there on the Knight. Clears up the back line of his board. Does his job protecting his king. Now, are they going to engage and force the one-on-one rook v rook? Oh, please. This is like Hulk versus the Abomination. That would be amazing.
It's going to be who can throw hands the best. Now, I appreciate this because what Bosif was able to do was ensure that this is not a fair fight.
Yeah.
The LA xGODS have a 200 health advantage, which essentially gives them one extra mistake.
Yeah, one extra mistake, but xGODS also have ultimate. That's true. It's gone. They do have the ultimate advantage, though, because he's the attacking piece, so he has a little bit to play with here. Nonetheless, they've got to get out of this corner. Being in the corner doesn't matter. Throws him across the screen and lands a drop kick from the top rope.
He said, I'm a super.
Oh, my
Diamond
God.
might die here. And there's the throw to do it. And Raiden says, I'm fine. Hit me once, gets up, hands the controller, said, I did my job. That's all that matters.
Yep. It definitely took a little bit of health, but that's gonna be hard to beat. Now, are they gonna engage with this? Is he gonna force it?
I think you just avoid that fight with the rook where possible.
It is Raven. You know, we talked about that is Raven playing the king. For those of you watching, he is a tier 5 player, but he's definitely been making some huge, huge plays over the last couple of games here for Shogun. I mean, I'm trying to think strategy-wise. He could shift to the right side of the board and then collapse his knight and castle around them in order to slowly protect and maybe try to focus on winning some of the fights. The problem is if you're playing off your back foot, you don't have the ultimate ability at your disposal anytime the fights occur. So maybe pick your battles here.
And I think a trap is trying to be set by both teams right now.
Right.
They're both in a situation where a few moves are their only way to avoid having to take a fight with their king. So opting here to walk forward and to maybe get rid of some of these pawns to try to weaken Havoc on that king. But does Havoc just elect for the fight? No, is instead choosing to continue to move away. And now he's kind of trapped on this back rank. He doesn't have the ability to ever step forward again. And if this knight could maybe get into a position to take a fight, instead of electing to put Mr. B in against Ragin' Cajun and to look for a fight. The button check was called. We love to see it. It was a problem earlier in the season. People weren't calling button check.
Yeah, this is actually, I think, a really, really good play coming out of them, because if they're able to knock out this rook, that's going to free up their king, and they could probably start playing a little offensively after this. But this is pretty much over if they lose this fight, I would say.
Yeah, it becomes really hard because now you have to try to win basically with your king, and the xGODS aren't going to give you a king versus king matchup. They're not going to make it fair.
Yep.
Oh, nice job. He wasn't ready to counter it. Cajun hanging in the air for the extra second, and Mr. B finally says, I'm just throwing out the super. I don't want to play, but he gets the super as the burst as well. So if he can find a touch, he can maybe go ahead and combo his way to a victory. And now both players have slowed down a little bit. They realize how close the game is, but you got to always be watching out for these throws, these drop kicks. The damage is coming out hit by hit.
I want to see a jump in. I want to see a jump in, canceled combo string into grab against the rook right now. Because he's waiting for his time to initiate with his combos and get some of those grabs off. It's not going to make a difference. This is pretty much over. Yep. Oh, my gosh. Ends it with the drop kick. Wow.
Ragin has been fully willing and prepared to take a play. So you have this one rook left.
Yeah.
Now, the issue with a rook by itself, you are not going to be able to get a fight against the king.
Yep.
The king is just going to sidestep left and right. He's going to avoid everything, avoid everybody.
Yep.
And maybe now choosing to, instead of forcing the fight right now, go ahead and move across, take out more of these pawns. to eliminate more of them off the board. That king is kind of trapped on that square, at least immediately. And then you can bring your second rook in to close out this game. He's going to move here. He's going to be like, I'm going to attack you. I'm so scary. And he's going to be like, I'm going to move diagonal. You can't do anything. And then you step forward, and I'm going to step forward.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's just going to play with him. I don't think he's going to ever take this fight.
No.
And so unless you force him into a position where he can't move at all, you see he left himself a route to escape.
Yeah.
He's moving away.
Yeah, and he's going to keep basically playing towards their rook. And as they get closer to that king fight, they're basically going to use their tools to either challenge their king or, go for something like this. Okay, so they're sort of baited at play here.
This is the moment that I'm looking at Black Diamond. You are the tier 1 today. You got to win here. 800 to 200 health. You got to find your winnings and make sure you keep it. We see that tried and true moment. He looks for the super. He doesn't end up connecting.
That's true.
Good job. And Raven has been getting a lot of effect out of these dashes into the drop kick. A little bit more damage. And he manages to jab him out. That was good awareness to realize he didn't have the health even with the armor to take those couple of blows. Black Diamond's still in this game. He said, I'm going to find a chance for my team to win. Eliminating the rook is great. It puts his team in a great position. Now,
they also just have two great players left on the board. Listen, they've got Raven playing the king, and they've got Black Diamond. They're tier 1 on the rook. Right, so I mean, this is by no means over. They've still got to fight their way to victory, and you've got 2 lethal pieces on the board right now.
All right, let's see. Ends up walking here, so they're trying to push him into a dangerous spot. And you have a couple of moves here that you can actually elect for. Chooses to play out onto the board, takes up some more space. Maybe looking to give Raven an opportunity against this bishop, but we saw he lost some health taking a fight.
Right.
And so I don't know if you necessarily want to do that. And now where are you going to go?
He can't go there because he's in check from the pawn. He can't go there because he's in check from the pawn.
And they've trapped him. The net was being set up. It was being prepared. A fight will have to be taken here. And the question is...
There we go. That's actually what I wanted to say. I was going to say your tier 1 player needs to step it up right now and actually protect this king and try to, show up as a leader per se.
This match started with a hit. Both sides are ready to keep playing. Utilizing the armor to dodge the opposing grab is an incredible awareness, but gets grabbed and is going to get thrown back into this corner.
Okay, so not so much some drop kicks coming out.
This is tier 1 versus tier 1. That's a super from Black Diamond. Raiden said, that's not enough. I'm going to throw you back into the corner again. I'm going to get some more damage. I'm going to keep fighting, and I'm going to find my win. You just rejoined the league. You playing
he whips the drop. He whips the drop, but my man was mashing buttons. Woke up immediately and re-engaged. That was a great play. That was a great play. Black Diamond showing up with that rook play right there to protect his king. That is a leader right there, sort of emerging, if you will. Coming in clutch as a tier 1 player to protect the king. That was great.
He stepped up and he said, when he literally said, I will do it myself. Now, this is important. The bishop specifically can only attack the dark squares. They only move on diagonals, which means as long as Raven stays on a blue square, that bishop can never get him for the rest of the game.
This is insane. So this game has gone back and forth repeatedly. There's been times where I think all of us have sort of thought that one team was going to take it over the other. The cause for that is the fact that both of these teams really excel within just the fighting genre, and they're gradually depleting each other's health, and both having some clutch moments to where now we're in a situation where couple of pawns on the board, but it really comes down to 2 kings, a bishop, and a rook.
So, hilariously here, I don't want him to take I want him to either deny one of those pawns by stepping forward or stepping to the left. I don't want him to go all the way down and approach the king. You don't want to give him an opportunity to equalize this up with a fight. You need to get some of these pawns off of the board. This is really scary because you have to take a fight against Havoc, and if Havoc wins... This is what you need to protect. You needed to protect, and he should just start up his piece. Now, are you willing to trade? Oh, this is a cheeky play.
Wow.
It comes down to this,
trade.
Black Diamond and Havoc.
Yep, this is Black Diamond, though. They're tier 1 player with only about a third of his health. If he ends up clutching this, it would be one of the greatest moments we've seen in Checkmate Showdown. So hold on to your seats. This is wild. This is the king right now being played by Havoc. And if the king falls, the game is over. Here we go. Engaging, whiffs. Oh, playing very patient, Black Diamond, trying to get a feel for him, get a feel for his rhythm.
I like the block. I like the block there. He's showing that he realizes he doesn't need to rush. Wow. But the dash up and the grab into the mix, it's not enough to kill.
It's not enough to kill, but it's a struggle. Oh, he lands the grab. Oh, counter! Breaks it. It's hammer time. Have it coming in clutch.
So now we have an issue.
Yeah.
You can make this piece anything you want as it steps across the board.
Yep.
So now the real movement is you have to get your king out of here.
Mm-hmm.
What's it going to be? Are they going to bring back in Bubbles? Are they going to bring back in Raging Cajun? And it looks like Cajun is the choice.
That's interesting. Yeah, you know, something I've never thought of, when you revive a piece, do you pick the piece that's the most optimal piece like the queen, or do you pick the most optimal player?
He just set himself up in the same net that he was in before.
Yep, 100%. This is
and he doesn't have a piece to get himself out of it this time. He'll have to take this fight.
He should have just taken the fight so that he had the ultimate advantage. Now he's going to get attacked.
Well, he can't attack this bishop with his king because
the rook
the pawns behind it will take him immediately afterwards. He should just he needs to get out of this corner.
Yeah. Gotcha.
There isn't a safe space anymore other than walking away and putting himself back into the corner.
I'm surprised, though, that xGODS didn't just engage with... they're probably trying to get checkmate and not even have to worry about a particular fight. That's what they're trying to do. Because otherwise they could have attacked with the rook and then had the ultimate advantage, rook versus king. Oh, wow.
And the second rook.
Wow.
Now these lines are going to be drawn, and you have to take a fight. Raging with a full life rook. This is a rough spot to be in.
This is Raven versus Havoc. Both the names at the bottom. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not right.
Raging.
Raging, yes.
Versus
this is
Raven.
Yes.
Trust me, I'm there with you. The moment I had to be like, where are we going?
Versus Raven.
So Raging is doing a great job of punishing people's tendency to want to press after blocking.
Yeah.
And you get too close. Too close, Baskin Robbins. Baskin Robbins. One more.
Okay.
Burst, and here we go. Raven's got to be able to get his damage out.
Raven is back to finish the game. Wow.
We see they were able to work together. They were able to find a win, and we have something interesting for you. We will have an interview coming from the floor from Doc himself. For those that don't know Doc, one of our hosts, we're going to see him and see who he's talking with.
What's up, everybody? You know who it is. It's the Doc. Here live from the UEL here in the arena. The energy's high. Got a special guest coming on. Come right in.
Yo. Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on. You know who it is. Go ahead. Who is it?
Hey, man, it's Mr. B. Y'all already know, man. The best one on the sticks anywhere he goes, man.
Best one on the sticks. You heard it. You already know what it is. So I got to go back a couple games. Tell me what happened in that 2K game.
Man, they can't guard me. Even if I'm big man or point guard, no matter who it is on the sticks next to me, they just can't hold me.
They can't hold them. However, they did score some points, and it wasn't until the end that they took over and won the game. So you might want to check yourself on that. So tell me how the trash talking's going out here on the floor. Tell me how you're feeling. What's going to happen next in this next match with Lumina Rush?
I'm feeling good, man. You know, I got confidence in my boys, man. They play this Lumina stuff, dog. So all that, man, they got it, man. Raven got it all figured out. Trash talk, that's me. I'm going to come in there. I'm going to get in their head. I'm going to talk cash. I'm going to do what I have to do to make sure my boys is rowdy and make sure they're ready to play.
All right, cool, man. Well, you guys heard it here. Mr. B, he's not a joke. And if I heard it correctly, Shoguns don't lose in 2K.
We do not.
They do not lose in 2K. All right, man, I appreciate you stopping by. What's up, everybody? Send it back over to you, Strix and Mob.
Ooh, not a joke.
That was Mr. B. Yes. Maybe, I mean, we're getting ready to go into Lumina Rush. Here's what's interesting about the confidence he sort of displayed there. He was saying, my boys play Lumina Rush. They play Lumina Rush, but when I was interviewing xGODS prior to today's match, I asked them what game they feel the most confident in, and they said Lumina Rush. So this is a moment that, you know, maybe a little too overconfident, you know.
Hey, but you gotta have that energy sometimes.
That's true. That's true.
I feel like, look, I'm gonna be real. Havoc is one of those top players. He's just one of those Lumina Rush top players.
Yeah.
I have an idea of what map he might actually pick, and it's one of those maps. If you're not prepared for it, you're going to find a little bit of frustration. But I would love to see the Shogun. This is the thing about the Shogun that I think a lot of people don't appreciate enough. They are an 0-7 team, right? They are an 0-7 team. But they have had some of the scrappiest matches the entire season. Yeah. And they're not a team that's ever being put down. You're not going to convince them like, oh, I should be afraid. I should quiet down. I should be worried. No, they're like, no, we're gonna keep yelling. We're gonna keep being loud. We're gonna keep being rowdy. I like that word, rowdy.
Yeah, they're one of the most fun teams to watch, and that's one of the reasons why I was so excited going into today. I mean, they had probably one of the most dramatic sort of games within this season. With tons of drama and trash talking and what have you on the arena floor, if you will. So going into today, right, they 0-7, but at the exact same time, it's one of those situations where you know you're going to have fun just watching them.
Yes, it's they always have that, and that's something I appreciate, especially out of Mr. B. You talk to him, he's a cool dude, chill, but he's always down for the understanding of sports. Like their strength in sports translates into the game, because you have to have that as someone that knows that compete in sports, you kind of have to play that mental game. You have to be willing to trash talk. You have to be willing to kind of get in your opponent's head sometimes.
You've got to be willing to challenge yourself.
You can't just all the time be like, okay, well, this is just a game. And that's what makes this fun. Now we will see some college football, but first Lumina Rush. I stole this from Mob. I'm not going to lie. A platforming speed running game.
Yes.
The way you described it, I was like, that's perfect. That covers exactly what players need to know. You got to be able to traverse these levels quickly, precisely, but it's a racer that is not like Wreckfest, not like Forza, not like Need for Speed, because of that platforming aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. There's all sorts of gadgets and abilities sort of within this game. There's firewalls that can destroy you if you end up hitting them. There is slingshot mechanics that you see on the left side of your screen. And so much more. There's all sorts of little things. Shout out to the developer of Lumina Rush 2, who has actually worked with the UEL to sort of create this versus mode that you're watching on your screen. Now, here's what you got to pay attention to. Both teams are racing to finish this level as quickly as possible. There is a time penalty if one of your players doesn't finish the level. So it comes down to the maps that you pick. Do you want them to be difficult because maybe somebody on your team can't finish them? Or do you want them to be easy so that everyone can finish them? It comes down to just practicing.
And I can tell you that this was a knowledge check more than anything else. Because this level is very difficult to finish. You can see Havoc when they hadn't finished. And this is what I mentioned. I saw him working on 318.
Right.
This is one of those trickier levels that just requires a little time. I think he's made the decision that it does not matter if about finishing if I'm the only one that finished level.
Yes.
My team can mess up. But look at that difference, almost 30 seconds of a difference of time. The winner is determined by average time. Giving your team a 30-second advantage is huge.
I've never seen that strategy before. Typically speaking, you want to choose a map that the majority, if not all of your team, can actually finish. I've never seen that where none of your team is going to finish the course. You know you're going to, so they're going to get more time penalty.
It's something interesting, because I've talked with Bubbles actually as well about that level, and he can normally finish that level.
Yeah.
The big issue is that level.
The physics play against you in that level. Yeah, it plays against you because you're shifting momentum on those catapulting objects, if you are the slingshot objects, I should say, and it's hard to sort of read your actual character model, like sort of momentum going into the slingshots.
And that very last second with the catapults, also has a gravity that is constantly pushing you up.
Yes.
So now you're working against.
I didn't even know that there was gravity drops.
It's really crazy because that purple area it causes you to constantly rise. So you're now, like you said, dealing with momentum going this way, and you're being pushed up, and you have to weave 3 or 4 of these in a row to get to the finish line.
Yeah.
And even if you can get through the entire first part of the map cleanly, that last part requires you just to understand, where am I letting go? How low do I want to be? How high do I want to be? And it ends up being a knowledge check. Havoc was like, I finished this in 17 seconds. I'm comfortable. I'm happy.
Very comfortable.
We're in a great spot. Getting that big of a difference as well, because of the average time, it means that like 30 seconds means you have to completely destroy your opponent. So it looks like we're gonna have another run of this. And we got to see what the players are able to do. So they're landing here. They're moving up. Let's see what they're able to do.
The start of it seems pretty simplistic. The start of it seems simplistic. It's just a matter of once you get to this particular point that Bubbles is in on the right side of your screen, gets 2-3 slingshots off, but then he gets caught in the firewall. You're right. So the purple that is sort of shifting around these slingshots are actually gravity wells for those of you watching. They're incredibly difficult to traverse. You sort of have to maintain the momentum of the actual character model while you float through them. Solid.
I thought I reset it.
That was Bubbles finishing, though.
And
Bubbles
now 2 of them have
finished.
finished the levels, which ends up being huge. 2 of them being able to finish the level. Now, I'm looking at RK, and RK is figuring it out. I think he's just trying to make sure his momentum is good. You should be able to get to this next one.
That's fine.
There we go.
Good job. And now he's on to this final section. Got to right up the wall here. And he doesn't have a whole lot of time, but he has plenty to move through here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with Bubbles finishing it, that makes it a 1:02 average differential.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to overcome. That's going to be really, really tough to overcome, but that's also why they were so confident in this game. And that's really what it comes down to, man. There's so many strategies for these 33 different games on the wheel. xGODS basically just said, hey, we're going to pick a specific stage, and we're going to lab that specific stage as much as possible so that we don't necessarily have to learn or master all of the game, but if we get to choose this map, it's going to be a shutdown situation for our opponent.
We have to see. Now we're going back to the early levels of 1-9. This has to be something that I believe is in the favor or selected by the side of the Shogun, something that's a little bit more straightforward. Not some of those later game mechanics you can see. It's just a lot of movement going forward. Nice job by Bubbles moving here. And we even see RK is doing a good job of maintaining his momentum and getting up a little bit higher here.
The problem is, though, that they have such a time advantage when you're choosing simplistic levels. Both teams are going to do a decent job at finishing the particular stage. It's not going to make up for the difference.
Is he still having problems?
Oh, no. Oh, no. And this is the scary part about playing some games. All of a sudden, you realize that players are starting to get that trash talk thrown back at them.
Oh, yeah.
Bubbles specifically asking, like, hey, y'all done your required hours? Y'all been putting your time in like you're supposed to?
Yep. They just said my boys play Lumina Rush. Maybe play more. That's sort of the situation that they've run into here. Bubbles super confident at the start of the night, basically saying we're going to take Lumina Rush, no problem. And listen, this is a game that everybody, including you guys watching at home, can download regardless, especially if you're using a SurfThing's computer at home. You can give this a download. The developer is an awesome individual who's worked with us to have this game on display for you guys. And like I said, we have so many different genres and games here at the league. You know, we're not just necessarily playing racers or fighters or shooters. For all the speedrunners out there, this game is for you. Awesome soundtrack, awesome controls, and just something that showcases, you know, reaction time, ability to adapt, and so much more that's required for speedrunning. Both of them finished right there, but Bubbles just feeling super, super confident.
Now, we went further back on 1-1. Now, I'm going to tell you right now. If someone does not finish 1-1, I'm walking out on the floor myself. I'm going to have words. 1-1. This is the first level. This tells me you have not turned on the game. If you do not finish.
Yeah, I'm going to put on a jersey.
Everybody finished. Everybody went.
All right, everybody
finished. There we go. 45 seconds. I don't know if we need to wave the white flag. The flag has been thrown. That first level, the difference has never been made up.
Now, where can we see the difference? And
so on the right side of the screen, you can see red team, blue team. You can see their times. Just a little bit of quick maths.
Okay, I got
just 30 seconds to, I think that says 12.
12, yep.
So you're talking about an 18 or so seconds.
Yeah, that's tough.
That first level, though, it was 58 to 2 minutes.
Right. And what is the penalty for not finishing?
An extra. So it's 1 minute of play plus a minute. So you end up with that full 2 minutes on your average time.
Okay.
In a game where we're talking a lot of the top times are sub 10 seconds.
Right.
You can imagine what a 2-minute penalty does to your sport.
That's interesting.
Does
And listen, you guys can see at home, you know, they have level 1, basically difficulty 1, difficulty 2, difficulty 3. There's a multitude of different levels within this game. It's so easy to just practice this for 30 minutes to, you know, maybe an hour if it's something that you really, really want to improve on. But just it's all about consistency. Consistency so that when you sit down to play this on the UEL arena floor, you go into it feeling comfortable, feeling confident. You know how to shift your momentum, maintain those physics, if you will, where the traps are, where the slingshots and different abilities and what have you are. All it takes is consistency when it comes to speedrunning. People would be shocked with how capable they can become with just running these maps over and over again. Bubbles showing exactly how to do that right there.
Yeah, and taking his time. Arcade is able to finish his level as well. Looks like everybody should be good.
Bubbles with some trash talk on the floor for those of you watching at home. Whether you're on Twitter, whether you're on Twitch, wherever you're watching this at, potentially on Instagram, be sure to follow us at UEL Esports. Bubbles putting on a show right now. Okay,
we got
animated.
Arcade is a young player, very young player. So you know when the trash talk starts flowing, he got to get his blow in.
Yeah, but you got to have a foot to stand on, and right now he's
a 1 to 5 foot.
Yeah.
Missing a few toes there. I'm just letting you know. You're missing a few toes.
Yep.
So we gotta do our best. Looks like Lumina Rush has gone ahead and finished up. I'm gonna have to take a wild guess. So that's an xGODS win.
Yeah, that's most definitely an xGODS win. Bubbles feeling really good.
They're smiling. They're happy. They're good to go. But college football up next, and guess who is around the duo that found their first win, and now the duo that hopefully found their second win. But there is someone out there that has some words for it. Bo Seif on the other side. This is the same 2v2 we saw not too long ago.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm hoping that xGODS, or I should say Bubbles, stays true to his word. He said that they wouldn't be choosing Alabama. He made that promise here on the desk. So you guys better hold him accountable for that if they choose Alabama.
If he was playing.
If he was playing, no. He needs to convince his team. Say, I promised, Mobster Matt, that you would not choose this team.
Yeah, Bosie, just pick Georgia instead. just be willing to. I would love that, but I can almost promise you on the other side, Mr. B and Black Diamond are going to be like, so, best team in the game? Best team
100%.
In the game. And I know you just don't want to see that Alabama versus Alabama versus Alabama versus Alabama. If you watch the UEL, us playing college football, you might think the only football team in college football is Alabama with the occasional shades of Georgia and Ohio State. You might not believe that a single other team exists in the entire country.
That's true.
I agree. I always want to see that verse. I want to see people take risks, do something different.
Take risks, you know, jump into the toolkit of some of your favorite teams, especially if you have a bit of confidence about you, you know. Maybe we see that later on in the night if the wins keep going in xGODS' favor. Maybe they start practicing using specific characters within fighting games that they want to practice with. We say it all the time. There's no better practice than when you're actually on the court for game day. So maybe we see some of that. But I think right now they want to keep, you know, not just keep the lead, but start advancing in that total wins, if you will.
Yeah, they want this 6th win. So the 6th win, speaking to the xGODS, we talked about it very briefly at the beginning, but this 6th win would solidify their place in playoffs.
Yeah,
guaranteed. They need to take this win for them to guarantee their spot in playoffs, and I think, having spoken with them a little bit, this is the game they feel like they have the best chance of solidifying their that
100%.
spot. So if they're able to kind of come in here and continue to play strong, continue to play well together, and to find their victory, I think they're in a good position. They might play a little more serious, even just to make sure, like, hey, okay, once we hit that.
Oh wow! Oh my gosh, we got Miami versus Texas. My dream come true. Neither one of the teams chose Alabama. I know they can hear me right now. That's a big thank you from Mobster Matt. Okay, here we go. We're getting into it. Fortnite going to be our next game.
Oh, that's going to be a banger. But first, we got to get through this. So the Miami Hurricane will be funnily enough, a Florida Shogun, and the LAX guys will be playing the. Are they Texans? No, Longhorns. Longhorns. Texas Longhorns. I had to think about it. You know, we have the Texans. We have all these different teams. So these two teams, specialties-wise, what should players and the viewers at home be looking
at? Well, I think they're going to stick to, like, shotgun formation pass plays, but Texas definitely has a solid run game. You know, they're a meat and potatoes type of team, where they can definitely, you know, run the ball down the field. But I think sort of the meta within, you know, college football is probably just going to be the shotgun formation passing that you're seeing right here. Now, Texas right now is running a 4-lineman front with a blitzing linebacker, but he took the wrong angle. I cannot believe he chose to pass that ball. He had wide open field right in front of him for him to just pick up probably about 6 or 7 yards, easy peasy right there.
Versus an incredibly difficult throw. Like, you're hoping that you can catch it. If you have someone that knows how to play wide receiver, maybe they're already in position.
Right, 100%.
Wow. It's going to be a hard call. Runs into his own defender, but he might keep...
Oh, my gosh. Shout out to EA Sports for having the physics this game does. Cannot believe he ended up pulling that off. Shifted to the wrong side of that defender, or I should say his pass blocker, if you will. But it ended up working out in his favor. They're doing a hurry-up offense with a quick draw off the left side. Had he broken that tackle, that would have been taken to the house.
It was some great plays immediately, just the recognition and turning that first questionable play into what looks like to be a far more stable and solid offensive drive.
Yeah. Now, they are running that 4-lineman front. They have to be careful not to be overzealous with the linebacker. Linebacker sitting in the center of the field, potentially going to go for a pick. Now, things are getting sort of vulnerable along the sideline, which is interesting because it seemed like they were in a cover 3 formation right there.
We have to see here. As long as the progress continues to be there, it ends up being huge. We have to see who is going to be able to take that victory in the short term. A few plays. We are, again, everybody check at home. You were visited by a guest there. You got to figure out who and where. We have
the invisible man, if you will.
He's always there, always watching, and hopefully watching a Shogun victory here.
Yep, absolutely. Now, they're running a 3 wide receiver set on the left side of your field, and I think what he's trying to do with that is dissect the defense by doing a triple slant. So if you do a 3 wide receiver set and all 3 receivers are on a slant across the field, it gives you the opportunity in real time to read what the defense is in. If they're in cover 2, you know when to pass it. If they're in cover 3, you know when to pass it. And if they're cover 4 prevent or something like that, I mean, obviously somebody's going to be open closer to the line of scrimmage. So I think they're doing that to just read the defense.
Ooh, there's a lot of space.
Wow, that's a lot of space. That's a lot of space.
But a flag on the play. Let's see what the flag ends up being.
Yeah, I was going to... Wow. Okay,
Blocking in the back?
Yeah.
Illegal block in the back.
Yeah.
So they're going to move this back a little bit. I agree with you. I think that is generally a good strategy. But on 3rd and 14, you're going to be looking for a big gain, which I think tells your opponents to be like, let's just prevent the big gains and we'll deal with whatever short game they're able to get with those 3 slants.
All right, here we go.
All right.
First down. Let's see what happens here. Like I said, you know, Texas is a team that can run the ball. Literally just said it. And right now, it's 2nd and inches. They're probably going to continue that as the game moves forward because, again, this is 0-0, guys. We run, is it 2-minute quarters?
Yes.
We run 2-minute quarters, so by running the ball, you're going to drain the clock and sort of put the pressure on your opponent. But if you don't get any points, that's going to be crucial. Oh, wow, solid play right there. You'd have thought that they were playing cover 2 with the way that occurred. I'd have to take another look at it. Because you guys can obviously see formations and what have you on your screen, but I don't know if that was cover 2 or cover 3. If that was cover 2, that would be why that was so wide open.
We have to see. It looks like Wilson has a better read on what the Shogun are trying to do than the reverse.
Yeah.
And I say that into a big no gain whatsoever. I thought it was going to be a bigger loss than that, but they end up just getting back to where they started.
Well, they can't be telling. All right, right now they're running a tight formation, which is incredibly telling when you're going up against Texas. Still in the shotgun formation, but even if it's not a run, it's a little bit more manageable in terms of a pass defense to defend. Now, play action was pretty solid, but not the receiver I would have chose to. You're throwing across the field there and off of your back foot. The rollout right there would have been to the left side of the field, and they actually had a player open along the sidelines, which is the same area of the field that their previous successful pass was to. They need to start taking advantage of that. If they are running a cover 2, that sideline is going to be wide open. Oh, and they get picked. Miami going the other way, probably taking this to the house.
And this was the problem. Bosi has had a few games of NCAA, and he's played exceptionally well.
Yeah,
he has a problem with interceptions, and that's one that has now put his team behind.
Well, you know, they passed it to the central, not necessarily the center box of the field, but you're talking about the edge of that center linebacker's box, which has been covered almost the entire time that they've been passing. So I don't necessarily go, because he basically was passing to that particular receiver from the snap of the ball. He had him eyed down that he was going to go there whether or not he was covered, you know, clearly. Oh, this might be taken to the house. Texas with a kick return. You just saw it here live in the UEL, leaving them in the dust. Oh my goodness. There is no way we just saw this get tied up after a pick six kick return. Wow. Everything's tied up. You guys are watching the UEL where gamers go pro. What a moment things are tied up.
This is more important because the xGODS get the ball back after half.
Right, and I want to say that was a user-controlled error right there. He potentially could have had the particular kickoff member right there that was supposed to protect the specific zone, and he might have dragged him to the opposing side of the field. I don't know necessarily an onside kick. Interesting, because
if they greedy here,
if they get it, okay, I clearly didn't. Had they gotten that, they would have time for one play and then maybe a field goal. So I like that choice.
But I think if they can have, you can play one play here on the side of the Shogun, maybe looking for that touchdown, or possibly if you do it quick enough, you could get out of bounds and be in field goal position.
Right, this is going to be a post route to the right corner. Yep, right there, and it gets picked. I called it in real time. I promise you I'm not psychic. That was...
Don't let him trick you. He is. I saw him. He looked off into his eyes glazed over for a second, and he was just narrating it.
Well, typically what happens right there is if you don't actually, if you don't run like cover 4 prevent in those options, if you give the receiver long enough, typically in EA made games, right, like in Madden and what have you, there's something about the way that the AI operates that, given enough time, that post route all the way down the field opens up.
Okay.
And they seem to like know the game really well, I would say. xGODS definitely know the game. The fact that they're going for an onside kick with 7 seconds or what have you left, they definitely like are thinking big brain at this moment. Yeah,
I think that had the potential to be picked off. It looked like whoever was on that defender over on that left side realized the ball was coming there and was starting to step up, possibly to get an interception. So it might be fortunate that ball ended up getting knocked around and not ending up on its original trajectory.
They're loaded the center of this field. 4 linemen set, 3 linebackers set, just stacking the box. Oh my gosh. Wow. Shogun diving into the next dimension, missing that tackle right there. Holy cow. So unfortunate. Nonetheless, it's first down. Texas maintaining that run game that we talked about earlier. And there we go again, right up the center of the field. He's going to take this to the house. No. The referee trying to get out of the way. xGODS with the successful run game might be the difference.
They have to maintain this. This is the thing that you know the football. As a player of UEL, my worry is for the strategy.
Yeah.
You are giving them 3 minutes essentially to score and tie the ball. Yes, you found your opportunity to win. You could have delayed that a little bit longer, especially with the way that you've been making progress up the field.
That's very true.
It's kind of like you give your opportunity to the opponents to just find that miracle play, find that run back. Are they going to choose to let it go? They do choose to grab it and bring it out of the end zone.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. No. I thought we were going to see a repeat.
Oh, man. One broken tackle.
I know, that was one broken tackle. I have 2 kick returns in a 2-minute quarter game at the UEL. That would have been wild. Absolute insanity. All right, so Shogun right here. Are they going to try to implement their own run game? Miami potentially could do that. It's just a matter of being able to read formations, read specific gaps, read what your opponents are doing. specifically, right? If you're catching a user-controlled linebacker blitzing the edge, right, potentially running to the opposing side or running up the middle on that edge that he's blitzing, so it's going to be wide open in the middle. There's all sorts of things that you've got to be able to read and understand, but we'll see what happens here.
Delay of game ends up moving them back, so some of that yardage gain is lost here.
Right.
Initially, I wonder what's going on here.
Well, we'll see what happens. It'd be interesting if they start running themselves, because you have to be careful not to play your opponent's game. You don't want to play into your opponent. Listen, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Your defense needs some help, but offensively, they haven't necessarily been bad.
So, for players that don't know, and people at home, it sounds like there's some hardware issues. One of the controllers seems to. This is why we've now seen 2 of these delay of game penalties.
Well, if that were to occur, could at least the quarterback get control?
So I think that's what happened. I think Black Diamond ended up losing his controller, ended up disconnecting, and they're now trying to make sure and check to see if they can get that controller back in the game and continue to work. Because it doesn't seem to be a fault of the players, right? It seemed like everything was working correctly. They were able to check it. They were able to look at it and see that the controller did itself just turn off.
Right. Well, and there's sometimes, Billy the Goat, where you misplace your controller here at the arena, and you're spending 5 minutes trying to find it. Nonetheless, I don't think that was the problem. Great sort of bubble pass out to the right side of the field. Now, that is something that, could be a vulnerability to the xGODS. We'll see. But you don't want to keep running it, because if your opponents are smart, they're going to try to counter that the next play. You basically have to counter the counter, reverse psychology, right? Everywhere seems to be relatively open. That was the one player that was completely guarded, and he threw it to him.
He threw it into the opposing team's helmet. Yeah, luckily that he didn't put his hands up.
Yeah, playing patty cake with his helmet right there.
So this is something that's interesting. So it does look like, I'm trying to make sure, okay, it does look like they got the controller reconnected. So we have to see where the players are able to go.
They're playing man coverage. This is man coverage. One to beat. Oh my gosh, he's gone. Wow. That was a great juke to advance another 10 yards. I mean, I don't know how you could have protected that necessarily, but it's a great juke move to just get this ball into field goal range. The problem is, though, that they're behind by a touchdown.
It's a little bit more difficult. They have to take this one to the house, and it looks like they maybe finally found their comfort zone and started to put together an offensive drive here.
Well, we're seeing an audible on the defensive side of things. They were previously playing man coverage, and the problem is if you're user controlling the linebacker, your read in man coverage is the running back. So the running back going on those bubble passes, being wide open, is actually a user-controlled problem. I do think that the way that you can check if your opponent's in man coverage is to send a receiver in motion. If the corner is actually continuing to cover that receiver as he comes in motion, that means they're in man coverage.
Okay.
So, oh wow, but wide open, going for another screen, but he makes a tackle! Oh! Had he cut to the inside, he might have taken that to the house, but he cut to the right and then back to the inside. Nonetheless, that was very unfortunate.
This 3rd and 7 might be the most important play of the game.
Right. Well, and typically speaking, when you start to push into the red zone, a lot of defenses will shift into cover 2. What you could do is pass to the sideline just like that. He was in. This is college football. He only needed 1 foot in. It's 1st and 10. Let's see, what yard line are they on?
The 10.
Oh, my goodness. All right, this is a situation. Listen, he's either going to do cover 2. Cover 2 actually works here because the sidelines aren't as open. But I think if I had to guess, he's going to play man. Let's see. They are. Oh no! Oh no! Let's go into the house. The man cover. It seems like that was man coverage. I'm not sure. Nonetheless, they're basically showboating at this point. That is going to all but button things up here for college football.
Black Diamond. I know you haven't played in a little bit, but you're supposed to be one of the sports goats. You're showing up like this.
Wow, that is so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. That's one of those situations where as you're starting to push into the red zone, just do something simple like send a receiver in motion just to check to see if they're in man coverage, because if not, one of 3 zones is probably going to be open.
I was going to say run back. I wanted to run back. I wanted it so badly. We have to see. Really good play from Bosif. He threw that one interception, which did lead to a touchdown. But overall, he's put on a great performance here in this college football. Definitely has improved since the early part of the season. Now, this is going over the middle of the field, and it was almost taken away again, but a huge gain into a timeout. I think they're playing for a little bit of pride here.
Yeah, playing for a little bit of pride. I mean, technically, they could get a bomb touchdown, get a little bit of time with an onside kick, but it's all but pretty much wrapped up here. All they have to do right now, 3 linemen in front, blitz a linebacker off of one of the edges, and you're putting too much pressure on the quarterback. Things would be over.
We keep saying that, but every time I look up, they're advancing pretty well up the field. But like you said, 15 seconds isn't enough room, isn't enough time unless you immediately are scoring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about what I would play because they're trying to advance up the field. Probably do like a cover 3 or a cover 4. Nonetheless, if you're not doing that, just send your defensive backs into prevent. And when I say prevent, for those of you that are watching, it basically is a user-controlled sort of audible option when the players come up to the line. And when you make your defensive backs go into prevent, they basically step back a little bit. Their main goal when you do that is to stay in front of the receiver, or I should say behind the receiver, depending on how you want to look at it. Oh, that's going to be another pick for the xGODS. Will they take it to the house? Oh, no, he juked him out of the shoe. No way. Don't do it to him. This is illegal in 12 different states, what they're doing right now. Oh, my goodness. They take it to the house again. The xGODS completely shutting down Shogun right here at the end of college football. Yep.
Oh, my goodness. We are going to another interview. We will hear from Doc on the floor after that explosive.
UEL fam, finally, for the first time you've seen it, Bosif actually wins the game for the first time. I'm so proud of him. I know everybody's out there has been rooting for him. He's been practicing the game. He's trying to get back on top. And look what it is. Coming up next, got good old Fortnite. Hopefully he's going to show his thing. This is going to be a great match. Hopefully people aren't shooting each other. All right, Mom. Strix, back to you guys.
Hopefully they're not shooting each other. I wish that was just a joke, but they find a way every single time here in Fortnite. And I know there's one person in the building that is excited for Fortnite. Not just Bosif. Bosif is always happy, but RK... Low.
Okay, I thought you were going to say Flying Kittens got off the swing set out back and decided to step in. I didn't know. I didn't know he's here today.
Oh, my goodness. No. Flying Kittens would also be excited. But Fortnite is a really fun game. We play in a trios mode, so it'll be a team of 3 and a team of 2 from each side. And we got to see who's going to come out and play here. Because, again, Bosif is one of those incredibly strong Fortnite players we have in the league. But RK... if you look at him on Discord or ever talk with him, he's going to come in here and like, I'm the best Fortnite player around. I do this. Yeah. This is my game.
Yeah, I also think, though, like, typically what happens when we see wins starting to rack up for one team or the other, and I'm going to be honest, the last time we saw Shogun, they were such an emotional team. It played against them as things went on later into the night. They need to pick up a few wins right now. We have about 14 minutes until halftime for those of you watching. At halftime, the timeouts for both teams are actually going to be cut down to 2. And so prior to that happening, maybe use a timeout if you need to in order to really set up for these next maybe 2 games. But you need to pick up 1 or 2 wins to get back into this. If not, I see the same situation sort of happening where they sort of let their emotions get to them, and it creates this snowball effect as we move forward throughout the night.
I would hope that the conversation there would be like, hey, we have a lot of fighting games we still win. These racers haven't really rolled beyond Lumina. There's plenty of games still there for y'all to win. Here.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody has picked up the Snoop Walk emote very clearly for the Fortnite. NHL, another sports game. That being Bosif's best sports game, and him being available might make it a little bit rough for the side of the Shogun as well. You're asking for those couple of games, and I think it's going to come from that sports category, maybe those shooters, where they're able to take a victory, but they're going to have to be able to prove it here right now in Fortnite.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely ways to do that in terms of the game mode that you guys are seeing on your screen. We're not jumping into a battle royale, right? You're going to see a blank canvas in front of you when these teams spawn in. They're basically spawning into these. The spawn points are like little bases, essentially, on the edge of the map. And just like in the Battle Royale, there's going to be a zone that gradually closes in. There's all sorts of different strategies with regards to perhaps rushing the middle of the map in order to start setting up your defense early, and or just trying to get little chip shot damage on your opponents as they slowly start to advance. But the biggest differentiating factor that I would say, when we watch Fortnite, clearly you have to be capable at building. This is a building mode, so being able to manage your materials, whether it be metal, brick, or wood, being able to manage those early game and then as you advance later is going to be super important. Landing your shots is going to be really important. The biggest thing that I want to see out of one of these teams is keeping elevation, keeping the high ground, right? You have to be capable of building, but keeping high ground is going to make a huge difference with just head glitching. You're going to be constantly able to shoot down onto your opponent as you advance towards the center of this stage. And if we don't see that, that's probably going to be what sort of eliminates one of these teams.
Okay, this is what we see. I tried to tell you, RK plays some Fortnite.
Oh, boy.
He knows how to move. He knows where he wants to be, and he knows how to set up these different defensive walls and stairs and floors to make sure that he's always in a position where he is safe.
Yeah, I clearly see with his editing ability here is his ability to just edit these walls, lay down platforms, that rotational movement, whether it be a mouse and keyboard or a joystick, to basically build a ramp, a floor, a ramp, and a wall in front of you in a matter of a fraction of a second. He clearly knows how to play Fortnite. Bosif right now lands his shot.
This is the issue, is that Bosif is not just great at Fortnite. He is a veteran in this league. Yeah. And he might be trying to show the rookie, like, hey, I can keep up with you in Fortnite, but can you keep up with me in UEL in these moments? Each one of these lasers looking for another opportunity. And I want to see these two titans clash to see who's able to come out on top.
Wow, so we just got word that it's going to be a 5v4 because Black Diamond on Shogun did not have his game updated prior to the game starting. So they're at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, it's still doable. It is unfortunate because clearly that's their tier 1 player. So I know a lot of you at home are sort of thinking the worst here. But just one of those situations where you got to be able to check those sort of things moving into game day.
Yeah, and we see Raven here creeping forward, and you mentioned that the zone is coming in, forcing more and more people into the center, and these fights are going to have to start taking place. Neither side has lost a player just yet.
Yeah, and they have to be able to communicate. Like you said, they spawn in 2 different groups, so they have to communicate to each other to see where each other are. They don't want to be putting damage on their teammates, and we see that actually pretty often here in the UEL, mistakenly thinking that an enemy, or your teammate is an enemy, I should say.
We have to see here, pushing forward here, looking for possible plays. We got a little bit of damage.
But they need to be advancing quicker. They need to advance quicker. They need to put materials on the stage, get high ground, and start shooting down at their opponents, as opposed to staying on the ground floor and letting them sort of have, the same elevation, same opportunity, and what have you. You basically want to steal that opportunity away from your opponent in this matchup of Fortnite. The circle's getting super close. We're about to see some action unfolding here. Hold on to your butts. This is RK that you're watching on your screen, getting a drop.
Right here.
Gradually, like I said, he's keeping elevation, that high ground. At any given point, he can shoot down at his opponent while maintaining a very, very small hurt box, because all that's showing is his head and upper torso.
And I'm looking at these teams, and it's going to be huge here. He's clipping a player, but that laser, that means Bosif is still on the map. Bosif is still on the hunt, and he has to realize that RK is going to be this player on the high ground and has to find a way to get him down.
Yeah, and he's going for sort of like a 2-piece loadout where he has a marksman rifle, but he is getting chipped. He's one shot away from getting dropped, and he does!
I didn't know that was on.
Oh, okay.
And we had that team fire. Doc was asking for it not to happen, Raven. took down Arbiter, unfortunately.
And I had, like, 30 seconds prior, had just talked about these teams needing to communicate with one another. They need to be able to identify what specific cosmetic they're using, where they're at. Environmental awareness and just game sense is huge. Not just for potentially eliminating your opponent, but just realizing where your teammates are and who your teammates are as this match continues to unfold. It gets a little chaotic as the circle close in, though, no?
Yes, it really does. So I can tell you, red is going to be the side of the xGODS.
Yeah.
Gold, yellow will be the side of the Shogun. And we have to see how that means purple is another one of the Shogun, and the green will be the side of the xGODS. This matters because they should know where their teammates are spawning in relation to themselves.
Yeah.
They should be a little bit less worried about where and what they have to maybe deal with. And I kind of want Arcade to maybe be able to take more of a fight. 2 players early on, and now we see War Machine here, a.k.a. Mr. B, looking to line some shots up and put some shots downrange and get some damage going in. Pings over to some of his opponents now, and looking at this gold team, Arcade's already pushed out, and it's really important because it sounds like Arcade wants his team to have center control long before the circle forces them inside.
And Mr. B clearly wants to move towards the center of the circle right now, and as he advances here, something I would assume he's going to do is swap over his materials to start building more durable material so that you can essentially build a tower like what you see right here from Arcade. Arcade clearly using brick material. It's a little bit more durable, and he's using that to his advantage by clearly getting high ground. Oh, landing some shots at range. Not so much the 2-piece that we previously saw him on with the marksman rifle. Using some burst fire, if you will.
And this is going to be important because now he's in a situation where, once again, he's up here by himself. He's got to find an opportunity to heal, smoking, grenading his way out, and trying to move into a position to maybe find some help from his teammates and to heal up. He's going ahead and managing to get some shields back. He's got to go ahead and get these down because he needs to get back into a fight and help his team because people are dying. He finds a kill.
Yuck. His game sense, Arcade's game sense on Fortnite is exceptional. Just edits the wall out, gets a window peek headshot on a player, re-editing all of these walls, jumping in between, keeping things locked down. He's pretty much full health, and he's just picking his prey. And he's doing all of it from ground level. Now, he's got to be careful. Bosif clearly has high ground here.
We have a 3v3 left over. Make that a 2v3. They're holding this high ground on this red, but he takes a huge hit. His shields are gone. He has to find a moment to heal and to keep himself safe. You mentioned him. You mentioned that Bosif right now is in a power position. Holding this high ground is going to be key, I think, for them taking this game.
Yeah, holding the high ground, but then also not, like, just don't be passive. Don't be passive. Continue to get your shots out. Force them to use their mats. Force them to have to heal. Throw up walls. You basically waste all of their material. Exactly what he's doing right here. You got to keep pressure on him.
It's a 1v3. The rookie has an opportunity to put down greatness. Bosif giving up high ground now to go ahead and get a revive. He's going to be stuck in the storm here for just a small amount of time.
Stuck in the storm. He's trying. Okay, so he definitely understands.
And they know where Arcade is. If all 3 of them push her, they might be able to take a win. We see Havoc to your face, stepping forward, looking for an opportunity to get a kill on him, but they have to find him. I want to make sure they don't take isolated fights. If they take an isolated fight, they could set themselves up. I love all 3 of them.
They see him. They see him and they're collapsed all around him.
Like sharks to blood in the water. They just slowly, he was running around, he was boxing, he was trying to use that game sense that you highlighted.
Yeah.
But he was unable to just get away from 3 players all in a position to shoot him in that moment. NHL is the next game. And I really thought that Fortnite was one of the games that the Shogun were going to be able to take.
Yeah, I thought they were going to too. But I mean, week by week, you've got to be willing to adapt to sort of the pattern of behavior that you're seeing. The opponents that are beating you in these games, what are they doing that we need to start capitalizing on? And one of those things we could have potentially seen from Shogun is keeping and maintaining high ground. The moment that they lost the high ground, potentially you do go for that revive. I completely understand. But you have how much material? Just build your way back up onto the tower and top mid and just control the sight line. I feel like they failed to sort of do that, and that resulted in just a difficult sort of late game there.
I also want the Shogun, when they look back at that game, I want the conversation with specifically Arcade to happen and find out how you can best support him. He has the game sense, he has the skill, yes, everybody should want to frag out and to do their part, but to be able to enable him, because there were times where he was just by himself in situations, and yes, if he's in a 1v1, a 1v2, that's doable, but in these coordinated situations where all three people are on the same team, all three were red, they didn't have to worry about damaging each other, all they had to do was just find the odd man out and take those shots. I think it becomes an incredibly difficult game to be able to take a win in.
Yeah, and clearly need to be a little bit more careful with team shotting each other. The way you could probably go about doing that is just identifying where your teammates are and then trying to shift to a position that isn't necessarily on top of them and commit to it. So anytime you see an opponent run up on you, you're recognizing that we've made a commitment not to necessarily play around each other. This clearly has to be an enemy. Now, I know that during the chaos of the battle, the fog of war, if you will, I know that can occasionally happen, but we see it actually very, very often. Somebody, one of our teams, needs to sort of step out from the pack and figure out a way to sort of optimize their strategy as that circle continues to close, because that's typically when it's happening.
And I do also give big credit to the LA xGODS. That was, again, great play. They managed to get to the final circle with both their best player, and it seems like their best lineup of players together alive, ready to take that final fight.
And they had everything was sort of stacked against them with the fact that Black Diamond wasn't able to play. You know, they're down a man already. That's going to be, and it's your tier 1 as well. And I know he can play shooters, right? So it's just a matter of that was hard from the start.
Yeah,
you know,
you basically need somebody to frag out every single round and pick up basically what we saw RK doing. Like, he picked up 2 kills.
Yep.
But the rest of your team then also needs to be picking up kills, and you have to do that and maintain that. This NHL game should, I want to say, be interesting, but I'm needing Black Diamond again as that tier 1 to step up because Bosif and Bubbles both play this. Alchemist is a veteran of the league, so I know he has time on it. And so trust me when I tell you, they know how to play this. This could be a really bad game, and Halo Infinite coming up.
Thank God. Please slay this. I actually heard someone prior to the stream saying that they're not going to play Halo. I hope one of these teams isn't forfeiting Halo.
So if GGO was here, if Kenna was here, I would expect them to forfeit. Without Kenna in the lineup, I think that you are more than capable as the xGODS of taking this game as long as you play well together. Now, we have to look. Remember, these are 2-man lineups. So we can look at who's not there. That's Havoc as well as Ragin would be on one side. And on the other side, it would go ahead and be RK as well as Raven.
All right.
Ragin and Raven. There we go. That tongue twister is always going to be a lot of fun. So in the blue, we do have the Shogun, and in the black, we will see the side of the xGODS.
Yeah. Yep. And something to note here as they, sort of group up around the goalies is, as we get later on into this game, just pay attention to how much stamina the goalies actually have as this match progresses. If you continue to pressure, get a lot of assisted shots on goal, and what have you, gradually that stamina from the goalie will deplete, and every time he blocks a shot and he's trying to get back up to his feet, his stamina is depleted. He can't do so as quickly, and typically that's going to result in some easy goals for either one of these sides.
And it looks like the Shogun are the ones controlling the pace of this game. This game only lasts 2 periods or the first to 5 points, but a one-on-one with the goalie doesn't end up going the way of the LA xGODS, but more of those, and I promise you both, Bubbles, Alchemist, they will find their victory. They will find their opportunity.
Oh, yeah, clearly. xGODS feeling comfortable, though. Definitely feeling comfortable. And Shogun's got to be careful because the stamina of their goalie is already sort of struggling, if you will. And that's tough, too. The Tampa Lightning have a solid goalie in this game, so the fact that he's already low stamina is pretty interesting.
It ends up being, I think, just a testament to the pressure we've seen out of the Shogun to start off this game. But now it seems like it took them a second, but the xGODS have found their footing and are starting to run away with us. I love Bosif just kind of playing back a step. He's not fully divorcing himself from the play. He's instead looking to give himself an opportunity. All right, let's see. So we have money pucks on the board. This is going to be a +3 puck. If this is scored, one team will go up to 3 points. That means that they are more than halfway available to winning. This first puck is going to be key to whichever team wants to retain control of this game.
Yeah, it's another 3-point money puck, and that's what's different about this particular 3v3 action that you're seeing here in NHL. They score this puck, they get 3 points, not just 1. And that's not just the only puck. You have obviously default pucks, but you also have ice pucks, which takes points away from your opponent. But right now we have 2 money pucks coming up here in a row, including this one that is 3 points. Scoring this might make the oh, there's no way that goal just went in. That is wild. Shogun getting 3 points on the board.
But it isn't just 3 points. This second puck is another money puck. This game could be over with. There is no more room for the LAX gods. Yeah. He claims to be the best NHL player. I need Bosif to step up now.
Yeah, that was wild. That was wild. The fact that, you know, we don't often see money pucks scored in that fashion, but oh my gosh, there's still another money puck. If we see 2 3-point pucks scored in a row, that might be one of the rarest things that's ever occurred within the UEL. They have pressure on the goalie. Let's see if they can do it. They're stacking bodies around him. Passes the puck out, sort of that back corner behind the goal. They still have control.
Another shot, and this is what they did before. They whittled down that stamina.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
They're just going to lay on it. They're not going to take the risk of passing it back
That was sort of a happy accident for them because he was really just trying to sort of defend and happened to just grab that puck and get a shot on the goal. Nonetheless, they're going to hold this, a reset.
And now we're seeing what we saw at the start of the game, except the LAX gods are applying that pressure coming down the ice. So they need to get it out of here if the Shogun want to take this game. That's 1 period. Now they need to survive 1 more. And they're going to be able to take a win. It looks like some adjustments coming for players, maybe realizing the situation and maybe looking to take a victory.
Well, they need, I mean, let's be clear. Let's be completely honest. The money puck is still active.
Yes.
If the xGODS don't get this money puck, oh my goodness, there's no way this game just got tied up. That is critical. Had they not gotten that goal, guys, this game was essentially over.
I'm trying to tell you, Bosif is different. He doesn't just claim to be the best in the league. And with a player like Bubbles and Alchemist sitting next to him, this team is lethal. They'll go down, but you can't count them out because even now they're still on offense. They're still putting the pressure on. They're looking not just to tie the game up, but to win.
Yeah, I can't believe that this game is tied up. Not another, I would say, special puck to come, at least for a little bit. This is going to be sort of default ones, and that's all that's needed in order to get this win. Bosif coming down the ice. Could have potentially gotten an assisted shot on the goal. He's sort of hogging the puck right now, if I'm being completely honest.
He's back. Is he able to make it? Oh, and we see, almost an opportunity. Be with the shot. It didn't end up going in, but his teammates pick it back up.
Yeah, great teamwork coming out of Shogun right now. A lot of passes. xGODS have to be careful not to get overzealous with the puck.
Oh, they got ran into each other.
Did he pass it out? He did. I thought he would hold on to that. He doesn't. Now Bosif passes this up to Bubbles. Bubbles goes for the shot, whiffs it, gets the puck control again. That was interesting. Sort of plays it back. Now they're going to reset. Has to be careful not to get poke checked. They do. They steal the puck, but he whiffs the shot on the goal. Here we go. All right, now they're setting up. Skates back a little bit, splitting up. Needs to make a shift and a play to one of the sides. He can't do it.
I like the vision, though. He's willing to take that risky line because if that puck gets in there, there's a clear shot.
Slide back. Yeah, that was gnarly. That was Bubbles essentially passing backwards through his legs to Bosif. Nonetheless, they're continuing to get shots on the goal, draining the goalie's stamina. This is Bubbles again. No, that was Alchemist. My apologies. This is Bubbles right now with the puck.
And he's trying, and I can see they're working together. They're doing their best to find an opportunity, to find a win. Okay. But also on that other side, in the red, Arbiter looking for an opportunity, wasn't able to find it. Black Diamond back on defense. Is he able to stop? A beautiful check. Arbiter, is he able to get it down the ice? No, he's getting swarmed. The LAX gods aren't giving them any room. Look at the stamina bar.
Yeah, you guys saw it right there. The stamina bar on the Shogun's goalie is struggling right now.
And they just need to survive for 30 seconds. They scored the first goal. The Shogun find a point.
Pass it out. That would have been insane.
Was so close there.
Here goes Bubbles. Look for a pass right to the right side, right there. Oh, can't quite clutch it. Bosif struggling.
Shogun coming back. They try to send it across.
Wow.
That's a shot.
The problem is
he's throwing out.
That was interesting. The problem, though, is the xGODS goalie has a lot of stamina. He's feeling good right now. He's feeling good. It's not too pressured. Oh, this is Bubbles in a one-on-one. Can he pull it off? Oh, he's on top of it. That was great play by their goalie.
7 seconds remain. This might be the last play. Let's see if the LAX gods are able to find their opportunity. This shot goes wide. 2, 1. It has to go in now. It doesn't.
Wow, okay.
So the game master will make the call. That's the end of the second period. They are going to play the third period with the game tied. The next point will win this game. So
All right, here we go.
Team has the advantage. It's just who can find the back of the goal first. None of these extra pucks matter. It just matters who wins these next few moments.
3 points to 3 points with 3 minutes on the clock. It's a war of threes right now. Here we go.
Well, I can tell you right now, one person's looking for it, and that's Black Diamond stepping forward, but that means no one's back. He's trying to get back there to stop Bubbles. Bubbles tries to set
Was that Bubbles? Who was that got that point right there? Oh my gosh, but nonetheless, just great assisted shot on the goal from the xGODS.
I need to understand. We're going into halftime. I need to recover from that beautiful, disgusting, depending on which team you wanted to see win there, play from both of these teams. Join us in 15 minutes as the action continues.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not paused. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it was all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules? Once you
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced.
Like game master.
We was told nothing about it.
It's not in the rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish DNF their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset. It was never. That was never a thing. People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the club.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules.
Wait, if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not in the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey,
that's
hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
Sorry. Reapers win!
Not really. It's a handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show that today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question with a question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games on our team? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting game and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm going to ask y'all, is what y'all got to say to Third when his coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seam. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post-game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Kurt. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro. I can't get hype. Bro, get hype. Yeah, come on. Get hype, bro. Let's go. Come on, Cordy. Let's go. Cordy! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hype, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey,
we got into the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, nonviolent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. Calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
What's up, everybody? Coming back to you right after halftime. Sitting here with all the players. Energy's high. Shoguns think they're going to come back. They're down right now at halftime, but coming in, look, it's anybody's game. We've seen it before. They're only down by a few. They can take these games. There's still some forfeits. They still got some timeouts. Looking forward to this energy. Make sure you guys stay tuned. See you soon.
Sorry, guys. He was not expecting that. I love every bit of that.
Good. You gotta understand everybody. We come back from half. Doc is locked in. The players locked in. We had a little bit of a chat with them. Coming in. What's going on, Mob? How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm excited for the second half of this game. I mean, clearly, Gods need to pick up, a few wins, but it's more than doable. Something we talk about in the second half of all of our games is endurance, if you will, right? The xGODS have to maintain their endurance. Shogun have to keep sort of a winner's mentality. But then, another thing is they're running out of timeouts, right? At the halftime, you're left with 2 timeouts, both of the teams, regardless of how many you've used. If you use a couple of those timeouts and you don't set up the game correctly, you no longer have any timeouts to use in order to set up the game correctly. What we have seen is teams essentially giving away, should I call them free wins?
Yeah.
Right. You're basically forced to forfeit the game because you didn't set up or you don't have enough time to set up the game. If Shoguns can sort of keep their composure, maybe xGODS are forced to use a couple of timeouts. At the latter end of tonight, xGODS could potentially start making some mistakes and give out a few of those wins. So what should Shogun be focusing on? Shogun have to obviously start optimizing their gameplay just to pick up, let's say, a few wins. So they pick up a few wins, they're going to be at 4-8. And realistically, we've seen, even our best teams, I've seen the bots do this, for instance, who are in the top of the South Division?
Correct.
Yep, South Division. They've given up a few wins just off of technical issues, missed button checks, not setting the game up in time. Realistically, you can get like 2 or 3 of those major problems. That could make up, a little bit of that difference. But if they're not able to get a few wins, nothing's going to matter at that point.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have to start. I was kind of chatting with them a little bit as I was walking in to get ready to get set up, and it seems like they're like, we sold a few games that we thought that we should have taken. But I was just trying to say, hey, like, a lot of fighters still on the wheel. There's still a good number of shooters on the wheel. We haven't really seen any racers beyond Lumina. Like, there's a lot still left on the wheel.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, we're only at 9 games in our first hour. This season, we've been averaging close to like a 24 to 28 games played over the entirety of a game. So that means if we reach that pace, that's 20 games in the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
That can change the entire landscape.
That's and I think the biggest reason for that was Checkmate Showdown. Checkmate Showdown was a really, really good match. If you guys weren't here for that, I mean, it pretty much went, I would say probably 15, 20 minutes. 15, 20 minutes, but it was fast-paced, a great game of both chess and the fighting game aspect of Checkmate Showdown. I think both teams really showcased their capabilities of being good at both strategy and fighting. We're getting ready to jump into a game, though, a complete different category that requires accuracy, game sense, environmental awareness, communication, as well as what should we call that? Not reticle placement. I'm trying to think of the other one. The ability to keep on target. Tracking, essentially tracking.
Yeah.
I'll remember the phrase here in a bit. Yeah. But Halo sets itself apart from our other shooters because the TTK takes so long, right? You have to drain the shields of your opponent and then obviously either let a headshot or finish their health, at the end of that, as opposed to, say, just Call of Duty where it's just, a few shots and then somebody's dead. It's a lot faster than those. It's, a lot slower in terms of TTK than those games. That's probably the biggest thing that people struggle with when they jump onto Halo, because over the last 10 years of shooters, that sort of has been the standard where it's just a few hit markers in order to secure a kill. But that's why you also see certain players excelling when it comes to Apex Legends. Apex Legends, you have to drain through somebody's shield first and then their health, and that's where a lot of players will sort of excel.
It really is going to come down.
Oh,
and you were talking with me about this. So, to the people at home, why Matt is looking like this. There was rumblings of a forfeit of Halo today, and I kept trying to reassure him. I'm like, they have Kenna on their team. They've had the chance to get good at this
play.
Team. Why are we forfeiting? And instead, they go into Maelstrom, and I'm looking at him down there in that tier 5 spot directly below me. One of the best Maelstrom players in the league.
Yep.
In Havoc to Your Face is there and is available, is able to play.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say that I don't know if that was I think you try.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you can always forfeit after a bit, but Halo is another one of those games that
listen, it's free to play.
Yes.
Just download it. Start playing it. It's old school, it's classic. I mean, in the game operate,
I can see it. Just play it. Let me know. I will go download it for you.
I will put on a jersey. No, but regardless. Oh my God! I just lost
it. Popped in.
Yeah, it popped in and then it just left again.
Just like the Shoguns in their forfeit.
That's true. But that being said, I didn't actually think that we would see Shoguns forfeit any games. The fact that they just forfeited gave a win, a free win, if you will, to Shogun. That. Later on in the night, if some tech issues start to erupt and they get a couple of wins through that as well, that's going to be huge. So
wait, was it a Shogun's forfeit or a LAX? I might have had that backward.
Yeah, xGODS forfeit. So they just got their second win for the night. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you get a couple. Listen,
this is a new team. Now I'm going into this is a new team. I need y'all to do a little bit of scouting because guess what? I know they're very good. I think the Shogun are good. Kenna is not here. Okay.
Yeah.
Kenna, yes, you get out of the way, let it go.
You had mentioned that.
Yes.
Yeah.
This lineup, there is no one on this team that is that dominant of a force. That I'm looking at Ragin, who's a shooter at tier 1, and Havoc, who has time and time proved himself to be up to snuff and a shooter.
Yeah, that's we definitely talked about that at halftime. I was eating my turkey sandwich, if you will. Shout out to my wonderful wife, by the way, for making that for me. But no, we were talking, and I was excited to see Halo Infinite. It's target acquisition. That's the phrase. Target acquisition is something you have to be able to maintain within Halo, and that's what makes it so difficult because the TTK isn't so fast. That's why players like we see on the xGODS aren't as comfortable as, per se, like if you play a game like X-Defiant from Ubisoft, if you're playing Call of Duty, right, from Activision and what have you. It's just a little bit easier to you aim in that direction, get a few hit markers, and they're done. In Halo, target acquisition, maintaining that reticle placement on that player model and on that hurt box is very difficult for some people because over the last decade and a half, in all reality, it hasn't been something that is, I would say, prominent within pop culture for shooters. Halo throws people for a loop. I've seen that game forfeited more so than probably any other game other than StarCraft when people are going against Billy the Goat. But it's just forfeited.
Oh, don't worry. Look, trust me, I'm going to give you, because Halo's already rolled. If StarCraft gets rolled, they're not playing.
Yeah.
The Shoguns are not.
It's hard to pick up, to be honest with you. It's I would say the onboarding of the game, I guess, is probably the phrase. The onboarding of that game is actually pretty difficult.
It's actually similar to Halo. Funny enough, I think it's the age of the game.
Yeah,
so
that's
the
true.
idea is it's an old enough game to where they did that kind of, we'll give you a very general onboarding process, and you'll just figure it out by playing it. But in the league where you're playing 33 games, that's a little bit more involved of like, oh, I just have to play this game for like 15 hours. And I'm like, or find somebody that's willing to talk to you about the game for like ever. So it's cool. And Maelstrom's actually a similar game.
Yeah.
Maelstrom is a nautical battle royale. So you're on a ship, you're moving around, you have different powers as you pick your pirate captain, along with your ship that you do pilot. And the goal here in the league is going to be to either get kills, to get damage, or to finish with as high of a placement as possible to earn points. Whichever team holds the most of those points will take the win.
Yeah, and you talk about like tallying up the points, essentially, right? So how would you go about getting points? Well, there's also, it's not just a PvP experience. There's also ads and bots, if you will, that are on, or I should say in the water themselves, that you'll see a lot of these players, taking out as these players choose their crew and get ready to jump in. Another thing to note, this is a public lobby.
Yes.
Right? So you're actually going to see, other players that are just within matchmaking facing our UEL players. So for any of you that are looking to jump into a UEL game, this would be your opportunity. But no, I mean, this game is incredibly unique. Naval combat, right, with a bit of a battle royale aspect to it. Now, when they jump in here, what you're looking at on the screen is a little bit of the crew management and also the captain's choice. So the crew that you choose actually bring different perks to your loadout in a sense.
Oh, thank you, Raven. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
Showing some of the customization of the ship and a few of these different adjustments you can make going on. My serious, because I was honestly, he did it just for
you probably heard us
to show up there. But yes, you can pick between 3 different crew members, which augment your boat, and then a captain, which gives you a special ability.
Yes,
these are game warping abilities. It sometimes is to get people to knock people away and keep them farther away from you. Maybe if you're a tankier ship, it's the ability just to survive longer. There's so many different things that you are able to do, and how you play around them, it will end up mattering. So you see, one of the other mechanics you're able to get grabbed onto and locked onto. It looks like everybody's willing to play and to shoot and to play with each other a decent bit.
Now, I was going to say something. No, I haven't seen this map chosen before. Are those actual like small alleyways and sort of the inner parts of those islands there look like open water? Can you actually sail into that open water? So we may be seeing some potential like trap setups in those particular areas.
It's really funny that this map in particular, there's a day and a night version of this map, and we occasionally see it. But what is important, and those mines tip me off, they may want to play a style that you're highlighting. They have these cave-like areas where you're able to go into, and if you're smart, you can set up those traps, especially for these dwarf players, these mine players, to be able to deal a ton of damage. So now we're looking at Havoc to your face. Looks like he's made another pivot. He has done a ton of different ships, this time being on, I believe this is the medium dwarf ship, and you see him immediately moving out and starting to pick up some of those NPC ships and get some of these buffs you can find over the course. You don't pick up armor in this game in the same way as you might do it in Apex, another battle royale. You instead are picking up what are called boons. They augment your armor in some cases, but your speed, your damage, even your ability to repair your ship.
And those also drop off of enemy players when they die. And so you'll typically see anytime a player gets eliminated, they're trying to get on top of those dead players in order to pick up all of their buffs. However, if the wall, the storm, but what it's called in this game, if the black water is closing in, that battle royale aspect of the game, if that's gradually closing in, typically speaking, you'll see players I would say abandon the buffs, if you will, because the black water can be crucial. Right there, you saw, who is this? Havoc. Havoc picking up a couple of those buffs right there.
For people that don't know already, Havoc, as I mentioned before, plays this game a ton. What that allows him to do is his ship is upgraded. He's in a very strong position. And so even compared to some of the other ships, you see the number of mines and the frequency he's able to drop these down in. So the LAXGODS have already claimed 2 bounties and are, I think, looking to continue to play more. So he's moving in between these teams, dropping 5, 6 mines, and these mines are going to start tracking the players and just dealing tons and tons of damage.
This is very impressive, and he's not taking a lot of damage to his armor. You can see those gray squares around his ship, guys. That is going to be his armor in a sense. When those become depleted, it'll leave a specific side or a direction, vulnerable on his ship. Typically speaking, you'll see him pivot his ship in order to not reveal those vulnerable sides, and he's doing that pretty effectively here as he continues to drop mines and apply pressure to these teams. He's very, very experienced on this game.
And this is funny. Now, a kill was taken, it looks like. Look at all of these mines as he spawn. He's fighting up against one of the tankiest ships, and he ends up going down there, but is able to deal a ton of damage before he ends up going down there. That was incredibly smart. And they're fighting near this maelstrom. They have to be incredibly careful. If they aren't, they could be sucked down into that inner part and go down there. As the ship, it looks like they just managed to avoid it. And now we have Alchemist doing his best here to maneuver back towards his team and to continue the damage. I'm okay with Havoc dying there. He got a ton of damage out, got a ton of bounties, and I think he was just trying to make sure the game was out of reach. Now he's going to go ahead and lock one of his teammates down, get a ton of damage out. Now there are 4 ways you can shoot on this ship, so even when your one set of cannons is reloading, you can move around. But now we see the bubbles on the human ship. This is a ship with all of its firepower on its left and right sides. That's why you see him swinging over here to take maybe another shot, and Bubbles moving away from this conflict, maybe deciding they don't want to go out too early. They want to claim as many points for placement as possible. I like this call.
Yeah, and he also has to be careful of the Blackwater closing in. Now, something interesting sort of happening right now is if you look at the map in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, the players are sort of floating around this giant island on sort of the left side of the circle. This looks like Bubbles, who's actually going into the inner caverns of this of the circle on the left side of the circle. He could potentially sort of set a trap or sort of collapse on some of the enemy players who are coming in right now as I call it out in real time. Bubbles sort of trying to get towards center circle, but also lay down a little bit of damage. He gets taken out. Unfortunate for him, he didn't have enough life to sort of get out there.
So this might lock the xGODS out of placement points, depending on how early they died into this lobby. They have to get at least third to go ahead and get points. If you don't get third, you don't get anything for it. And if the Ravens are able to take, if Raven and the Shogun are able to take first place, they will end up with 15 extra points, which could be a huge swing here. So it ends up mattering a ton here.
Oh, 100%.
It ends up meaning...
Yeah, because we saw Havoc go down, right? We saw Bubbles just go down. Is Alchemist even
I don't believe so, because he was in the middle of the opposing team.
Okay.
He was in the middle of the opposing team, and that means that it's just the Shoguns here gaining more and more points, getting the opportunity to collect more and more to get a lead. Because I think that early part of the game told me that the xGODS should have the early lead, at least right now. They were fighting so many people, getting so much damage, that the opportunity for them to take a win is massive here. And it's going to come down to how many points Mr. B, as well as the rest of the Shogun, are able to pick up.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you get additional points just through, like you said, like late game placement? Right, just surviving.
If they can get that first place placement, that 15 points can sometimes nullify, because your damage is based off of how much you deal by the thousands. And they did go ahead and take that first place placement. So that's at least 15 points going their way. But what's going to be bigger here is the amount of points and damage that was dealt across the board. We have to do some math here to see where they are. It looks like Bubbles may have just barely gotten rank 3. We have to go ahead and take a look. I'll let the game master do the math here. I'm not going to take a risk.
They would win, though.
One.
What I was going to say, that was actually like a relatively quick match. Typically speaking, we see that Blackwater, if you will, closing in a lot closer. I mean, there was still sort of the caverns of sort of those hollowed islands, if you will, that were still like within the circle. I mean, I've seen experiences where there's only one player of a remaining team, and just for placements, they're sort of hiding within the caverns of those islands and what have you. We did just get word, though, from the floor that the Shoguns did win that. Listen, they just got a forfeit. They just got Maelstrom. It's 3-8.
I asked for a couple of games.
I promise you, as we get later on into the night, there's going to be some tech issues, and one of these teams is going to get a free win back and forth, right? If Shogun can just keep composed, stay on top of things, right? Get the setups in time, we may see a shift of momentum towards bringing us to a tie score.
I think it is the possibility, and with Skullgirls being the next game.
Okay, we're fighting game. Shoguns know how to fight. They know how to fight. They know how to fight. I
don't know if Black Diamond's been touching Skullgirls. That's my worry. That's my worry. Black Diamond, I love you. You do a lot of things. I don't know if Skullgirls was in the rotation. And luckily on the other side.
I would assume so. Skullgirls is actually pretty popular within the FGC. So if you were just going to practice games that you see in the interest of the public eye, if you will, Skullgirls is up there, man.
I hope that I am wrong. I really do, because I agree with you. I want to see a good game. I know Ragin has been playing the game a good bit. I know he popped in. Funnily enough, we were streaming, and he asked me a few questions about the game, and I pointed in the direction. Both teams have also been learning a good number of fighting games this season, stepping up. So both of the sides, I don't know if they have the fighter they would want in immediately for this game, but I think both sides have players that have touch the game, they're comfortable, and this is going to be a moment for the Shoguns. They could continue to make this gap shrink more and more.
Well, and Skullgirls, just the mechanics of the game in general, it's a very fast-paced game, but it also has, like we talked about with a lot of the anime fighters, it has huge hitboxes.
Yes.
that being said, any game that has huge hitboxes tend to have 2 or 3 sort of cheesy characters, if you will.
Oh, big man.
Oh, and big man. Yeah, there's definitely some of those characters within Skullgirls. So what I would do if I was one of the players on these teams is to jump into the lab of both of any of the games within our sort of FGC category, if you will. Find those specific characters and just lab them as often as possible to learn your form of a blender, right? How are you going to mix up against your opponent once you get the muscle memory of your combo strings down? That is very doable within 1 week of practicing a specific game.
Yes.
If you're just jumping on for 30 minutes to an hour, when you have a little bit of time here and there, you can learn the blender.
It's not just me. Y'all, people have seen me on here. I've said for a time, I'm like, look, I'm asking for 3 to 5 matches a day. I'm asking for half an hour to an hour a day, and I promise you that you will see strides of improvement beyond what you could imagine. You don't need to sit here for 4 hours doing the same thing all the time. You just need to make sure it's focused. I agree with you. And Skullgirls is, to me, the game defined by... Skullgirls is not a game defined by these ridiculously long combos, but is, in fact, by the mix that you're able to create.
Pressure.
These opportunities to make people guess, to be under a microscope, and the moment they make a mistake, just be able to confirm into some damage and then reset it up to do it again and again and again. I have to see. I mentioned Big Ben. Big Ben is a really interesting character. He has some very strong moves. He's the character
full
for
screen.
He has
full screen dives.
A full screen dive,
Mega
not
punch,
just
whatever you want to call that.
Armored punch.
Armored punch
that you can't deal with. You have to know either to avoid it or how to specifically beat it with your character. For you to take a win, I would expect one of these 2 players or teams to at least pick that character up and go ahead.
Yeah, we typically see that almost every time we cast one of these games, just specifically because you have to set up shop on the moon in order to dodge his dive in with that punch. And nonetheless, I like what you said about the pressure of this game. I would say anime fighters are typically faster paced. And I'm not as experienced with them, but my question to you would be, in terms of like the actual button input of these games, in terms of combo flow, is this take a game like Tekken. There's certain games like Tekken, certain juggles within Mortal Kombat that you have to sort of stagger your inputs on the controller in order to catch that juggle, in order to maintain that combo. Is Skullgirls a very consistent input fighter where basically you just slap the inputs on your controller and then it flows on the screen?
Yes, but it is a very temperamental game across the board. There's a lot of different moving pieces that can change which buttons you're hitting. And unlike a game like Mortal Kombat or some of the other fighters, its system is it's anti-infinite system. It's literally called the infinite prevention system. Works off of using the same move too many times in a combo. So some of those situations don't exist in the same way. So we have Peacock going up against Marie. On the player 2 side, we have Marie from the Shogun, and then we have on the xGODS, we have Peacock. We'll see who is taking a chance. Now, Peacock is an incredibly annoying character, able to kind of just put out a bunch of projectiles and things on screen, as you saw right there. The nice throw there from the Shoguns. They're doing their best to just work their way in and get a few throws, and these throws are able to do a ton of damage. And each time he's relying on it, and it looks like his opponent just isn't reacting fast enough to break these throws. But now that he's in the corner,
I was going to say, just broad daylight, just grabbing him and throwing him back in the corner.
Another one.
Yeah.
Another one.
Not a ton of combos that you're seeing out here. It might be just a little bit of the inexperience, I would say, because we haven't seen a full combo string once, just a lot of jumping and grabs that may be a result of sort of the cheesiness of a character. Nonetheless, that was pretty much an entire round of just grabs and little jabs, if you will. Now, they are sort of poking in order to, like, sort of gauge the distance on one another. This is too many grabs. Okay, so RK and Bosif, neither one of them necessarily play a lot of this game, and so you're seeing
the issue, RK found his bread and butter. RK has throws, overheads, and these jabs, and is finding his mark each and every single time. These little jumps into these overheads forces Bosif to stand up and block them and recognize that when he is blocking low. But now Bosif's starting to get started. You see these objects popping up on screen. He's trying to fill the screen, but he doesn't have a whole lot of health to play. Whichever one of the players is able to deplete their opponent's health bar will win this, and one more throw will do it. We saw the throws with a lot of purchase, and RK manages to take this game.
Wow. That's interesting.
That is going to be Bosif, I believe, out of the game. So next up is going to be Ragin sitting down to go up against the side of RK.
And he gets full health regen.
Yes. So because they're playing for one character, they get 2 health bars essentially, as opposed to normally the 1 health bar. But as you can see here, Ragin's put a little bit more time into the game and has an idea of what he wants to do. This throw comes out into an immediate super to kind of equalize the damage and pulling him in from full screen.
Okay, Scorpion.
I immediately was thinking that, get over here. And now both sides using these normal, sticking out these pokes, just trying to trade a little bit of damage. And a nice job walking up again. Oh, I like that. That was a little bit of bait. He's been throwing a lot, and instead just walks up and presses a button when his opponent wants to challenge here. But Ragin doing his best to not go down without a fight either. Jumping over, and it doesn't hit. Another throw. This is important because every little bit of damage he gets before going to a second health bar matters.
I was going to ask, is because he's been throwing so many throws, the anti-infinite system, is he doing less damage as a result of those additional throws that he does?
Luckily, because he's taking enough time between them, it's not affecting him too much. But what he has to do right now is to stop getting hit. I need you to block. I need you to block. He managed to equalize it. This could still be anybody's game. This is the last health bar from both players, and he's pushing him back into the corner. He uses the super to get a little bit of space. I like the idea, but Ragin recognizes that, immediately responds.
Yeah, Ragin definitely knows a little bit more of the combos. He's actually throwing out full combo strings as opposed to just jabs and throws and down pokes and what have you. Nonetheless, he's stuck in the corner, so he's got, there we go, he sort of shifts out, whiffs the scorpion throw across the screen, and continues to get grabbed. I sort of think what RK is sort of doing right here is he's sort of leading with jumps in, very basic sort of jab maneuvers, and then once that distance closed, goes for the grab like you saw right there, continuing to jump in, basic combo string, go for the grab. He understands the basics of fighting games and continuing to jab.
Oh, and Ragin, realizing he's low on health, is starting to be a lot more active. He's trying to find these hits and find his opportunities. I like this decision, but RK is just looking for that one big hit each time.
I think he's getting greedy with trying to chip out his health. I'd like to see him potentially just go for the throw. The throw has been working the entire time. Just stick to your same game plan and don't get caught back. It doesn't matter. He takes both of them out. RK showing up 2-0 against him. Ends up stealing that game away in the last seconds.
The RK sweep with Marie. This is where I tell people you don't need this ridiculous. Oh, I got to learn frame data. I got to learn this high, low, left. No, give me an overhead, give me a low, and give me throw, and make them guess.
He said, give me an overhead, give me a throw, and give me a low.
Look, tell me. Look, you got to stand up, you got to crouch, and you got to watch out for the throw. That's all I need.
And that's what we were talking about sort of throughout that match is understanding the fundamentals of fighting games can carry you a long way, especially in the UEL where you have to be so well-rounded in a lot of these games.
After a game like that, though, I got to hear from the floor. We're going to head on over to Doc to see who he has with him.
Hey, guys, back here again. Listen. You guys, you gotta check in. I'm telling you right now, the Shoguns, their energy is high. They came out of half. They said, you know what? We're not losing another game. Right now, the xGODS are really questioning themselves if they can really hang on to this lead. But you guys can see right now it's 8-4. So, hey, what's gonna happen, man? We don't know. All right, Mob, Strix, back to you guys.
And this is amazing. First and foremost, if you were wondering how to win the game, that is who you got to be listening to. He's named Doc for a reason. He's got the remedy for everything that ails you, and I appreciate that call out. Again, the mental side of the xGODS has to stay in check, and on the opposite side, the mental of the Shoguns got to continue to rise to get better. In fact, they might just need a boost.
Yeah, need a boost, such as some sly boost.
I had to go ahead and
that was so smooth. Yeah, I'm going to be cracking that open here in a little bit as we get into some of these next games. The fact that they came in from halftime only having one win and now it's sitting 4-8. This is well within that range of, let's see, what would you call that? Sort of well within the range of being able to make make a comeback without making a comeback, right? So there's going to be technical issues that sort of happen later on in the night, and if those go into Shogun's favor, not a technical issue on the floor with regards to how the UEL is setting things up. I mean the problem from the gods not setting up their games correctly, running out of timeouts, coming across games that they may not be super comfortable with. The fact that we saw them forfeit Halo. Halo, a very straightforward shooter. Maybe there's some other shooters that the xGODS aren't comfortable with. Maybe the Shogun are going to expose them as we get later on into tonight.
I have to agree, because I think, to me, the bigger question there is they forfeited Halo.
Right.
And played Skullgirls.
Right.
Which I don't know what their Halo looks like.
I know what their Skullgirls looks like.
Exactly. That's
my God. Yeah.
That's what's a little bit, I think, on the stressful side.
Yeah, down chips haven't gotten us wins since Mortal Kombat 2 Final Boss with Noob Saibot. So I don't know what they were thinking there. Maybe they just didn't want to forfeit 2 games in a row. Nonetheless, we're jumping into Final Stand Ragnarok. This is a game that I actually love playing because this showcases sort of the complexity or the diversity of the games here within our 33-game library, guys. This is not going to be a PvP experience. This is going to be a PvE experience where both teams are trying to rack up as many points as possible against constant waves of ads. Think of this in a really simplistic term. Think of it like COD Zombies. Both teams are sort of playing COD Zombies, and they're trying to kill as many ads to rack up a high score as fast as possible. That there are going to be little tricks of the trade, little unique things that both teams do in order to rack up a few extra points, such as there occasionally you'll see teammates that are getting downed and then intentionally getting downed so that their teammates can revive them, right, in order to get bonus points for revives in between the waves of these enemies. So they are doing everything at their disposal in order to rack up points and get the highest final score by the time the clock hits 0.
Now, something that is very different is that character in the top row, that third column. Ayala is the character we see most, but we only have one of them in this entire game. And I want to see if that is intentional. If maybe these players have realized something they want to do. So this is, we will be moving north. This is going to be the map that we occasionally see. This is not an arena where they have to defend a point. There'll be different objectives around the map they're going to need to handle. So we'll start off with a wave, a little bit of defense, and then we'll be moving to the north to go ahead.
Now both teams spawning on top of each other.
Yes. So
wow. That's unique.
This becomes one of those moments where you have to know from your spawn with your other team, where do we need to be and how do we get there as quick as possible? Because you notice Raven there took an extra moment to move, but that means that everyone else was already to the enemies before he even got down.
Now you said the character's name was Ayala? The firebow? Yeah.
Correct.
So that particular character I've seen excel on this map really often because of the dot effect of her bow and arrow. So it applies a dot, damage over time, which is going to be a fire effect that gradually ticks down damage. We've seen players within this particular stage in these first couple of waves pick up a kill combo into the hundreds. Specifically with that character. It's a little bit more difficult in terms of close range to gradually run across this giant field that you see them sort of traversing. Whereas if you have a long-ranged weapon, you can just sort of turn in 360 degrees and secure a few kills.
We see Havoc pick some consumables as well, maybe preparing for what's going to happen here after a little bit of conversation, a little bit of a little bit of fun going on. We're going to move north, and there's going to be another tower to the north, but more importantly, there's going to be this giant field out in front of the players.
Right.
And this is where Ayala excels even more. Because a player like Havoc is going to need to run deep into the woods, farther away from the tower to try to pick up these kills, whereas you can kind of play from range, and if you understand how the arc of your shots are, you can be what feels like on the other side of the map taking shots before you even begin to have to put yourself under real threat of going down.
And that's why I think I mentioned it, because, you know, I haven't casted over a lot of this particular map, but when I have seen is that kill combo you see on the left side of your screen. It's at 38 kills, 39 kills, 42. You'll see a progression bar right below that kill count as we start to rack up into the 70s, potentially into the 80s, 90s, maybe breaking 100. Oh, he dropped the kill combo. That's going to be crucial. Maintaining that combo is going to stack your score by the end of this game. Keep an eye on that. When that progression bar at the bottom of it reaches 0, the kill combo is over. So maintaining that is going to be crucial, guys. Just keep your eye on it.
So now in a few moments, Raven's actually moving in the opposite direction. In a few moments, there's going to be a call to run to that tower. We can actually see it right in the center of his screen. One of his teammates looks like it's already moving at that direction. Actually, no, it's Havoc. This shows Havoc. I mentioned him as a strategy specialist. He knows what's happening before it happens. He knows that this is where I need to be, and this is how he's able to compensate for not playing Ayala in that immediate moment.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to be out here and be way out here in advance. He didn't stop at the tower. He knows where enemies are going to be spawning and is moving to prepare to take them on as early as possible. And now you see Arbiter, one of the Shogun, finally realizing and trying to move out himself to try to put some pressure down.
Now, just to note, Raven right there during this sort of, what is it called, the chess round?
Yes.
Sort of the chess round, he's basically taking out those treasure chests and picking up, are these buffs on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen?
They are buffs, they're healing items, they are distractions and debuffs of the enemies. They run across the gambit. So the first one, the pink one that we see in the left, there is an attraction item to pull enemies in a specific direction. Havoc, or Arbiter, excuse me, has an explosive skull in the second slot and a wall that will also pull enemy aggro in his first slot. Now, it looks like they're going to go after the portals. This is a good call. This is one of the objectives, and it looks like he's working with one of his teammates. But Havoc is also here looking to maybe cause a little bit of chaos. Now, they're trying to hit the enemies while killing these towers. These objectives are part of where the points exist here.
Yeah, and I was going to say, if you're not careful, someone from the opposing team might just steal some of either your kills, the actual portals themselves, and just try to steal as many points from you as possible. You know, one of the first strategies I heard when this game was being played, when I was learning about this game for the first time, was that sometimes it's not necessarily about picking up as many kills as possible, as much as it is stealing as many kills as possible from your opponent. So look for both of these camps to run into each other's camps, trying to steal as much points as possible.
You highlighted it with the fact that kill streaks give you so many points.
Exactly.
Even if I am not excelling at my kill streak, if I keep your kill streak to 300, and I have another player on my team able to get 1,000, all of a sudden that multiplier is so much higher that my fewer points, because even some I'm able to pick up a good number of points while fighting you, ends up mattering a ton. Now they're taking down these towers, and it looks like one of the treasure rates have been identified as well. And Arbiter here just trying to pick up as many enemies as possible, and he's always just getting one kill. He's getting that one kill, keeping his buff going on, and now Raging at the same time is doing his best. Look like Raging might be about to go down.
Yeah, I was going to say, he sort of got trapped within the ads themselves, and I think a huge reason for that, I think he might be okay. He's getting close. Wow, he does get down.
But Havoc's there to immediately revive him there.
Yeah, he's got to be careful.
Extra points.
Yeah, they've got to get out, and what they need to start doing for any of the COD players out there, they need to start training these ads. They need to start pulling these ads in a specific direction, rotating constantly so the ads stack up and on top of each other, and as best of a linear fashion as they can. These ads are all over the place right now, but they've definitely got to manage their spacing.
Something that was happening there that has been happening actually a little bit more frequently is Cajun wanted to revive Havoc.
Yes.
And there were some comments about, I can't. If you overuse your sprint, you briefly saw it there on Arbiter's screen. It's an orange bar in the bottom middle. If it completely depletes, when you go to revive somebody, it will tell you you're too tired. So it is some punishment for sprinting constantly and not being aware and managing that resource. You aren't just able to constantly sprint everywhere and do everything.
100%.
You have to be aware and make sure you have that amount, especially with the revive strat being so prominent. You don't just want to constantly be sprinting everywhere, just to make sure you're always ready to pick up somebody when they need to be picked up.
And it definitely seems like Arbiter is managing his spacing a little bit better now, but that definitely is a problem. Like, listen, for those of you at home that are wondering, okay, this isn't PvP, so where is the game sense and things like that, right? When you're training these ads on the field, backing up, trying to get them to pile up in a linear fashion in front of you, it's not just about maintaining that train. You also have to be aware of where your teammates and where other players are, because if their ads that are rushing after them all of a sudden are in front of you while you're trying to basically direct another group of ads, you may just go down. So you have to have a level of game sense. You have to have space management, damage output, the ability to manage your stamina like Strix was just talking about. And this is that character we mentioned earlier with that dot effect of throwing down that fire as these bows continue to streak across the field.
I can give you a perfect example. When he went for a pickup there, he shot his fire pool behind his teammate.
Yep.
So as the ads rad towards them, he's still maintaining his kill streak, able to get it up to
Big
2
brain, baby.
or 300, and to put himself in a position where he is continually able to get plenty of kills. Now we have 30 seconds left in our game. The game will be ending shortly and players will die. So I want to start seeing some of these perks being used. Everybody's healing up. They're making sure they're at max health. They're going to have to transition to the next objective, which is going to be the pools.
Will they get there in time before the game is over? We only
the game
have
is
about
going to
20
end,
seconds.
Basically, you're going to maybe get an attack or two. But people are it's going to end pretty much before it ends up.
5 seconds.
To be honest with you.
Okay. Let's see if they potentially throw down an AoE effect as the ads are pouring in.
If people were aware. Unfortunately, it looks like they got caught during the in-between time where a lot of the game exposition and talking happened.
Okay.
And so they weren't able to. I'll talk about it. So one example you can use for this game is if you don't finish the tower section as fast as they did, you can ensure the game ends at 8 minutes on that tower, and you are in turn able to go ahead and get a few more points with those additional abilities that you were using.
So on the game master on the arena floor, guys, when he tells you that you have to take your hands off the controller, you have to stop attacking because the time has run out. Oftentimes what you'll actually see is one of the players drop an AoE effect, an area of effect, an AoE effect on the field, so that even though he's not technically controlling his character, he's actually damaging the ads as the game finishes. We didn't necessarily get to see any of that right here, but that's just that higher level, that high IQ level of thinking that can result in a little bit. Somebody just touched their controller.
There was an ability that was used after time. That'll be on the Game Master. The Game Master will find out what happened. Arbiter never went down. Raging got the most points in the lobby, and Havoc had the most revives. So we have to see. We'll go to the leaderboard here. Raging is at 6,900 points, 6,899 to be technical. Arbiter, though, is at 5,800. So a little bit below. That 1,000 point difference might be the difference here.
But these are pretty close. I mean, bottom scores 2,000. Let's look at the bottom scores. We have Alchemist with 2,000, and then who is that below Alchemist in last?
RK with 2,000. They're about 20 points apart.
Okay. All right. So about 20. Okay, so you have somebody from both teams only picking up 2,000. This is going to be incredibly close. That's going to be really close. I think the difference here is going to be probably less than 2,000, which
I need you to help me. I heard somebody from the floor say I don't know how to count. My brother played.
Well, they might not know how to count. They might not know how to play Skullgirls. They might not know how to play Halo. Target acquisition. No.
I think I agree with you. I think legitimately, Raging being about 1,000 points ahead should be about the difference. Because everyone else is so close to their opponent. The difference would be a few 100. And the xGODS might have stopped the momentum here.
Oh, xGODS clutch it. I've got to get the differential here. I've got to figure out how many points. 953. We knew that was going to be close. That's the closest game. That's the closest game of Ragnarok.
He was tier 1 for a reason. I have to just Cajun right there showed in abundance why having a player like him, a solid strategy mind, and a good player in that tier 1. His 1,000-point difference, basically. His score was the difference between a win and a possible loss here.
100%.
And I have to give a lot of credit. I have to give a ton of credit there to the side of him. Less than 1,000 points. And that could have been disrupting some of those combos. I know at one point I saw Arbiter had like a 400 kill streak that he lost. Just barely short. Stuff like that is those moments that end up adding. And it's not any one player. I think you can look at RK and be like, hey, RK, I need you to pick it up. I need you to get some more points. But ultimately, I think that was good play and great play by Raging Cajun. Now, on the other side, we have this Dragon Ball Fighters coming up next, and
listen, we are getting both of these teams know how to play fighters, like to some degree. Like there's definitely going to be a couple of players from both sides that know how to play fighters, and we're getting fighters tonight. This is exciting. Now this is an opportunity where Shogun they had momentum. xGODS just halted their momentum. But what I will say is when you're jumping into a game like that that's PvE and it's not PvP, you don't necessarily feel like you got beat, right? Because you just didn't kill as many ads or you didn't get a high enough score. So I still think that they're going to have a lot of momentum right now. They've got to basically continue that into this
If they
fighter.
win DBZ, I think it immediately nullifies. They won't care that much at all. Black Diamond has to go in. Bosif have to go in. Think Goat-Seef, excuse me, not Bosif. Goat-Seef for this game.
I see.
He's going to come out and show his prowess in Dragon Ball Fighters.
I see. NHL maybe going to his head.
I'm saying he's been look that NHL got me believing in the GOAT right now.
That's true, and I will say this: going into NHL today, we talk about players' ability to adapt. When you guys are starting to develop your fandom for specific players and specific teams within the UEL, something I have to compliment the xGODS on here. During NHL, Bosif had not played with Bubbles before in NHL. Both of them were able to identify that they were super experienced at the game and then sort of complement each other and play off of each other's play styles. By the halfway mark of that game, the entire ice was controlled by two players on the exact same team, and both of them worked in tandem with one another, and that's what resulted in them winning the game. It wasn't necessarily a lucky shot or the money puck or what have you. I love that ability to adapt.
I think the veteran... It shows the strength of even Bubbles being the youngest player there. Bubbles is in his 4th season of the league.
Right.
But the rest, Bosif, Alchemists have been around the block. They know, and just finding out like, oh, wait, you know how to play.
Yeah.
I know how to work with you. We can do this. Dragon Ball Fighters works very similarly because each one of our players will be controlling one character on a 3-player team, and they have to be prepared to, hey, I need to get out. My health is low.
Yeah.
If you bring your teammate in and they just instantly die, you have to be able to communicate that. You have to be able to adapt around it, play it, and find those combos and find success for your teammate.
You know what I've actually seen in 3v3 competitions? I don't know if it's something that's here. It would be interesting to see if it was, is code words. Code words that are actually used prior to tagging it. Yeah, prior to actually tagging your teammates in. But nonetheless, being able to not just tag your teammate when your health is getting low, but also being able to maintain momentum. Sometimes you'll see a specific play style that's getting shut down by your opponent that isn't necessarily because you're a bad player. Sometimes it could just come down to play styles. We see that super often in the real world as well, not just within video games. Trying to make sure that your play style complements whoever you're going up against is going to be crucial. If you're starting to take damage, get me out of here. Get me out of here, put somebody else in because I may be able to excel later on. That's one of the things I really love about Dragon Ball Fighters.
And a timeout's been called, and you've been foreshadowing it.
Yep.
We will see that timeout subtracted here in a moment.
By the xGODS. Yes, my magical crystal ball is coming together.
I told you. Y'all don't see it when we go in the game. He's not even looking at the screen. He's just looking up and predicting. He's manifesting those moments.
Yes, post routes to the right side of the field.
And immediately, I told you that was exactly what's going to happen.
That's funny.
Dragon Ball Fighters is one of our more explosive fighters, though.
Yeah.
It is possible. I love momentum and the idea you talked about there because you can take over this game in a moment.
Oh, God, yeah. Listen, and this is something that makes Dragon Ball Fighters different compared to the other games. We talked about, Halo being a little bit more difficult or certain fighting games being a little bit more difficult. Listen, Dragon Ball Fighters in terms of combo inputs is as simplistic as it gets. XXX, XXX, or Y. Sometimes we'll just get you specific combo strings, right, if you're playing on an Xbox controller, for instance. But there is a level of complexity to the game after you learn those basic fundamentals. In order to carry combo strings, perform rushdowns, get your assisted abilities and what have you from assisted characters jumping into the screen, tagging in your teammates and what have you in order to maintain pressure. And then also, some of the directionals and the abilities within this game in order to perform specific combo strings are very complicated. So at a fundamental level, at a foundational level, you can get a significant amount of output with very simplistic combo strings and good timing, right? Finding that window up opportunity, getting that frame advantage, and initiating. But to capitalize off of the complexity of the game takes a lot of skill.
I've talked with a ton of players about this, and I have 2 modes. Go into the game, do your best.
Right.
Try your combo that you worked out. This might be more complicated.
Yeah.
If it is not working after 1 or 2 tries, as you mentioned, rely on those auto combos. It is simple. And
yeah.
1 damage is greater than 0. So if you're able to, just, as you mentioned, consistently hit it, you're fine.
Yep.
But for those experienced players, yes, I need you to get corner carry. I need you to set up something after you knock somebody down. Make them guess. Make them think. I mentioned with RKO in specifically Skullgirls, he wasn't doing this crazy game plan that's impossible. But against people that don't fully have the game mapped out or understand it, you will see them just having someone have to guess, do I stand or do I crouch?
Right.
And do I tech the throw or do I block? Is enough to overload the mental stack, the number of decisions they have to make in a moment.
Looks like we're getting Formula 1 right after this, which is interesting. Nonetheless, here we jump in. We will get you a word on who is playing.
So on the left side of your screen, the Frieza, I believe that Frieza is Bosi.
Okay.
I believe that Frieza is getting some hits in, and now Black Diamond is starting to respond. So on the left side of your screen, yes, that is the xGODS. The right side is the sides of the Shogun. And Black Diamond with a nice 2H, able to get some damage out there, but the Dragon Rush, that's the throw of this game. Taking him up, bringing him down, getting a little bit of a combo. I like a little bit of the mix going on. You got to be ready to play here. And Bosif just getting his touches, and this is why I mean, Bosif doesn't have to do something complicated. You see the fist come up, that's GOAT. Him.
All right, here comes Vegeta. Let's see if he's any better. We'll get a confirmation as to who that is, but Bosif right now just handling it.
I'm getting Raven.
Nice, solid blocks though into a low strike. Oh, what you just saw on your screen, it was brilliant. He threw out a couple of zoning tools, and then knowing that his opponent would want to close the distance to cut off those zoning tools, he hit the rush down. Now he gets the tag in. This is what I'm talking about.
Ooh, I hear calls from both teams. They're talking about swapping their characters and swapping their play, but they have to find their moment, and now Arbiter has jumped in. Alchemist is swinging away, getting his damage dealt. The big thing here is he going to be able to continue to put it down? I love it. He's not overcomplicating this. He's just taking his opportunity, and all of these Dragon Rushes are being punished, and it looks like Arbiter is down. Arbiter is gone, and it's going to be up to Raven to find his opportunity, see if we see another 3v1 situation in Dragon Ball.
That would be unfortunate. That would be very unfortunate, but it just comes down to just the basic fundamentals of the game they've been practicing, you know, and just pulling off cheeky maneuvers, right? Like going for a rush down after a zoning tool, right? Like that level of sort of complexity is going to make the difference in a game like this. Wow, and they do it. That's a three-piece nug right there. Not a single one of their players going down.
Bosi killed his one, and then Alchemist came in and cleaned up the other two. That was great play. It wasn't some ridiculous combo that was super long, that was super impossible to execute. It was just solid, fundamental play. To the Shogun, you were super dashing a ton. You got to cut that down, mix up the options, you become really predictable, and that's what ended up getting them blown up. Now, importantly, we have F1 coming up next. This is a 1v1.
Yeah, this is 1v1. It's so different. So you guys have seen a couple of different racing games, so unique racing games. What sort of sets Formula 1 away from sort of the rest of the pack with regards to our like racing genre is you would think Formula 1, a lot of cars on the track, that there would be a lot of players from both teams, maybe even a 5v5. It's not. This is a 1v1, and there are PCs on the map, right? There are the CPU that is playing on the map that are noted for brake checking constantly. So watch out for that as we come up to the turns. Be careful of the brake checking. I think the main goal for both of these players that I've noticed when I'm seeing the players within our league play this game at the highest level is getting into the lead very, very early. If they're able to get into the lead, all you have to do necessarily is drive safe. I don't know necessarily if either one of these teams are super well equipped in Formula 1. Would you say either one of them?
I think they're both solid.
Okay.
Across the board. Mr. B has been showing up across the season. Every one of his performances have been pretty good. Former teammate of mine, the Bubbles.
Bubbles, I know.
Was a designated racer on our team. So I know that he's put the time, the energy in to F1 and has stayed on top of his game.
And
And again, the benefit of also being on this xGODS squad is that he has Havoc to your face, who's also a racer. They have a lot of depth to the roster in that respect.
And what a great moment, sort of Bubbles sitting within that tier 4 position. We talk about this often. I had mentioned, and complimented Raven really often. If you're a lower tier player within 4 or 5, why is that significant? Why do we keep talking about it? Guys, every time these teams show up to play, they're getting paid a different amount depending on what tier they are during that game. So players that are within tier 4 and tier 5, they want to basically show up and show out because they want to perform so that the next games they go into, maybe they move up in that tier list and they get paid more money. Now, that being said, if you are in a tier 4 or 5 spot, when you yourself as a player are able to lock down a specific genre within the UEL wheel, oh my goodness. Yeah, Dead by Daylight's another great example. If you excel as a Dead by Daylight player, you can just simply play killer, wipe the board, and then basically just go back.
And picking up what you were saying, it matters. Those 4 and 5s, even going up to the 3, I look at them as players that might only have, they're okay, but they have a unique specialty that brings and shows their strengths. Now those tier 1s, on the other hand, looking at both Raging and Black Diamond, they're getting paid $2,500 a game at the end of the day.
Oh, timeout Shogun.
I think this is smart just to make sure everything is set up. F1 is one of those more difficult games and more involved games to set up.
Yeah.
But you're getting paid $2,500 a game. And so I'm looking at Black Diamond. Black Diamond, who is the owner of the Shogun team.
Yep.
Donned a jersey, returned to the... He hasn't played in seasons.
Yeah.
And I have to say, he hasn't impressed me the way I need him to impress me to be holding that tier 1 spot.
Yeah, no, and that's something that you will constantly see is like players, and sometimes you got to make sure that you're being a team player, but sometimes you can notice when there's tier 1 or tier 2 players that aren't performing, there seems to be like a weight on their shoulder. The person I would say that probably has been managing it the best is probably Billy the GOAT, and not just because like he locks down certain games like StarCraft and stuff. That is a huge advantage that he has, but it's also like leadership, stepping out as a leader, communicating with your teammates to sort of keep your composure throughout a lot of your games. I don't know if we're seeing that necessarily from either of these teams.
Because this is the first season that we've been doing this, I think that what a tier 1 is still being defined. There are some people that feel that tier 1 should be leaders on their team. There are some people that feel like your most skilled player should be your tier 1.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
It's interesting to see because the bots are winning this out. They're currently the best team in the South. They've been debuting, and maybe that leadership aspect, that ability to maintain their mental is important. Now, on the bottom of your screen there, in that first-person view is the Bubbles, and on the top of your screen, Mr. B is sitting in that third person, doing his best to hold this corner. Now, both players are close here at the front of the pack. You asked for it, 3rd and 4th place, with Bubbles currently holding that 3rd position.
Well, I'm going to say this right now. Bubbles went into that first turn perfectly. It's just something I picked up on. You see the way he's letting off his gas. He's not necessarily pushing on the brake. He's letting off his gas well before he even gets to the turn, which has allowed him to take a wide, narrow angle, so he gets to the turn about mid-track and or on the side of the track, and then he turns sharply into it, just like you see here, without necessarily pressing his brakes. He's able to maintain that momentum. Throughout the entirety of this course, that's going to be the differentiating factor that I see Bubbles performing well. Look how wide he was on that. That's interesting. Maybe faulted up a little bit right there. Maybe a little bit, but Mr. B didn't capitalize off of that mistake whatsoever. So, this may be one of those situations where as long as Bubble is racing clean, he doesn't have much to worry about. Mr. B has to be able to capitalize off of his mistakes.
Yes, and it looks like I almost wondered if he wanted to try to take him out of the race and second-guessed himself there on that turn. He might have just committed to running into him, and assuming that the nose of your car, that wide turn could
Good night, Irene. That is going to do it pretty much for the rest of this race, if I had to guess. Bubbles just has to race clean for the entirety of this, and he's going to be money. Now, the biggest problem he has to worry about is the CP right in front of him. The computer players in front of him, if they brake check him into oblivion, that could completely destroy his momentum here and then end up leaning this track in the favor of Mr. B. Nonetheless, again, taking it slow, not necessarily pressing too much on his brakes and just keeping his momentum.
Another wide turn from Mr. B, though.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Every time he makes up a little bit of ground, because his line is not as perfect as you're mentioning about Bubbles, he ends up losing it as Bubbles moves on to the next turn. Here, you're going so fast. You overshoot the turn. Now you're just trying to get back on track.
Yeah.
You have to deal with the pack once again. You have to avoid and not die.
And here's the mistake that a lot of players actually make when they're behind. They understand that, listen, I've got nothing to lose. I'm already behind the player. So how am I going to catch up to them? Well, just in layman's terms, you've got to speed up. Oh, Mr. B just getting basically just trashed here in the back of the pack. The problem that he ran into, he feels as if he has to speed up, right, in order to catch the player, catch bubbles in front of him. As a result, he's going into his turns way too quickly, and that, basically what you're seeing at the top of your screen right now, he is dead. He's actually dead on the track.
I think he realized,
oh my God.
He realized that the match was pretty much done, signed, sealed, and delivered, and instead made the opportunities to go ahead and end it. He got a severe 2-second penalty when he was already behind.
100%.
This meant that he just had to hopefully, like, he was either going to find Bubbles and say, Bubbles, you're dying with me, or let's just end this. Let's buy some time. We have an hour and 16 minutes. Let's get some more games in, like this Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, I agree. But that is definitely probably the biggest mistake that I see from a lot of players is they're trying to make up ground by speeding up, and then when a turn comes along, they're not slowing down. They're trying to make, and they just can't pump the brakes fast enough, and they go off the edge.
Tech that I learned in my rookie season and from different players. As a coach, if you're sitting down with someone to play F1, your job as a coach is not to care about what's happening on the middle of the screen. If you just watch the mini map and tell somebody slight left, hard 90,
that's
so
good.
that someone can start, instead you just hear a voice telling you how to slow down. But if you never want to slow down in your gaming, you need to get yourself a SurfThing PC, our PC sponsor. You can hear more about them right now.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there. 10, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And thank you once again to SurfThing PC, the official PC sponsor of the UEL. They are the platform that allow us to play 33 different games across 5 different categories. They are the in-gamer approved hardware that allows me, Matt, everyone in this building to compete and prove that we are the greatest gamer, the best across all the genres.
Yeah. And listen, I know what it's like for a lot of you guys out there. There's certain games that we're playing that you're only going to be capable of playing on your PC. If you're looking for a PC to sort of take your gaming to the next level, be sure to check them out. Super affordable, super reasonable, and very, very high quality. I mean, listen, when we play StarCraft 2, we play unlimited resources on StarCraft 2. I'm talking about over 1,000 ads and units on the screen at any given time.
And that's 8 players. That's 4, like
8 players.
I need you to understand that every player can potentially have thousands upon thousands of units. I've watched people hop into Twitch chat and be like, so what's going on here? Oh, y'all play unlimited. The PCs aren't stuttering and dying and blowing. No, that is what the power of a SurfThing PC gives you.
100%.
People do that and then go play another game afterwards, and it also runs perfectly fine.
Yeah, absolutely. So whether you're playing competitively, if you're playing one of the MMOs out there, Elder Scrolls Online, Final Fantasy, if you're playing World of Warcraft, imagine just the capability of these PCs being able to give you view distance, tons of foliage graphics, texturing, and all sorts of things, weather effects at a very, very long distance. Be sure to pick them up. It's a quality computer that we use every single day here on the floor of UEL.
And you mentioned quality play. I got to give you credit as a quality caster, recognizing the situation that has now dawned on us in our last hour and 15 minutes. The LA xGODS last timeout has disappeared.
Yep.
They now have no more mistakes in terms of setup for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that we have an hour and 13 minutes left. That is well over a handful of games. So we have an hour and 13 minutes of in-game time that is left on the clock. Shogun, realistically, could definitely pick up about like 3. Let's just imagine they pick up 3 more wins and they're sitting at 7. If there's a couple of tech issues from xGODS during their setups and they don't have a timeout, they give a free win, a free forfeit, if you will, over to the Shogun. They're going to be realistically sitting about like 9 wins. Gods are at 11. That's way closer than we thought this was going to be at halftime. I promise you we're going to run into some of those issues later on in the night because it is complicated to set up some of these games. You got to be on top of it. You got to have someone setting up. You got to have somebody submitting the lineup, making sure that the controllers, that all the profiles are signed in at the right time. It takes a team cohesion in order to do that. And some of these teams just don't gel like that. Particularly this moment, xGODS have a brand new roster. This is a newly formed team. You know, pretty much throughout the middle of this season, they had to form a new team. They may not know all of that or be gelling with each other to that degree.
It's hard because they have to get in, and they still need to win these games, right?
Yeah.
And this is where becoming a player, coach, GM, having that role, it's a lot of mental load where you're trying to plan for the next game and the game you're in and hoping to win. And they're hoping that Raging Cajun is able to take a win here as the killer in Dead by Daylight. I'm interested to see who he ends up playing. He does play a few different killers. I assume he's going to play his strongest just to help ensure his team does maintain strong.
You had mentioned Raging Cajun not necessarily performing. Is that the player that you were saying that hasn't been performing necessarily at that tier 1?
I was thinking more on Black Diamond. I think Raging's been doing okay. He's had a standout performance in Ragnarok. But
that's
I think
true.
Yeah, but I think his bread and butter are shooters and strategy games.
Right.
So in these next few games, I need to see him excel there.
Right.
So like, hey, this is why I'm here. On the same side, because I'm looking at Black Diamond, right? And Black Diamond's like not performing in the sports games, which is where I would normally expect.
Right, that's true. Now, xGODS actually forfeited Halo Infinite. Rainbow Six is another shooter. If they go to forfeit Rainbow Six, I mean, you're talking about two classics between Rainbow Six and Halo. If they forfeit that second game, that is their biggest weakness, right? It would be shooters, undoubtedly. Nonetheless, this is a tier 1 player in Raging playing the killer in this game of Dead by Daylight. If he doesn't win this game, that's going to bring into question a little bit of that drama we talked about with whether he should be in that tier 1 spot. I'd love to see him perform right now, put the team on his back though, and then figure out if we can, sort of pull away this night.
I love the pick of Vecna. He's found 3 of the Shoguns to start off this game.
Yeah. And you know what's funny?
Downed one?
Yeah, downed one. Already going to get this early hook in. You know what's funny, man? You actually explained Vecna to me the last time we casted together. This is a really, really creative killer with multiple abilities, sending out sort of these zoning tools, if you will, sometimes in order to find their opponents, using dash abilities like you see here. And so much more to sort of lock in on where these survivors are.
And this is the perfect pick for a player like Raging. Raging plays Dead by Daylight. He doesn't necessarily need to pick. We see a lot of people in the league default to Wraith, an invisibility killer, or Nurse, a teleporting killer. He's just able to use his general game sense and understanding of the game to take a character like Vecna and exploit the weaknesses in an opposing team. Him getting early hits also matters because one of his perks allows him to see the aura of different items on the ground, and that's another player that's going to take a hit. That's RK taking one hit. He's made some space, but immediately Raging's going to chase after him. Now he's inside of him, and he's right there. Got to keep moving. He slows down a little bit. You need to find something to get a little bit of space, but no, he goes down. This is going to be the second hook. I hope while this is happening, someone's getting Mr. B.
That's true. I will say this, though. Probably the best map selection that I've seen of a team over casting over these Dead by Daylight. I actually really like this map specifically for them, knowing that Raging is a pretty good Vecna player. There's a lot of foliage, a lot of fog throughout this map. You also have a rather large structure in the center that you can sort of utilize some elevation, maybe sneak around a little bit, as well as the generators just being, in positions that are hard to see from that medium distance. Now, the fact that he chose Vecna is going to allow him to sort of download that intel a little bit more as he starts to close in on these survivors like you're seeing here. Once he's locked in on somebody, it is going to be almost impossible to get away from Vecna. That's what you're seeing. So it's not necessarily about getting away from him every single time. They have to communicate and work together in order to get each other off the hooks and keep these generators going, basically.
Progressing, yes, and I agree with you because normally in a situation where now 2 of your players are on the hooks and one of your players, 2 of them should be in their second phase, one of your players is dead, you would want to be looking at 1, maybe 2 more generators you have to finish. Well, now you have a third player is going to be put on the hook. He now knows where the other 2 players are.
Right,
100%. Somebody had to take him off the hook. So he gets this hook. He knows what he has to do, where he needs to be, and who he needs to chase down. And
Yeah, his environmental awareness and sort of game sense, if you will, is really, really good, and that's what we want to see from a Tier 1 player. Listen, if you guys out there are trying to find your favorite players within the UEL, Raging right now is proving as to why he's a Tier 1 player. Every single time he locks in on one, he gets the knock. He's turning towards the second survivor, trying to pick up a double knock here.
That's a hit. If he gets a hit here, this is game over depending on the perks that these players have. Let's see. He just needs to find it. Is that opportunity available? Arbiter's trying to run. He's trying to escape. And Vecna uses the hand to hold the pallet. Get the hit.
Wow. Both players down. Now, depending on the perks that they have, they could potentially still survive.
Yes.
But, we've seen it before. I don't know if it's going to happen here. Let's see.
But the way that Arbiter is leaning back, it makes me think that he doesn't necessarily have one of those perks.
That's a good
He's
point.
not as locked in. We know RK is on his third hook. This is going to guarantee kill RK, and that's going to be the game. This is Raging's second killer win of the season for Dead by Daylight, proving that it is one of those cornerstone games that he controls. The only thing I can say is, Arbiter, I would want you to try to get off the hook. You have nothing to lose at this point. Bro, just go ahead, hit spacebar a couple of times. You either die instantly.
Yep, and you basically have a snowball's chance in hell of getting off of that hook, but it is possible. Not going to work, though, right there.
A lot of people will say, take the 4% chance. What do you have to lose in taking a 4% chance right now, other than the game ending slightly fast?
Can I just note Raging's demeanor right now?
Oh, he's vibing.
He's locked in with a grin on his face, like the Grinch on Christmas Eve. Just getting ready to plot and scheme. Gotta love it. Feeling super comfortable in that Tier 1 spot, proving why he's there.
And that's why I didn't want to, the games today. He's been in sports games. He's been in some of those racing games. I think Lumina Rush. He's been in games that aren't his forte by default. Fighting games even are not Raging's forte. They're games that he's gotten better at, being an in-gamer, being someone that's been in season after season. He's put effort in, a lot of time and work, but his bread and butter are those strategies in those sports games, both of which he has shown, or strategy and shooters, both of which he's shown up for. So we'll have to see. I expect the xGODS will want to play Rainbow Six Siege. Hopefully you go ahead and get that Siege in. The bigger question is going to be the side of the Shoguns.
Yeah. I would assume that they're going to. They got to play some shooters, man. They definitely have to play some shooters, and even if they're not sort of experienced within that game, what an opportunity. You're up by 8 wins to actually practice the game. Rainbow Six is one of those titles that we say it all the time, accurate shooting or good gunplay is going to get beat out by solid strategy within Rainbow Six every day of the week. And there's no other better time to sort of implement or practice your strategies than during a live match. They have an 8-win lead right now. They need to play this game. Shoguns, though, I would probably take this risk just knowing how uncomfortable xGODS are. But it's also one of those situations where even if you were to forfeit this game, I mean, they're going to 13 wins. Why not just take the chance? There is an hour left. I get it.
But that's what I was starting to get to, is that hour left. If I am the Shogun, I recognize I have 2 games left of this season.
Yeah.
And I'm still looking for that first win. Yeah. Yes, you can play this. Yes, it can happen. Yes, you might want to say, hey, they could make a mistake, and that could be a problem. And we could start to win some games. Rainbow is a little bit intense. It'll take probably about 10 minutes or so, bring us about to the hour mark, depending on how fast or even slow. We go to 3 rounds.
Yeah.
But I would want you to continue to contend. At least make other teams have to guess whether or not you're willing to play shooters, especially if your opponents show a weakness in them.
Now, Shoguns having set up, they get to choose map, correct?
They can choose map, or if they want attack or defense first.
Okay.
Or game mode. Now, this is something. Game mode is the third one. We've only had one team ever be like, I want to play
hostage.
They actually picked secure the area, and it was the Shogun.
I'm not going to lie. When the game first came out, I solely played secure the area. I'll be the first one to admit that.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, dude, I got judged hard.
I also get that. Trust me when I get you. Because you know how I said, you were like, oh, you get to pick map. I'm like, that's because everyone knows that bomb is going to be the most.
Yeah, and listen, we love bomb.
But I'm saying, the Shoguns have done it once before. They picked security
Okay.
area this season.
Okay.
And so it wouldn't surprise me if maybe they want to try to throw another curveball. Maybe they've worked on some strategies.
That's what I mean. Like, there's going to be certain shooters that you're Listen, every time these players come into the arena, you know the 33 games. You know what games you need to be practicing. If there's a specific genre, like shooters, what games do you need to work on? Okay, say it's Rainbow Six Siege. How do you throw opponents for a loop, right, without necessarily outperforming them in a way? A wonky map is a way to do that. So occasionally we do see teams picking maps that aren't necessarily super popular. They're not even in the ranked rotation within ranked matchmaking. Sometimes you'll see that.
He's specifically talking about the layer pick. You're specifically talking about the layer pick that has been picked quite a few times now.
Miss me with that.
What do you? Layer is such a fun map.
No.
It's so good.
It's just rooms and rooms.
Exactly.
There's just rooms.
Look, I'd rather see layer than us going back to Oregon once again.
Oh, timeout Shogun.
So we're playing this. If the Shoguns are calling a timeout,
if they're calling a timeout.
That was the other condition that I could give you for this game.
Yeah.
If you're not getting this forfeited, or if you're not getting this and you don't know if you win it and you're about to burn a timeout, you just forfeit the game.
Yeah, exactly.
It is not worth burning your last timeout because now it pretty much means for the rest of the game you also need to be perfect. That's a sly energy.
Yep.
You got to go ahead and get that done. And now you may be wondering why, when time runs out, why is it that players and teams are punished? It's because of those SurfThing PCs, which are amazing, but we have to switch over to an amazing host. That is the Doc on the floor with another interview.
What's up, everybody? It's the Doc. He's back live right here from the UEL Arena. I just want to go into that Dead by Daylight by Ragin was Cajun. That thing was nice. Took him out nice and quick, easy game. You can see now that we have Siege up. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Shogun setup. Didn't get it set up in time. Got a timeout. We've been here before. We know it's one of those games. Let's just see what's going to happen. Hopefully, Bosif gets a chance to gel with his new team here. Siege, we know that he's always talking. He's got the sauce, so we'll see. So I'm going to send it back over to you, Bob and Strix.
Say right now, just off of that interview, some Cajun sauce would hit really well right now.
That's true.
The thing that, like, Bosif got the sauce. We got Raging Cajun. You know, they're cooking something up here.
Oh, no, he was cooking in that last match. I would say this, man. I would say this. I've been here for about a month now. That is the fastest Dead by Daylight game I have ever seen. Ever seen. That was Cajun. That was hot and spicy.
Comfortable in that game.
Dog sauteed them. Deep fried.
But again,
I mean,
and
the
to
whole
get
match.
Siege, Doc was not kidding when he said Bosif has the sauce in Rainbow Six Siege. This is one of those games that he is known for, he's known to love. He's always down to play. He's always down to grind. And I wonder if we're going to see that same effect coming out what we saw with Raging and Dead by Daylight from Bosif here in this Siege. And we got to see what these rosters look like as well. These teams got 48 seconds. I mentioned SurfThing's PCs. Everything's loaded up. Everything's ready to go. This is all on the players. They got to be able to handle this fast hardware to be able to get us from game to
100%.
game
And Bosif definitely seems like an R6 player. I'm not going to lie. He's sort of the confidence. His bravado is what I mentioned earlier. He definitely has a swagger to him that like Rainbows. He's an R6 player. He knows how to play the game. So as we jump into this, even if they don't necessarily have that team coach, because they are a relatively new roster, if they don't have necessarily strategy at play, I think they're going to pick meta operators, thermites and thatchers. Bandits and mutes and things like that on defense to just sort of lock down the objective and or just guarantee that they can breach the objective. Once you do that, it's going to come down to gunplay. And I think Bosif probably his target acquisition, his accuracy, things like that. I was scared. Going to be.
I was scared. I thought we might be having a forfeit Forest here. But
I would have cried. I would have cried.
FC. Wow. The fighters continue to elude us today. The shooters are now starting to. Of course.
Nighthaven Labs isn't necessarily everyone's favorite map, but there's interesting things about this, I would say, this map. When it first came out, people didn't necessarily like it, but as it developed within ranked matchmaking, there was sort of a meta that came about on this map. And here's one of the biggest reasons. A lot of the flooring on the second story of this map is breachable. So that creates interesting situations where if you're playing a Valkyrie, per se, on defense, you can actually preset C4s within the entrances to the objective, and then basically just get one of your teammates to tell you when there's enemies on that flooring, and then just blow your C4. Cav, Capcan, we're looking at a Bandit. Cav, okay, they're going downstairs first, which is interesting. They only have, okay, so they do have a Bandit, so they'll get enough wall denial here. They're not running a Cade, so they can't protect the hatches. Gonna be honest, I probably would have even prioritized the hatches a little bit on this, but the fact that they have a Bandit is good, so they're gonna shut down that wall push.
I don't know how I feel about this wall in particular. Having an extra sightline, it looks like they're only doing one just to make sure they are able to shoot through the other side and to put a little bit of pressure between these two walls. Now, with these teams, it does look like we have a little bit more of the restricted roster. We don't always play fully open. It does depend on our players. They have their conversations. That can be tactical.
Okay.
And they are playing bomb, as we mentioned before. I actually prefer servers over this specific.
Me too.
Just downstairs, you mentioned that second floor and those breachable floors. If someone has a ram or any type of destruction, all of a sudden you're in a box and you're just looking up through the different slats to try to fight. And it looks like BoSeef instead playing offside here on this Echo.
Here's what I guarantee. Well, I don't want to guarantee because I don't necessarily know how well Shogun plays at Rainbow Six. The fact that BoSeef is rotating out of OBJ here, as well as the Caveira, that leaves only 3 of your teammates that are in the objective. They most likely have a Thermite. They most likely have a Thatcher. So they're going to break into this objective in some way, shape, or form. Once that happens, if one of their team gets taken out, this is going to spell a world of trouble for the xGODS. It just really depends on BoSeef's pressure with these cameras and his ability to rotate back to the objective if he has to. But again, it comes down to shots. If they're able to sort of shut down those shots, it's going to be super important.
And it's going to be big here, because my question more than anything is, it looks like he's pinging the locations, maybe helping out his cat.
Oh, and he's got intel on 2 of them, including the Habana, who's going to look to take out that hatch. The reason why, okay, there's 3 of them. The reason why, so we get an early pick.
That's Mr. B with the pick. I was going to say Mr. B and Arbiter, who I'm looking at from the side of the Shoguns.
That's the roamer. That's a roamer, so they don't have necessarily as much pressure collapsing on top of the objective as they push in here. Here's what's interesting. That breachable wall right there at the bottom of the stairs, had they shot out footholes in that wall, they can actually go prone from the opposing room and shut down that stairway push completely. But they're clearly not doing that, so they're going to begin rotating around stairs. Now, this is the backside of the objective.
So I'm going to say it. I'm already a little bit nervous. They pick up a second kill, this time on the Havoc to your face, and there's that Arbiter. As I was mentioning, Arbiter is very strong at this game. But I mentioned that for one reason. They have a minute left to get in on the site. They have to start executing and start taking some more space to hopefully find a win. BoSeef picked up a kill on to that player on PC3, and now the entire team is turning around. Y'all continue have to make forward progress.
Yeah, and now this is definitely where aggression comes into play. They need to completely I would completely forget about the Echo, especially the fact that this Echo's outside OBJ. You only have a Bandit inside the objective. Get your Ying to throw the flashbangs behind you and rush the objective. Get intel as to where this player is, and do not give him time to reload. Exactly. That's a situation where the Echo BoSeef picks up a double headshot through that back hallway, playing out of his mind with an impact grenade. Able to secure that double kill as he pushes towards the bomb. Is he going to be able to defuse it in time?
Arbiter's gone. It's a 1v2 situation now.
It's a 1v2, and is that the Ying player? It is the Ying. Oh, goodness gracious. So what the Ying could have potentially had done right there, that would have been... Oh, did he actually not get the defusal off? Okay, he got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say
scared there for a second.
Yeah, scared me. But in that type of situation, you have the ability to shut down one of those pushes in a 1v2. You throw your flashbang grenade with that Ying ability at one of the players, and then you force the other, right? If you had the intel as to who BoSeef was playing, I would probably flash him, push the other player, and then force a play out of BoSeef to defuse the bomb. That's just higher, like, that's, you know, that's a third-person perspective being able to cast over it. But during that situation, regardless of who he chose, he should have thrown that Ying flashbang at one of the players and then forced a play on the other.
And do not adjust your browsers. You are looking at this correctly. We do play a best of 3 in this game. Once on attack, once on defense, and overtime it'll flip back to our original setup. And it looks like not picking the same bomb site as their opponents, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so this one's interesting because they need to reinforce the hatch above. Typically speaking, there's a hatch that's actually outside a window, so one of your players has to run upstairs in sort of a board meeting room, if you will, jump out of a window at the start of the round, and then reinforce a hatch. It doesn't look like any of these players have that specific intel, so they're not going to do that. That's going to make the freezer super easy to drop into, as well as just cause slews of problems. Now, if they're able to identify where this objective is, the most useful operator on this point, they have selected, and it's going to be the fuse. There is a fuse operator being chosen on offense right now by the gods who is going to wreak havoc. Basically a hellstorm is going to rain down on top of this objective because the entire ceiling of this objective is breachable. So that fuse is going to have a field day. How do you counter that? You have to have someone roaming upstairs in order to shut it down. Let's see if Fuse is able to get in here. Solid drone economy. You've got, yep, see, Fuse is already blowing the hatch. We just talked about that.
It's behind that yellow one. Yep, there you go.
Yep, now play number 2 is going to be...
You're a little wide.
Yeah, oh, snap.
I guess the Twitch drone might not actually...
The Twitch drone, little big body. Got to drink a Slim Fast
Good
to get
job.
in there. Nonetheless, okay, Fuse is in. The Twitch player is giving him intel. He's telling him that no one's there. The Fuse is now fusing the objective.
Now let's see how hard they are anchoring that site.
Yep.
They have to be ready to move around to get out of position because this is going to be a ton.
100%. Oh, okay.
And we're back on Raven now on defense, holding, and he realizes that these explosives are coming in. He takes a little bit of damage. Maybe not realizing that that was a fuse.
Yes. So not only is one player down, but another player was injured. So that's the power of the fuse play right there. They're basically just a toe shot away from death. And now they're in a slew of hurt. The other thing that the fuse could do is he does have a breach charge left. Not only did he breach the hatch, but he can put. Oh, this is another fuse charge.
Oh, RK goes down.
Yep. Bubbles lands a headshot on RK.
Arbiter kills Bubbles, and they have control of the... If they all move to this objective and are able to hold it, they might be good, but that's Mr. B going down as well.
Wow. What a shot. Oh, my gosh. On the Dokkaebi, able to actually secure 2 single shots with that slug round shotgun.
I love the Boss G.
The Boss G. Villain approved. Havoc going for a simple revive here.
Oh, in front of me.
Oh, Arbiter able to hold it down with the Frost play. They got to be careful of Frost bats. A solid Frost player can lay some cheeky Frost bats here over top of... Oh, never mind. They're just trolling. some tactical squatting there.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's one of those games that Siege is a team game. We mentioned the strategy, but there's such a team portion there that once you lose 1 or 2 players, you have to make a play, kind of like we saw Bosif getting that double kill in that first round to get his team and even those numbers back up.
Well, you talked about it's just strategy. They clearly know that map pretty well. The fact that they brought the fuse, a lot of people just don't know about that. And or if you're not bringing a fuse, bringing a sledge, something that's going to allow you to play vertically on top of the objective and just open that entire ceiling up. The fact that when they started pushing the actual objective, 2 of their players were one shot. That's tough.
It makes your life so much more difficult to just be able to play any game. And I want to highlight, kind of going back to our conversation at the beginning, I think Nighthaven falls into a similar category of Lair. If you didn't stick with ranked Siege long enough, then it's just a map that you're less familiar with. You may not necessarily know the standard procedure to hold a site. Kind of like you mentioned, you highlighted, hey, you need... The immediate difference in the 2 teams, I'll just call out, yes, they were on different floors. One was on second, one was on basement. But even beyond that, one team had 2 people roaming off-site. The other team were anchoring almost the entirety of themselves on-site.
And you couldn't pick a worse objective to have 5 players anchoring because the entire ceiling is breachable. But that just comes down to game knowledge, you know?
Look at servers. That's all I'm saying. Just if you want to anchor that hard, I would much rather you take that top floor. You can have somebody play that conference room where the xGODS ended up coming in, and you can kind of control where people are able to push, and you can rotate inside a lot easier than giving them access to the top floor. A less comfortable R6 players don't think about the destructibility playing vertically into the game.
Yes.
They only think about, I can open this wall and walk through a wall.
Right.
But what happens when you need to watch the door in front of you, the wall behind you, and the ceiling above you? You can't cover all 3 angles.
Right, and that particular map, and this is something I would advise for anybody looking to get into Rainbow Six or maybe jump back into Rainbow Six on some of these maps that you don't necessarily know. Just play simply with a Valkyrie. If you know that there is a breachable ceiling above you, say you don't know the territory above the objective, just go up there, throw a camera, go back and anchor the objective, ping the breachable surface, and then pre-place a C4. And then you can just stay into the objective, wait for your opponents to go above it, and then pull the C4 trigger and get a free kill.
Siege is one of those games that I feel like I almost want to say players in this league are
tough.
forfeit Shogun.
Yeah.
They weren't able to get it set up or I guess be in position quick enough.
Yeah, unfortunate forfeit.
And that brings us close to that number we talked about at the top of the day of 17.
Yeah. Yep. They're getting close to 17, guys. Oh no.
No, I need you to understand. Like this is okay. So I'm gonna speak about this in a very open way because it's not a secret in the league. There's Billy the Goat. He is the best StarCraft player. His team is also a set of very good StarCraft players. I will then go on a limb and say Havoc and Ambushman. I'm not going to be egotistical enough to put myself in there as well. Or like those next rungs down the line.
Okay, so Havoc is like super experienced on StarCraft.
Yes, as someone that played with Havoc on Havoc's team, me and Havoc played together. The fact that Havoc is comfortable, he is playing the race that he is normally on in Protoss.
Okay.
He and I talked about it early in the league. Like he and I openly will talk about the game because neither one of us is like I'm not worried inherently about you. I have to just play a good game of StarCraft to beat you.
Okay.
And so he is up there, and it's one of those things I tell most people. You either know you can beat Havoc.
Right.
You either have a game plan coming in and know you can execute it, or you just don't play the game. It's not worth it. It's very similar in the sense of Billy. The idea I'll give you is the group of people I name in terms of Havoc and Ambushman are even different than me. I am in a position where I'm like, it is not worth my energy to try to beat Billy. Havoc and Ambushman are both players that are like,
I've seen you try.
I can beat. No.
I've seen you try.
No. I'm gonna clarify that right now. I had a teammate that was like, I want to try, and everybody else around me was like, okay. I always say this every season. I have at least one teammate that's like, I think we can take Billy, and I always go, you believe we can do it? I will indulge you. Every time, I promise you, every single pregame meeting, I'm like, we're forfeiting StarCraft. It's like, why? Like, I know that unless I play.
Yeah, we just got word. We just got word from the floor. Shogun forfeit.
Now, Havoc is just a force in and of himself. Yeah. Bosif, I played with him actually during one of the All-Star games last season. Okay. He has a solid game plan, having played with Havoc previously on the xGODS.
Right.
To know, like, hey, I know how to play and buy time for him. We saw him in one of his last games on the Cyclones. He was able to play amazingly well with Ambushman and put up a good front against the bots. So I should tell you just go ahead and get out of the game and get into your cars for some Ejected Rivals.
Yeah, Ejected Rivals is this is on our racing category now.
Yes.
Okay, this is on our racing category. Very, very unique game. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, our racing category is probably the most diverse category on our wheel. Maybe strategy, because we definitely have some funky strategy games, but racing is super unique. This is going to be a game, guys, where these players are driving in their cars, and at different points or different stages, there's multiple different game types, but at different stages throughout, they're going to quite literally eject the driver from the front of their seat to fly through portions of the course and then get back into their vehicle. It's super unique, and I love to watch it.
It's really fun, and I didn't think about that. F1 super technical.
Right.
You have Forza a little bit more arcadey, but still.
Yeah, I think that's the most like that and Formula One are definitely super balanced. But
then you get to Ejected, which is this extreme sport because you have paragliding, you have helicopters that are also pulling you up and down in the air.
Right.
Then you have Lumina Rush, a speed running platformer.
Crash Team Racing.
Which is in and of itself like a game with items and these power slides and really intricate mechanics.
Yeah.
And Need for Speed, where you're playing a game of cat and mouse, and you're playing a game of tag in vehicles.
Yes.
It is such a diverse category that to be a racing player in the league, it requires you to really not just understand racing lines, But find out exactly where they're able to play. There is another setup timer. They're getting the setup timer correct and ready to go. XGODS have the current setup, so they got to get this game up and ready to go and ready to make a play.
Yeah, that's going to be the xGODS taking their last timeout. So both teams now, guys, are out of timeouts. I think Shogun right here at this point are really just trying to prevent 2 more wins. We talked about this. We talked about not wanting to mention this at the top of the hour, but the magic number on the UEL wheel is 17. If a team is able to reach 17 wins, then statistically speaking, their opponents cannot get enough wins in order to make up for the difference. One team's guaranteed to have 17. The most the opposing team can get is 16 wins, bringing us to that total of 33 games on our wheel.
While we have this extra setup time, I wanted to throw an idea by you. I've had this idea before.
Okay.
I wish teams could gamble points, wager points. I'm not saying gamble, on games. So if you feel like, I'm mobster mad, I don't lose Halo.
Oh.
And you could be like, I'm willing to put 3 points on the line to say that I will not lose this game. If you lose,
really
you lose
like
3
that.
points. It would be so fun.
Wow.
It creates a level of craziness. But I guess get that people will also be like, well, like,
No.
what if Billy sits down for StarCraft and is like, I'm wagering 15 points? And you're like, no.
Yeah, but you have to talk to your team about it, right? Your team and your coach and everybody else has to approve it. I mean, if you're willing to do it, I think that's genius. Let us know, you guys, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Instagram, if you'd like to see that in the UEL. That's actually super exciting. Listen, we do things unlike any other esports league that you've seen. It's actually a really good idea.
Because it adds on to the level. And you can even do it like flags in traditional football. You can make like 1 or 2 wagers a game. You can't just do it every single game.
Yeah, you could have limits.
But if you're making that bet, right, is Billy willing to bet that StarCraft will eventually roll?
Yeah.
Or what if StarCraft doesn't roll and he saves this wager for a game that never shows up, even if it could possibly get him extra points?
That would create a lot of comeback situations, a lot of like underdog upsets. That I think would make watching that much more exhilarating. So
because
actually
like right
really
now,
like that
because it's up
idea.
here like it's like, oh, like, well, this is like the X blah blah, and we'll say what's a game that I think is Shogun favorite? Tekken. I think Tekken rolls, right? And the Shogun are willing to say we'll bet all 4 of our points, and they win Tekken, and now they're at 8 of 15. Yeah. And all of a sudden, it can become something people are like, oh, this is crazy. It's like, I think it's a fun idea. We're getting in. Thanks again to SurfThing PC that's going to get us into these games nice and quick. And it looks like, we are on the topsy-turvy race map. So this map is very interesting. It is a set of tubes that are interconnected up, down, and you have to maintain your speed as you fly around the map, going in different positions. Thank you as we cut over to Alchemist as he's driving on the ceiling currently.
Oh, my goodness.
Onto this wall. He can't touch the wall, otherwise he will be forced to reset. Managed to get through that second and is now continuing his way through the checkpoint.
Wow. There's a great understanding of the mechanics of this game, and that's the ejection into car that I talked about right as things were starting. You can see how truly unique this game is. The fact that he's racing up on the walls, on the ceilings, changing his trajectory, jumping out of his car, returning into his car. If you're looking for a fun racer to get into, this is definitely one of them. Alchemist looks super composed, really confident right now.
He's in first place there.
Yeah, this is going to be Alchemist and Havoc against Black Diamond and RK.
Every single time he comes around there, I'm so nervous he's going to hit the water, but that just shows you how much he's practiced, how much time he hits the ceiling, though.
Okay.
Manages to recover.
Okay.
He's not even touching the ground. Wow. Oh, he flexed a little bit. Okay, Alchemist, I see you.
He actually jumped all the way to the finish without getting back in his car. That was nasty.
He was like, I don't got
that was filthy.
It was so amazing.
Alchemist. Go to the clinic. Get checked. That was nasty.
Man, I'm like, okay, he's gonna jump right. He was like, no, I don't need to touch the ground no more. The game is done. I've already
wow.
And he was 6 seconds ahead of Havoc. We got to send it on over to the floor. I need to hear from Doc, hear what's going on out there, how the floor is feeling.
What's up, guys? Doc back. Look, we're getting here towards the end. Looks like xGODS kind of got this wrapped up, but I got to tell you, that was an ultimate match there with Alchemist. He pulled that out on the end. not only that, I appreciate it. Everybody loves me here. Not only that, but it's his birthday, man. So everybody out there, let's wish Alchemist a happy birthday. And I'm going to send it back over to you to Mob and Strix.
Hey, what's a better birthday present than securing playoffs and playing like that, man? Every day might just be his birthday when it comes to Check the Rival.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy birthday to Alchemist. Show me love in the chat, guys. Nonetheless, they're one win away from that magic number as we're getting ready to jump into Midnight Ghost Hunt.
And Midnight is an interesting game. Halloween is past, but the ghosts are still afoot. It's a game of hide and seek, but in a game mode called Prop Hunt. So I know there are a lot of people at home. Younger viewers, you might be familiar, but for those that don't know, you get to turn into different objects around your room. So let's look around your light, your computer, even that can of Sly right there could in fact be a ghost. And so the ghosts are going to go ahead and hide. And if they manage to survive this 4 minutes of hiding and avoiding these 4 hunters chasing them, the 4 ghosts will see and hear the clock strike midnight and be able to fight back. They become the hunters.
Yes.
And their opponents need to survive 4 minutes of their
Yes. So at midnight, the ghosts, like you said, become the hunters. It is still very difficult, but they do have the opportunity. They're a little bit more powerful at that point. They have the opportunity to swing at the hunters, basically just kind of smacking them, if you will, but they also have the ability to use the objects in which they jump into to fling themselves at the actual hunters, causing massive damage. Now, if you jump into a Sly can and throw yourself at a hunter, you're not going to do nearly as much damage as if you jump into a forklift and you send yourself at a hunter. The problem there is some of the corridors on these maps, and they're beautifully designed maps. It's a really nice looking game, but the problem there is that they're in tight corridors. Sometimes if you're flinging a big object at your opponent, it doesn't necessarily connect. You might kind of mess up your trajectory of the throw because part of that forklift hits the walls in some way, shape, or form. So they got to find good objects while also sort of staying alive because they can still be shot. They can still be damaged. It's still pretty difficult.
You hit on the head what I want. I want somebody to play a forklift, and we haven't seen it yet in the league.
Yeah.
There is headshot damage.
So
if you manage to land a headshot with a forklift,
okay.
Let me go ahead. Just at home right now, you might be sitting on your couch, your bed. Just imagine that flying at you. And I'm like, right now, I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. That's enough. Yeah. I'll go ahead and it's November now. I'm ready for good food.
Yeah, and there is interesting mechanics within the game too. We've seen ghosts jump into a vending machine, and then you can actually shoot soda cans out of the vending machine to cause basically like range damage.
Yes.
Right? There's a lot of interesting things. It definitely takes getting to know the game, but at a fundamental level, sort of there's mind games involved of not just surviving, but then also just being able to get that damage output that you'll see sort of on display as we get into it. But what would you say is probably something to look out for the ghost prior to hitting midnight? What's a strategy that you see players using?
Movement.
Okay, movement.
So there's 3 major categories I will highlight for players. So there's movement. These are the players that are just trying to evade the hunters completely. You're never going to see me. You're never going to find me. Number 2 is traps.
Wow.
And the Shoguns have run out of timeouts, and the game was set up incorrectly.
Wow.
Which leads to another forfeit and our magical number being hit. You got to know which buttons to check, and which ones. It's all in there in the rules.
Oh, 100%.
Just make sure, do a little reference in Valorant.
Yeah, Valorant, we're getting ready to jump into.
Valorant might be fun. Valorant might be fun between these 2 rosters.
Yeah, and it might. This is like an opportunity, I think, for both for both teams to start. I would play every single game that comes up, regardless of whether or not you're comfortable with it, just to get a little bit of experience and start working on that cohesion between you and your teammates.
So this is, I think you hit it on the head.
Yeah.
This, with 17 wins, has solidified the xGODS place in the playoffs. Their position.
Isn't that wild?
Play. It's crazy. It shows what having a strong start to your season, what it can do. But that doesn't change the fact that they play a few more games after this. This is still only game number 7 for them. They have at least 3 more games under their belt that they have to play. And they need to be prepared for that, especially with a new roster going in the playoffs. On the other side of the Shogun, your season's over. But you need to be figuring out what next season looks like for your team.
Yes, and I definitely would advise for a lot of you guys watching right now, like not just becoming fans of the particular teams, but becoming fans of specific players. You're going to see these players potentially shift to other teams, moving into next season as they can, as we develop our drafting process and what have you. You're definitely going to see them on other teams, and they're sort of fighting for their own sort of prowess, if you will. Like brand, right, is sort of a lot of things within the UEL. You have to not just work well as an individual player, but you also have to showcase the ability to work well on a team, and you have to continue to do that throughout the season so that you're more likely to get drafted, show up, be a higher tier player, make a little bit more money, right, and continue developing.
I think you hit it on the head. One thing that I will point out, because I will also agree, become fans of players.
Yeah.
Everybody this season, because what we're doing is a little bit new, you know. You pay per game, win or loss.
Yeah.
We are different. Everybody's signed to one season contract. So how you perform, how you're able to show, there are going to be teams that care about box scores. There's going to be teams that care about the players that are able to maybe market themselves and show how good or how strong they are. This doesn't need to be the end of your story. And coming from someone that's been in the GM position before, there is nothing better than finding a player that was underperforming on a team that everyone else underlooked. Because you have to recognize, is it the team situation, is it the player, is it the group?
Right.
There's so many different things that can cause it. And on the flip side, look at Black Diamond, look at the Shogun. You know they're going to be building a roster.
Yes,
and
100%.
maybe you can come in and say, hey, this is what I bring to the table. This is how I'm able to develop. Okay, so we have 1 minute and 30 seconds to find out if RK's Valorant and if the client is fast enough to go ahead and update and get in the lobby.
Yeah.
Because the game was unfortunately not updated earlier.
Yes. We actually saw that happening earlier. It's just unfortunate that it's coming from RK on the Shoguns, as well as, I believe it was Black Diamond who didn't have his Fortnite updated, correct? So just a little, that's the type of stuff coming into today that we've actually witnessed from them in prior matches. I was hoping a lot of those tech issues would be on the xGODS so that they could make a little bit of a comeback tonight. But I will note, we came into some poor setups by these teams. I think this is 4 times now. 4 times. So that's 4 points that basically were given to the xGODS as a result of poor setup.
And it looks like we'll be playing base on the side of these teams, which means you're going to be seeing Jet, Sage, Sova, Phoenix, and Brimstone.
Okay.
Those will be the eligible operators for us to jump in here with. We do play Swift Play as well, so money's a little bit different between every single person. I think the biggest call here is that Havoc, Raging, and Bubbles have been on this team. Bosif was acquired by a trade. He's been a teammate of Havoc before. Alchemist, another veteran. And I think they're able to find a system that works to where if I had to take a wild guess, and I can go only based off of ended up. In my rookie season, Havoc and I were on a team. I was the GM. He was a player. He and I worked out a system where it's like, hey, he'll help with setups. I handle lineups. And then just in case at the end of the setup timer, right before it finishes with like a minute or so, he'll be like, you get setup in, you get lineup in. I'd be like, is setup all good? So we had this check and balances where neither one of us knew how to carry all the load. And so I think for these players, they're able to find a system and put something together to where we know we need to get setup done. We're going to make mistakes. The UEL is like the ocean. You cannot predict the tides. And similar to what happened in Fortnite, we'll be going into a 4v5. So we will get to see some Valorant here. We'll see what these lineups look like.
Yeah, and so like we said, RK is not going to be in here because he didn't get the setup correctly, but it is a 4v5, so it's still doable. You know, you can definitely make up for that. In our next game, hopefully we get to see this, is going to be Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. It is an absolute pleasure watching this game. Nonetheless, Valorant is incredibly unique with regards to being a shooter. It's different in the sense that it's not, mobility isn't necessarily key in this as much as, strategy and landing your shots is. Very often, more often than not, you'll actually see players sort of plant their feet, if you will, and then try to stand completely still while they land these last few shots, because the bloom or blossoming effect of your reticle in the center of the screen becomes tight, very tight, and much more accurate if you're not actually moving. So if you're not familiar with Valorant, that's just something to look out for. It is also, a hero shooter in the sense that every single one of these characters that are coming out have different abilities and what have you. So just, there's support characters, there's characters that have abilities that go through walls, all sorts of things.
Yeah, it's really going to come down here to see who has a lot more time. Again, I know Bosif plays this. I know Bubbles has good bit of time. Ragin loves this game. This is, I think, of the shooters on the wheel, I might go on a limb and say this is Ragin's strongest shooter.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. We're getting some word from the floor. We're trying to finish setting this thing up here. A couple of issues, maybe even potentially from both sides. Wow, and we might just be moving on without necessarily even a forfeit, just because.
No, I think because this is players, the fault of the players. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Sounds like we're just moving on. I think that we asked for the mental for both these teams to be
forfeit
strong.
from Shoguns
Because it was a situation. Essentially, the players were signing into the same account on multiple PCs, knocking each other in and out of the lobby, and so the Shogun players end up having to cause forfeit, which means we're just going to go directly into Need for Speed.
Listen, that is something I could expect from like a relatively new player. But I think both of these teams have players that have been studying the UEL, that have been playing a lot in the UEL. Is there anybody that you could see maybe having this happen to?
RK is the only person. RK is still a rookie. He's been around.
Okay, so that's understandable.
Watched, but he has not. I think this is his second or third, maybe third game of the season that he played so far.
We've seen some of our younger players. I think it was Flying Kittens. I've seen Flying Kittens make a button check error where he accidentally attacked during a button check, which basically eliminated him from the game. So we've seen some of that from the younger players. It's always frustrating, though, when you see vets coming in and just kind of losing focus sometimes, and maybe that happening.
It ends up being a pretty big deal. On the other side, everyone else on teams, I think once you get past RK, Mr. B, Bubbles, and Ragin and Havoc are the next youngest players.
Okay.
All of us being, myself included, because I came in with their class, being in our third season. We all came in season 7. We played season 8. And now we're playing season 9. So they're all 3 seasons, different games. They've experienced the ups and the downs.
Okay.
So I still have the expectation that they should know kind of what's
100%.
happening here. There's not a world, and that's ignoring the fact that some of these players have been playing already now for 8 games this season. You know setup has to be done. You know this has to be done. You know your games need to be updated. And if not, it's why I'm not going to ever put it on a rookie that maybe hasn't been starting as recently. Even Alchemist is kind of coming back in. He hasn't played formally this season, and so the idea, though, is that he's still on point, and that's on management and players to be like, hey, do this.
Brother, you talk about management. Black Diamond, majority owner, correct?
Yeah.
A majority owner in Shogun didn't have his game updated today. That's tough. Listen, call a spade, man. That's tough.
I think that's a little worse than tough. Like, it's one of those things that I used to always say, because setups, teams got them down well enough prior, I think, that I used to say, like, you have to get in the game to play the game. I don't
100%.
care if you are the best X game, whatever game you want to throw in there in the world. If you can't get into the game, you won't end up winning it. Or you'll end up costing your team resources that will cost them other games.
Yeah, UEL is a whole nother animal, man. Like, there's so many players out there. Like, and for you guys watching, I'm sure you enjoy a variety of games. I was just talking to my wife about this last night, man. We actually have been playing like 5 different games in our free time. Like, it's just a great time for gaming. We're playing Ubisoft Skull and Bones. We're playing X Defiant. We're playing new Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops 6. We're playing the new Pokemon TCG Pocket that just came out.
Downloaded,
right,
really.
Pokemon Unite on our Switch. That's 5. Oh, and then the Crew Motorfest from Ubisoft as well. We're playing like 6 different games, and I'm sure a lot of you guys watching right now are also doing that. You might feel like you're excelling in a lot of those games, but maybe you don't feel like you have a place within esports because you're not like just focusing and drilling all of your time on one place. You know where your place is? Head over to uelesports.com. Get some information on this league, potentially apply to be a player within our next season. I promise you, you don't have to be the best at every single game, but if you're a really well-rounded player, like he was talking about, you can make hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every time you show up to play. It's about how well-rounded you are, but then also how well you complement and sort of synergize with your team. Are you helping your team set up? Are you sort of emerging as a leader? That's not, like you said, not necessarily in tier 1 or tier 2 positioning, Perhaps you just help everybody stay focused. You keep a positive energy. You give good talks during halftime. Listen, we see people in the cafeteria here that are sort of motivating their team, if you will, to jump back in and take the second half of these matchups.
Yes.
And if that's you, I highly suggest that you guys jump into the league for next season. It's going to be going down.
And if you are looking to also get prepared for next season, I'm going to once again recommend you our PC sponsor of SurfThing PCs. Grab you them. Regardless of what ends up on the wheel, I know you will be prepared and able to play. Street Fighter is coming up next, but to get to that Street Fighter, Havoc to your face is going to have to escape as the most wanted in our game of chase.
All right.
These two teams.
All right. I love this. Havoc.
Street Fighter 6.
So that does mean the cops of the Shoguns. We're looking at Mr. B. Arbiter, RK, Black Diamond, and a correction, Ragin is
I was like, interesting. Where's Havoc?
most wanted player here. Havoc's not in. I think he said Net Havoc's.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Good job. I love the idea that he fixed it, make sure it's all ready, good to go, and got in. So this game, they got to escape. They have abilities.
Yep. And I would like to note that this game is actually on Game Pass. So if you guys own Xbox Game Pass or Game Pass Ultimate, give it a download. This is Need for Speed Most Wanted Hot Pursuit Remastered. Most Wanted is the game type.
Really subtle here, but I got to give Raging credit. He's matching his vehicle.
Yeah, he's swagged out. He has a little bit of red on his shirt, red on the tail lights. He's feeling himself. Hitting these turns, hitting these drifts perfectly. His teammate, check out the rear view mirror. His teammate tried taking out the cop, tried to ram the cop into some oncoming traffic. Nonetheless, he stays up. He is actually in trouble, though. He's got to be really careful, man. He's already taken a little bit of heat super early on in this matchup.
These officers have managed to catch up, and you see the pressure coming out. They're trying to spin him out, hit him with a pit maneuver, and they're not able to. Now, the racers should be getting their abilities up, so a well-placed spike strip could do a ton of damage. We see Black Diamond here on the tier 1, locked in and ready to play, trying to also interfere with the opposing team, trying to support Ragin. I love the idea, but taking a hit from his teammate.
Ragin got to be careful. Now, guys, if you check out the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see the 4 different abilities that Ragin actually has. Getting hit pretty badly right there.
EMP there, that's a ton of damage. You can see in the bottom right, that red bar next to his speed gauge is his health. It's already at 25%.
Oh,
Spike
my gosh. A spike strips knocks him backwards. He has only a fraction of health. Can they finish this thing out? I hear people yelling night night on the floor right now, but Ragin is not yet out. Maybe they celebrated a little early. Nothing like some humble pie to be served up on the floor of the arena right now if Ragin is able to pull this thing out. He currently has a little bit of the lead, but this is Arbiter coming up on his 6 o'clock right now. Let's see if they can pull this. There's 2 cops on his 6 o'clock. I don't know if he has a spike strip. Oh, he slams on his brakes right around that.
Oh, he hit the wall!
Dodge! He just dodged 3 players, though, by utilizing that sort.
Almost got away!
Almost got away.
So he hit the wall. The other 2 players went around. He just was not able to get enough speed to head back the other direction. That is the 5th win.
Listen, I don't know if that was an accident. I don't know if he actually hit the wall. It felt like because there was a slight turn there. I thought he was trying to turn around and then go back up the street to make all of the cops sort of crash in front of him and then him go. That could have been the biggest brain IQ play I've ever seen on Need for Speed, but it didn't work out.
I think just a fraction of a second too early.
Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe he legitimately just crashed.
So in a situation where you realize that, hey, I don't have any teammates near me, I'm getting swarmed.
Yep.
Recognizing the shortcut is right there. If he hits that perfectly, he'll probably lose at least 1 cop.
Yes.
And is able to start to kind of move back towards his team who are farther back in the pack.
Yeah, 100%.
And so he's calming like, hey, I'm turning around, I'm turning around. Hey, look for me. And you can start to reestablish kind of that initial line of defense that you
100%. Hey, and that's Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered. I mean, we talked about how diverse and unique the racing category is here at UEL. I mean, you're talking about not just getting from point A to point B. All of these cops chasing racers. Your teammates that aren't the most wanted racer are trying to basically eliminate the cops while you try to escape them. There's a whole sort of Grand Theft Auto sort of most wanted thing where there's a radius that the cops try to keep you in. If you break the radius, the line of sight, if you will, from the police, you have a countdown that occurs. If that countdown hits 0, you've escaped the cops and you end up winning. So such a unique game type within our racing category.
It's a really fun category because it allows players to shine. The UEL, you kind of hit on, like, it allows players that have understanding of multiple genres to shine because they're able to look. They're able to pull and say, hey, oh, well, I take the strategy I got from Siege and the shooting, and maybe that allows my following of racing lines to be more precise. So in a game like Need for Speed, I'm able to identify the roadblock ahead. I'm able to look at the mini map and know exactly how to position and take that turn. So a very good call out. But Street Fighter 6 needs to be done. The time has run out, and so we will see which team is going to get in here. I think this is another possible Shogun's win.
Yeah, and you know the other thing I was going to mention was just the fact that we played Need for Speed. One of the things I love about the UEL, I'm hearing a forfeit from xGODS. A forfeit from xGODS. That's interesting.
I don't think they got the game set up.
Yeah, that's probably true. What I was going to say though is I love the amount of games on our wheel that have like a sense of we're hearing some yelling from the floor. Shogun potentially celebrating another win.
CTR.
Crash Team
You asked for the racers, and they are all appearing.
Let's go.
Crash
I love
Team
it.
Racing. I want to know who plays Crash Team on these teams, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, because if you're not very experienced in Crash Team Racing, it's shown. Like, you definitely know the players that just decide to jump on there and just play a little bit, maintaining their boost speeds. 100% Strix is one of our best players.
Huh? Whoa. No. That first statement, we're going back to that first one. I'm not saying I'm bad at the game, but I do actually think that, like, it's a game that, compared to a lot of the other racers, technical skill is really on display by our best players. Because, look, some of the best players in this game, they will play an entire map without ever touching a wall. And I just look at them and I'm like...
That's true, but you definitely know your shortcuts. You're able to maintain your boost speed and what have you. You definitely play the game really well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
He's very humble.
I appreciate it. What I need to happen right now is the xGODS, though, to show. Going into playoffs, CTR is one of those games that is going to be contested, whether that is by the Ravens, the Blaze. Both have extremely strong CTR players. And then if you're looking to go further in the playoffs, you're going to have to play the bots. And the bots...
Blaze? Hollywood on Blaze is real good at CTR.
Herb, by that same token, is also extremely good on the Ravens. I know for a fact that this is not a game. Either you recognize we're giving this up, go ahead and put that over there.
Oh, 100%.
Or you know that you need to be grinding.
Listen, it's like Mario Kart. Everyone out there has played Mario Kart at some point. It's an arcade racer. It's a kart racer, for instance. Listen, if you've never played Mario Kart and you step on the track with my wife, you're getting burnt. Okay? She clowns everybody. Everybody. And these type of racing games are like that. There's little mechanics. There's drift mechanics. There's certain abilities. There's certain shortcuts. If you're not practicing, it's going to be as bad as Shogun on Lumina Rush earlier today. Did I say? I'm so sorry. Oh boy,
it's hot. It's hot in here. I'm letting you know right now. It's hot.
Oh no,
it's spicy, but in a good way. I think that this is the showing that the xGODS kind of wanted to put on.
Yeah,
they want to show that while the players might not be the same, the team's approach, mentality, and ability to perform is still there. CTR though, we have 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is a Shogun setup. So let's get in the game.
Yeah, I think if I was them right now, not only am I just sort of trying to play well as like a player, I want to create a little bit of that synergy and see how, I don't know, sort of develop myself as a team player, but just get as many wins as you can. You know, just get as many wins as you can and just finish strong. We've got 23 minutes here. Potentially some games left on the wheel that you're not super experienced with. So what a great opportunity to, you know, start to get some skill in there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. And the xGODS, you know, they have another game next week. So I know that they are kind of locking in as well and figuring out exactly what they need to do. We still have 23 minutes here. They're only, four forfeits, so we're not done just yet.
You know, the irony behind this is GODS are sitting at 18 wins right now. If you take away the 5 or 6 forfeits of this, and if they were to go into Shoguns, it'd be 12-12 right now.
It's one of the... So this is something that's really interesting about the UEL. The UEL, people a lot of times just look at the score, but you have to remember the big difference here. We played 24 games, so an even split is 12-12, as you said. Every win you get is also a point that your opponent cannot get. So every game almost acts as a 2-point swing score.
100%.
And so, like, the moment you start saying, like, well, okay, they didn't win this. Oh, well, now it's 8-16. Now it's halfway. Oh, it's 10-14.
Oh my goodness gracious, they're on the wrong account. So again, more technical issues coming from Shogun. Someone needs to emerge as sort of the leader that helps organize everything over there. Nonetheless, guys, if you were to take away some of these technical issues, if they could get the games that they practice every week set up, they actually play really well. So like just a few of these tech issues that are like probably 4 games. If you were to take those away, maybe say the xGODS are at 14, it'd put Shogun at 10. There's games like Crash Team Racing and Lethal League Blaze. We only have 20 minutes left. Both of those games are like a few minutes long.
Yeah, we do one race in Crash Team Racing.
One race. And Lethal League Blaze is 60 seconds, and it's over.
If 60
so
seconds.
you could get 2 wins in, well, okay, setup time takes a little bit, but realistically, you get like 2 wins within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know? So
if you get it set up, funnily enough, if you get it set up, this is something that's really specific about these 2 teams without timeouts. But if you were able to get 2 teams to have the game set up correctly, what essentially would happen is if you very clearly set up the game and your opponent was the person slow playing, and time ran out, the forfeit might go to them because like I did everything right, the game was ready to go. They chose to sit there.
Yeah.
If you have timeouts, it doesn't matter as much because you can kind of play the game, but not having it. The xGODS are kind of incentivized to get the game set up quickly, so that it's not on them if something.
That's true. You could set up a game against the bots. You could set up a game against the bots and Billy the Goat running everywhere trying to find his controller. And then next thing you know, free win, free dub.
Billy's pink controller will forever live in infamy. He legitimately
Did he find it?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in his bag.
Oh, it was in his backpack right next to him.
Apparently,
bit of a Where's Waldo
I believe the story was, now first and foremost, for those who don't know, the story went, he burned, first of all, like 2 or 3 timeouts. So that's roughly 10 to 12 minutes to go ahead, because he included the original setup.
Oh, my God.
He burned it. He immediately went up to his opponents.
I just heard something on the...
No, okay, well, all right. So I'm just going to run down this. They had the wrong account. Something was messing up. They found out that we plugged
not
the
my
controller
dog, man.
into the PC.
Raven's the guy I've been talking up.
It always happens. I promise you. On the commentary desk, it will happen.
Come on.
Roller Champions, another sports game coming out here. I lost my train of thought.
Listen.
It was plugged into the... All right. Roller Champs is on PC. Plug your controller into your PC at your station, just in case you're watching at home.
I mean, you could also play Roller Champions on console, right? I play it on Xbox.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but somebody out there is gonna sit down at that console and try to play Roller Champions and get a timeout call.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, no, that's very true.
We're at the point where, at the end of the night, I think everybody's having a little bit of fun here.
Yeah.
I would have been interested to see how CTR Street Fighter might have gone. Ultimately.
Yeah, I would say this, though. I mean, we talk about the games that people probably need to practice. Roller Champions is one of them. There's a few teams within the league that are so good at Roller Champions. Watching them is like watching a whole other animal. Whether one of these teams is, pretty experienced with that, who knows? But I do see Roller Champions as a game that not a lot of people are practicing, and it's super noticeable. Just casting over the game sometimes, just not using really fundamental basic mechanics, working together as a team to advance around the ring and what have you.
I feel like Roller Champions is a game with a high skill floor and ceiling.
Okay.
But to find out what's going on under our ceiling, we have to take it on over to Doc.
What's up, everybody? You got the Doc back here. I'm clearly not on the stage helping the Shogun set up their games. However, I am going to have a special guest coming in hot into the screen right now, Mr. Bubbles.
What's going on? What's going on, everybody?
Hey, what's going on out here, man? Are you guys like sabotaging the Shoguns or what?
Hey, all I got to say is learn your setups. If you're going to plug in a controller, plug it into the right console. These are just easy things that we can start just focusing on. Just focus on these setups.
The basics, guys. You heard it here from Mr. Bubbles. So I gotta ask you a quick question before we go back to the gameplay. How's the team chemistry? It looks like you guys are kind of jiving pretty well, and some excitement there. Yeah, you're winning some games, but overall in the gameplay, how do you feel like you guys are doing together?
Overall, we're doing really well. the main thing that's really been helping us a lot more recently is the addition of Bosif. He's really come together with the team, and that's the missing piece we didn't have. And so
Awesome. Yeah, he's definitely showed out today, and it's been a great matchup. Good chemistry all around from both teams. Good sportsmanship. I love all the trash talking. Gets me excited. But listen, set the game up. Let's go. Back to you, Mob and Strix.
He made a really, really good point, man. I do feel as if Bosif sort of matches the energy and sort of the personality of the xGODS. To be honest with you, if I saw all of the teams and then I saw Bosif, I've talked to him a little bit, and if I were to guess what team he would be on, I actually think he would be on the xGODS. I think he complements the rest of them really well.
It's really funny you say that, because last season when the xGODS became a team in this league, he was on, and he left to be a tier 1 on the Cyclone.
This
is effectively his homecoming game.
It's like a LeBron situation.
Not just a homecoming game. With 16 minutes left, I'm comfortable to say this. Bosif's first win this season.
Really?
Yes. He has not won a game yet this season.
Who's his previous team?
The Cyclone.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rough season, all things considered.
I mean, but to come, came back to a 5-1 team, now getting ready to go 6-1. Pretty solid.
Yeah, I think that he's happy to be kind of back here. He and Havoc were on this team last season, and they put together a great season, made a playoff run.
Right.
Bosif's been showing up as tier 1. I think he's performed amazingly this season. This lineup is one of those lineups that I look at, and on paper, they have their shooters, they have their racers. I don't think they have a standout fighter, but Alchemist always performs. Havoc and Alchemist are both players that always seem to punch above their proverbial weight class, where people sometimes, I think, underestimate just how good they are.
Yeah.
And then again, racer strategy, they have all the different pieces they need to compete. It's just a matter of the synergy being there, and it sounds like things are working out. So I'm excited.
And something to take note of for anybody at home, like starting to get into specific players or starting to like specific teams. What you forfeit from xGODS, interesting. I don't know if either one of these teams are capable of setting up.
Bubbles, I'm going to need you to go ahead and tell your team.
Yeah, Bubbles trash talking the setup, and then his team can't even set up. What I was going to say, though, is I would mention everybody at home take note of some of the drama, but also the storyline of some of these players as the seasons continue and as we go into other seasons. What Strix just mentioned, Bosif was on the xGODS, and he left the team, let's be honest, to chase the bag. And
fair, by the way.
Fair.
Completely fair.
Completely fair. No judgment here. But he left to do that. Now, we've seen that within the NFL, certain teams leaving, and we've seen that in the NBA, LeBron James jumping from team to team to team. There starts to become sort of a storyline or sort of an opinion of that type of thing. Not saying whether or not I'm for it or against it or what have you, but when you're forming a team, do you want a player like that may potentially leave your team? Do you want to look at the players that are more well-rounded, players that can potentially enable the setups of some of these games, and so much more? There's a lot of things that are involved within the UEL that you may not think about when you're just sitting there, watching these players game after game after game.
I want to give a lot of credit to Bosif because he did make that transition, but I think it's because in our tier system, he felt like he was being undervalued. He 100%. Went to a team, became a tier 1, and at the beginning of the season, the storyline is Bosif a tier 1, and by 3 or 4 games in, everyone had stopped that conversation and been like, he is performing. He is able to hold that tier spot. He is able to play so many games across so many categories that now him coming back, we see him immediately sliding into the 2. There wasn't 100%. A question of him being lower on the tier list or where it's going on. It's like, no, he's been performing as a 1. Yes, maybe today Ragin, I know, has stepped up and taken some of those leadership responsibilities alongside Havoc and gets his spot. But Bosif, by that same logic, though, has proven himself as a player of a caliber. And sometimes you got to leave and let them miss you to realize when they come back to value you correctly. So I want to give Bosif a big shout out for that.
Yeah, no, and I like that. It's just the only reason I mention it is it's an aspect of the UEL that's so different from like the rest of esports that people see.
That was legitimately the conversation as well. You are correct, because that was the conversation that so many people had this season. And I think so many teams had to relearn that.
Yeah.
So the Reapers are different. They're a championship team. The Bots are different. They stayed together. They're a team that's very well knit. They had a championship caliber team.
Right.
Beyond those two teams, Ravens are kind of in that similar position. But beyond those two teams, there were a lot of teams that made the assumption that everyone's chasing the bag. Like, we are chasing these buttons.
Oh, wow. Lethal League.
It took me a second to realize that we are
yeah.
hearing the ball fly back and forth.
Yep, and the xGODS are actually playing the yellow team from what we're seeing. And what I want to just mention to everybody watching right now, just look at the stocks underneath each of the names. Think of it as Super Smash Brothers, where they only have a certain amount of lives. This ball that's flying back and forth is essentially the item at which you take your opponent's health away. Each of these teams have to hit that ball back and forth, gradually picking up momentum and potentially hitting your opponent to drain their health and knock off one of their lives.
And it matters a ton here because we saw there, even being down, the Raptor on red team, one of the Shogun was able to find a victory by virtue of just staying alive and getting that speed up and getting his hit.
Yeah, 100%.
Now he's died, unfortunately, this round, so it's going to be on his teammate to find an opportunity, and that teammate's swinging away.
Right?
It's a 1v1. Who's going to take it?
Wow, interestingly enough, the xGODS not doing what they probably should do in that situation in a 2v1, but they end up getting the win regardless. A lot of times in a 2v1, you'll see one of the players on the doubles team push their opponent and potentially get an instant ricochet the moment that they actually hit the ball. Instead, they decided to stay near each other, just making sure that they could hit the ball in the opposing direction, and it ended up working out for him. A little bit of health, getting knocked off here from two of these players. Both on yellow, so yellow is sitting really low right now, not only in a 2v1 situation, xGODS potential. Oh! We are in a 1v1. Oh!
And now it's a 1v1 situation, but 2 lives on the side of Raptor. The Shogun seem in a position to take this win. The first hit already takes some of that life bar down. Another hit. This is going to go through the wall.
Gets hit, though.
This is big. If he gets touched again, he dies.
Yep.
And it
from the
ceiling.
It's so difficult, and I'll tell you why that's difficult, because he hit it at a diagonal direction. When it's going back and forth in like horizontal movement, it's a lot easier to read the trajectory of the ball. When it's going diagonally like this, it is so difficult to position yourself correctly. Nonetheless, xGODS maybe.
No! He took it! He had 1 hit left and he found it!
Shogun ends up actually stealing that game. They're sitting at 8 wins, man.
This game could, in a world of infinite timeouts, this is a different game.
You could not have said it better. I was telling so many people that I was excited about this match today, and they're like, oh, why? It's 5-1 team against 0-7. Strix just nailed it on the head. If in a world of infinite timeouts where they could just take all the time in the world to set up these games, this is a tie matchup right now.
I truly believe. I don't think I understand the amount of games that I think could be back
wild.
Is so many. We have, and somehow, again, we started also at the first half with 9 games played.
Yeah.
We are now at 25. I don't know how we played almost 20 games.
Yeah.
In these last 2 hours, which, by the way, any team out there that's like, we can't come back.
Yeah.
20
games.
games.
Oh, no, absolutely. That's why I
mistakes.
mentioned it, because the last time we casted over a Shogun's match, they had a lot of technical issues. Now, this is a pattern of behavior that's super worrisome, especially Black Diamond being owner of the team. He needs to really, really work on that for them. But nonetheless, I knew that there was going to be tech issues. I sort of thought going into this that, say a team in the NFL, right? If Brady is your quarterback, if you guys make a ton of mistakes, you can guarantee that they're going to try to do everything within their power to not make that mistake in the next game, because it's something that sort of strikes at sort of the vibe of your team, right? You can't continue to make those mistakes. Eventually down the line, especially at this point in the season, it's going to hurt sort of the attitude of your players coming into all of these games. I thought that they were going to sort of corner correct on that. Come into today, xGODS being relatively new roster, we're going to sort of fall behind on that. You know, we talked about Bosif complementing the team really well. They didn't know Bosif coming into today, hadn't really practiced him with him all that much, but instead they sort of have, like we talked about in NHL, helped sort of enable his prowess as a player through finding that synergy. I really thought xGODS were going to make a ton of mistakes, and this score wasn't necessarily going to be flopped, but I thought that it was going to be relatively close coming into the midnight hour.
Yeah, it looks like they've figured something out. A lot of teams have the question of, are they going to make playoffs? And people are like, well, they got to win one more game.
Yeah.
They got to win one more game. Are they going to do it? And it looks like they found that Overwatch should be the next game coming up. And I want to see, this is another game that, to me, talks about synergy.
Right.
What are different people's roles? How are people able to play? And how comfortable are they with playing the game?
That's true. Let's see what ends up being chosen
Die
here.
by the blade.
That's
RK wanted
interesting.
it. RK wanted it, but they got to get through this Overwatch with 6 minutes.
6
or so.
minutes left. So that's actually a game. If you guys weren't here at the top of the hour, RK said that was a game that they were guaranteed to win. Nothing like a little bit of humble pie served up for dessert after this feast of a day that the xGODS have had throughout the evening. So it'd be interesting to see if we can actually see that game and if RK can perform in a way that his sort of confidence would suggest. Nonetheless, we're going to jump into a little bit of Overwatch here. Typically speaking, you will see like a 3-tank, setup, 3-tank sort of setup within 3-tank and then dual healers. So we'll see what they're running here. Definitely not the case. See a Soldier 76 and Diva already.
A little bit more traditional, looks like line. They're probably going 2 tanks, 1 8 DPS, and 2 healers.
Yes.
We do see the Kiriko, and there's a Moira there. So a little bit more traditional of a lineup here. Already using his teleport here. So we have to see what Mr. B is able to do here. Kiriko's a really interesting healer because she has the ability to cleanse a lot of those stuns and negative effects with well-timed abilities.
So clears out the debuffs, if you will?
Yes, but also she has the ability to deal a ton of DPS if you hit these.
It's almost like a different version of a Moira in a sense, a support but also a damage player.
So here we go. We're playing push on Coliseum. So a lot of this comes down to teams playing together and finding their openings and their windows to attack the opposing backline. We see Soldier taking a ton of damage, and we see each team kind of peeking out. They're trying to find an opening for them to make a play, but they have to be worried about this bot. And Arbiter has gone down. That's the front line gone.
Wow.
And it looks like in-gamer PC8 came in for a quick kill as well, and this is where it becomes a problem.
I think, a big issue throughout that team fight right there was that Mr. B didn't realize or have the communication that his teammate was starting to sort of initiate the push and push into the front line, and he wasn't able to sort of aid that player in a sense, and as a result, the player just dove into a bunch of DPS, got wiped, and then the rest of the team sort of fell apart. Now, right now, you're watching Rage, and he's the one that ended up landing that shoulder charge that we just saw. Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. That's a tier 1 player on the side of the xGODS throwing out these fire strikes, getting some solid DPS with each of these fire strikes. Shield about to break, so he's going to go ahead and dive the bottom.
Oh, he caught somebody.
He actually had somebody pinned trying to finish the kill. That's on the Reaper. He does. That was
RK?
Yeah, wow, that was RK. That's interesting.
I didn't even see the Reaper there.
He actually dove him with a call out from his teammate. The ability to sort of like have that game sense, pivot his Reinhardt in that direction and then land the shoulder charge.
His headset was back. He literally just turned around his headset and realized that he had things in the wrong direction. Now, they don't have a Reinhardt. They don't have anything to really stop this shatter. So if he sees the opportunity, he may just be able to get a fight. Looks like they're backing up. They realize they might be wiped here. Trying to get away is unable to charge out.
Right. He did have a little bit of potential there. A lot of times what you'll see with Reinhardt players, if they know they're a man down, they'll actually bait their opponent players into a corner and then charge the corner that they just baited the player into by backing up just to get a free pick and then potentially initiate with his ultimate charge, which he does actually have right now.
Yes, and here we go. Sigma's picking him up. This is the first ultimate being once again eliminate the beginning of the fight.
Sigma cleaning house with a triple kill.
And that's a wipe, I think, for the entirety of the xGODS. Clean sweep. None of their players going down, which is going to go ahead and give them nope. Unfortunately, it's worse off than that. The Soldier was out in front, which means the Soldier is going to be staggered on his death, and they're going to be fighting 4v5 for longer.
Yeah, and that's going to delay their push, most definitely, that Soldier 76 pick. Alchemist here playing the Moira. I would like to note that Bubbles is actually playing the Sigma. He was the individual that picked up that triple kill. Alchemist with a cheeky kill here on the Reaper. They're pushing forward. Oh my goodness, picking up a double kill is the Reinhardt. Alchemist trying to get this last kill on the Soldier 76, who was stagger picked to begin with and wasn't even there for the team fight. Oh my goodness.
By the way, I found the shatter. It was the Shoguns found it too. It ended up taking their entire team. And as we walk forward here, I have to believe that this game is going to end. So RK will get the chance to go ahead and play Die by the Blade.
Wow, Ragin is actually playing out of his mind with multiple double kills, multiple triple kills, playing the role that he needs to on that tank to a T, no pun intended.
And Die by the Blade, maybe they can hit 20 games of victory today.
Holy
the
moly.
xGODS are trying to find.
Yeah, 20 bombs, you know, oh, here it is, Ragin. I was just talking about Ragin on Reinhardt. Boom. Playing the tank to a T, multiple downs on the shatter, gets the shoulder charge, coming in hot with the flame strike. Oh my goodness.
And one of his teammates took the final kill.
Wow.
Having fun. They're having fun. You can hear there in the comms. I don't know how. Oh, I heard something during comms as well that makes me a little bit worried.
What's that?
The question was posed, can we just forfeit this? I think they're looking for the demoralization. Yeah, like, I'm not going to even let you play the game you came in to play today.
Well, you know, if I was Gods, the fact that, who was it that said that they wanted to play Die by the Blade?
RK.
RK. So the fact that RK on Shogun said he wanted to play Die by the Blade, I'm not just wanting to drop a 20 bomb. I want to beat them at their game.
See,
yeah.
It's just a savage.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the big thing is, I don't know how accurate. Sometimes there's a little bit of a disconnection. But we're winding down. Setup timer, I have to believe that it is because the game's not being called. But we'll find out here in 50 seconds if there's even enough time to get into this.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It would be an interesting game. It's one of our fighting games, guys. It's incredibly unique. I mean, it's single blade strike kills within this game.
Imagine if you took Samurai Films, the showdown that inevitably happens, and turned it into a fighting game.
Yes, that's a perfect way. It's a perfect way to
Both
describe
sides are looking at each other. They're readying their weapon, and it's a singular strike for someone to die by the blade.
Yes.
You do get 2 lives, so you get a chance to come back in the sequel. Maybe you didn't die initially. You fell into a river, floated down, were nursed back to health. You know, the classics.
Yeah.
But in fact, would ultimately, you do end up dying. And there's a ton of different weapons. It's really fun. But I have to wonder if these teams are even going to get into this game. I don't think that the xGODS really want to play.
They're saying they got it set up, so we are hearing a little bit of potential for them to dive into this. I want you guys at home to be able to see this game. Give it a download because it's incredibly unique. It's all of... Oh, wow. Shogun's forfeited that game.
Do we know if it was a
xGODS
problem?
Listen, I don't know, but if you're
setup
going
or
to talk the talk, you better walk the walk. xGODS keeping it 21 immortal right now with 21 wins tonight.
We will find out just what that talk is here in a moment. We will have our teams joining us for a post-game interview. See you when it starts in just a few moments. How have you been feeling about the game today?
Honestly, it was a great showing by xGODS. I felt like they had a level of confidence sort of coming in here that I wouldn't expect from a team that's newly sort of like forming, if you will. I think they know that they had talented players. I will say this, though. You talked about a lot about Bosif stepping up, about Ragin sort of stepping it up. You had mentioned like Ragin sort of taking lead on some of these games. I'll say he took lead on his gameplay. I think the actual leader on that team is Bubbles. I think Bubbles vocally is communicating really well with his teammates, helping with the setups, helping organize everything, and then complimenting the rest of them. You had mentioned it sort of earlier today. Just because you're in Tier 1 or Tier 2 doesn't mean that you have to be the leader per se. I think Bubbles in that Tier 4 spot is technically sort of the leader of that team.
Well, we'll have to get to the bottom of that in our post-game interview. We'll see you in just a moment.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there 10, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is.
But I will say this. There was a ton of tech issues that sort of developed throughout the night. I get it. I would love to see you guys improve upon that. But something that I was talking about with Strix, if you took away all of those forfeits, and like forced forfeits, if you will, because of the setup and because of some of those tech issues, I think you see a game that's much more indicative of a potential tie because you guys actually play really well. How do you sort of clean up some of these tech issues that have sort of developed throughout tonight?
You want to answer that? Yeah, I can answer it. Really, it's just team focus and attention. We were shorthanded going into today. I mean, me playing is kind of indicative of that, right? Like I've been saying. So I really just think at the end of the day, it was just too many hands and diversified attention. We're used to people coming in and out and having an extra hand or two to get setups going, and you know, maybe one or two other people to also handle the lineup. So it's just an adjustment.
Okay.
It has been something that's gone throughout the season, but at the same time, the team and roster is switched up for a multitude of reasons, and I mean, we're here, so.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And I don't want to, like, you know, basically, like, I don't want to stick too much to sort of the negative energy. You guys know that there's certain things that you want to improve upon and what have you. So that being said, what was one of the highlights, the positive things that you felt about today? Is there something that stands out as a potential great moment for you guys, a game that you excelled in, something along those lines?
Honestly, and on my behalf, I'm gonna say that's a really tough one, to be really honest. With everything that went down so wrong, you know, like so many forfeits and so many timeouts, you know, like
yeah, understandable.
It's kind of hard to focus on one thing that went right. Like I mean, Maelstrom went pretty smooth for us, but like it's such a minuscule thing compared to everything else that overshadows that one small little victory. You know what I mean? So
yeah, absolutely.
It's just a lot of things that we need to work on. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Well, then that being said, I had a different question, but I'm going to pivot here. If you had a little bit of advice to other teams or other players that may be struggling a little bit, because I know you guys are still trying to maintain a sense of prowess, you know, moving into the next season, you know, potentially being able to, you know, still compete here in the UEL and sort of find yourself, develop as players. If you had some advice to give other teams or other players, what would that probably be?
Oh, I got this one. Or do you got it?
No, it's real simple. Just stay focused, stay locked in. I mean, like, things are going to happen. To me, everybody's got different situations, but you kind of figure out, you know, who's going to stick by and, you know, take accountability for a lot of different things. And I just think it's really an accountability thing.
Okay.
And, yeah, just stay accountable, stay focused, stay locked in, and, you know what I mean, understand the part that you play and whatever is happening with your team's success, your team's role. And me as a leader, I have to take, you know, full brunt of whatever is happening with the team, regardless of whether I played, set schedules. It doesn't matter. Like, the results are the results.
Okay.
Right. Just to piggyback off of that real quick. I mean, I think something that I would share with every other team, there's a lot going on, right? Everybody knows that. But I think one of the most important things right now would be to keep motivation going. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot that is preventing motivation to keep progressing, but you got to break that barrier of the lack of motivation, the lack of wanting to do certain things. You know, like, even though it's not going your way in the entire season, you have to keep pushing, because if not, you're just not in the right place.
Absolutely. I like that. Well, listen, guys, thank you so much for sitting down, spending a little bit of time with us. Best of luck in your next matchup. I know you're trying to get that first win, but keep your head up, man. I actually think you guys have a ton of talent. Like I said, I think this game, with the exception of some of those tech issues, I think you're very close to tying a team that is now 6-1. So you have the talent. Hey, man, best of luck to you moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. This could be.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And we are joined by the LAX XGODS victorious and I believe they have gone ahead and taken and confirmed playoffs. I believe y'all are in the playoffs now. A great performance today. I think I want to highlight. I know this team trade happened this week. How did everything come together? And I think something we had on the desk is who's leading the team? How does the leadership structure work?
Leadership? Havoc.
Yeah, Havoc. It's all Havoc.
Havoc's like, get on right now. I'm like, okay. I'm not going to tell him no.
Interesting to hear. Ragin, we saw you today in the Tier 1 position. You performed really well, especially in things like Dead by Daylight. You kind of took over and ran with the game.
They didn't get a single gen.
They did not.
No. How does it feel playing with the LAX God squad?
Well, now that we've had more than 2 hours of practice, it's pretty nice. And then Bo has been an absolute amazing grab.
I tried.
Because we wanted to try to round out our team with me and Havoc. So picking up Bo was like the ultimate goal, and it's worked out really well. And we've actually got the time to practice, so it worked out well.
That's great to hear. Great to hear. Now turning to Bo Seif. A little bit of a homecoming for you, not just a homecoming.
4 seasons in a row on the same team.
You managed to come home and you found a win this season. What has changed with this team versus your previous team?
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Because I don't want to be rude, but like these people are like, especially Ragin and Havoc, are very committed. Like they don't really care about anything but winning. A lot of it was low key. It was like having fun. Like the practice were just having fun, but this is putting forth the effort to try and make it to playoffs and eventually win.
That's interesting. It's an interesting perspective of playing kind of for that. They're looking at the future and playing for the playoffs and playing for a win. Y'all played really well today, but you did lose 9 games.
Half of them are forfeits.
So what happened with setups then? Since y'all are veterans. No, I can look across the board at the Shogun and say, hey, they don't really know. All of y'all have been here at least 3 seasons. So what happened? Why are we losing
some
a bunch of forfeits?
PCs, some consoles, controllers weren't connecting. They had P1. They didn't. It was just a bunch of.
Yeah, it was just a lot of like tech issues, if anything. But it's still on us. We still should have done better.
We just need to lock it down.
Like we didn't use a single timeout until the half. We just lost 3 for no reason. So just losing those last 2 just really hurt us towards the end of the game.
Okay. I love that. Look, this is the recognition. There's still stuff to work on. And now I'll look forward. You all are in playoffs. You're moving towards playoffs. What do y'all hope to clean up and to work on, obviously, in the run-up to that time?
Setups.
Yeah, probably setups. And then still getting used to the 5-man and just playing together longer. Like, we just got Bo, like, last week. So just more time together, more time on setups, and that's about it. Because
Fighters, too.
It. Oh, yeah, Fighters was a big one.
I need work in Street Fighter. Someone hit me
I
up.
should have fixed my buttons in Skullgirls. I didn't even do a button check. But I'm a bot moment.
I understand. And I will let y'all head on out. I will ask Cajun.
Yes.
Bosi for MVP?
For this game? Absolutely. Bo, every game that Bo went in went crazy. NCAA was crazy. We were a crazy duo. Yes, especially NCAA. Bo went crazy. So he was the best pickup we possibly could have gotten.
Y'all looked amazing. I want to give both of y'all amazing credit. I am excited to see what y'all are able to do and the damage you're able to deal going forward. Thank you again for all of your time and have a great night.
Thank you.
We will get back with you on the stream in just a moment.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
10, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And that's going to do it for our Week 11 matchup between Shogun and xGODS. Finishing tonight, 21 wins for xGODS, only 9 for Shogun. Lots of forfeits, lots of tech issues throughout the night. The timeout sort of plague, if you will, that has continued for Shogun and a couple of the other teams within the league. Seeing those timeouts drained relatively early is something, hopefully some of these teams recognize as something that they need to improve on. It's not so much all the time about the talent, how well-rounded you are at these games. Getting those games set up and working as a team, super important. We've got 2 teams, though, competing tomorrow. Strix, tell us a little bit about them.
We have 2 teams. We have the Georgia Ghost as well as the Las Vegas Click competing. Click trying to solidify their place in the playoffs, and the Ghost still trying to keep their hopes alive.
Yes.
A win here could mean all the difference, so it should be a banger of the game. We saw the Southern Conference today, the Northern Conference tomorrow. I'm excited to see what both these teams bring to the table.
Absolutely. And that's going to do it for us, guys. Myself, Mobster Matt, my man Strix. We'll see you tomorrow for that Ghost versus Click matchup.